Hello, one and all. Ooh, got chilly. Let us know if you can hear me or not, because I've been messing around in here today. It's not good. Not good. So I'm not even sure this is working. Oh, God. Well, we've had glorious weather for a change, thank God. It's been really nice. So let's put the old thingy in, and there we go. Paste that out. Excellent. So here we go. So everything seems to be cooking with gas, eh? Good. I've actually managed to get myself set myself up with a second cam today, for the hell of it. Oh, do beg your pardon. Oh, just take that over there. Oh, I've had a right day. In here, in fact. Hang on, let's bring in some people. Hello.
Oh, sorry.
Greetings.
Hey there.
Who's echoing me?
Might be me.
Might be you.
Not anymore. Should
Definitely not me.
Oh, there you go, sorted. We have more. Greetings.
Greetings.
Evening,
Is my mic all right?
Beautiful. Like the colour. Oh, mate, I've had a day.
Yeah, me too. Oh. Go on then. I like your t-shirt, by the way.
Yes. It's still wet.
Ew.
That's all right, because it's quite cooling. It's like
Yes.
a bloody oven in here.
Yes, it has been a rather warm one.
Yes, it has indeed. Yeah, I've been in here all day, trying to fix various annoying issues that I've had. And
Here comes
it
another
turns
one.
out-
Hello,
Oh,
Charlie.
hello, chuckle butt. All right, mate. Come on, then. Say hi. You don't often come in, do you? Where are you? There's a good lad. Yeah. Interesting. These might be a heads up for anybody else who has a Scarlett, Focusrite Scarlett 1820. The 5-pin DIN MIDI out sockets, or socket on the back, and the MIDI in for that matter, it doesn't work straight out of the box.
Really?
It has to be configured. How's that for a kick in the head? Yeah. So it's never worked, basically, until today.
Because those 1820s come with like a software mixer and stuff, don't they? Whereas the smaller ones have nothing.
In, out, that's it, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, apparently what happens is when you take it out of the box, it fires up in what they call a quick start mode,
Okay.
which is basically, it will be registered by whatever computer you put into it, so you can set it all up from there. But you still have to load all the software in and then reboot everything before everything in the machine works. And for some reason, the MIDI didn't configure itself.
How odd.
That's not good.
Nope. And it's been like that for, what, a year? I'm going, I must be doing something wrong. But it turns out I had two problems. The MIDI cable that was plugged into it, that was running to the through box, was broken. Anyway. So there was a lot of French words being thrown around in here quite randomly most of the day. So, but I fixed a load of other problems as well, including one of the little USB doobies. The oh god, I've forgotten the name of them. The Wiggly Masters hub thing. One of them was being a wank, basically. So I've got that sorted out as well. So it's been quite good in there actually now.
Good
So,
guys.
yeah. So, oh, interesting news. You're aware of these things, the little enhancer rings,
Give us a clue. Oh, those, yes, yeah.
right? The enhancer ring.
Mm-hmm.
No more. Went into liquidation last week.
Really?
Yeah. With so how do you repair them? How do you replace the battery? Go away. Not interested anymore. We don't exist. Bye bye.
That's funny because a few weeks ago, I received not a glut, but a handful of emails. I'm sure it was them saying it was just kind of not. It was just like saying come and buy us, and maybe that was just their last ditch attempt to sell some.
Yeah.
But it's an interesting concept, but I don't know. It never really took off. I think
It has one fundamental flaw.
Mm.
You have to take your hand off the keyboard to really make it actually work to any
Right.
degree. Now, when you're playing, what's the one thing you don't really want to do?
Yeah, true.
So it was a great idea, but they hadn't thought it out right down the road. I mean, it's all right when you're playing mono, and you're doing one hand stuff. Yeah, fine. So it's great for recording. But when you play live or something like that, where every finger counts, I think something like that. Then it's very much a thing, So I don't use it very often actually because of that.
And you've got a hydrosynth, you don't need it.
I'm going to say I know nothing about this. So what exactly does it do?
Well, essentially, they describe it as a MIDI ring.
All right.
Basically, so what it is it has it knows where it is, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So when you go up and down,
accelerometer in there or something.
Yeah, something, yeah, and at least it can detect where it is in the 3D space from the controller stroke
Right.
charger. So and you can program it to if you lift it up, you can have it say
Could it do
I don't know,
anything?
pitch
It can-
bend or something like that.
Yeah.
If you
Filter,
can,
whatever.
or doing this business, you can have that as vibrato and that kind of malarkey.
Right.
And it weren't fucking cheap, and now it's an obsolete piece of kit.
And
there's
my next
another
question was
one.
sorry, go on, Rob.
No, sorry, no.
I was just going to say my next question was how much was it?
It was 300 and something.
Yeah.
Isn't there another one though? Like a different manufacturer, same sort of thing.
Or probably almost certainly, because I had the same problem with the, those high resolution controllers that I got. The magnet ones that will stick together. Pallet Gear.
That's it.
Well, they changed their name, and then they changed their hub, and they changed the protocols in their hub, so that your existing hub no work
work.
anymore.
Yeah.
And won't work with the new updated software. So I went to the website to see if, for our loyal existing customers, here's no, buy it again, mate, or piss off. There's a door, don't let it hit you in the arse on the way out.
There you go. Genki Instruments,
Yeah.
Wave Ring. Same sort of thing, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't really do a thing called a ring without getting some kind of guffaw.
Exactly. Well, exactly. Stick your
but-
ass out the window and wave your ring.
Yeah. Considerably cheaper as well. Genki
Well,
Ring.
bearing in
200.
mind you can buy a 6-DOF gyro, electronic gyro, for about $2. It's really just squeezing everything into a ring, so to speak.
For now,
You just
for
can't
now.
help it, can you? You just
You
can't.
can't-
You
I know,
can't
I know.
help.
They just write
Squeeze it
themselves.
Oh dear.
And
But
I'm
no,
I'm sure my finger was too big to go in that ring as well.
Genki
Oh.
Wave Ring. There you go.
Yeah,
Let's have a look.
Genki. Interesting. Go on, how much?
Let's see what they are now, because that was a. Where are we? $249. So that's about 200 quid. I think I saw a British retailer doing it for 200. So a little cheaper, maybe not as fast. Because is your ring? Has it got a display on it?
No.
Okay, so maybe it's the Genki that does. I know one of them had a display, or whether it was like an upgraded. But
What, so you're
Yeah,
doing
there-
this? You're doing this? You got
sorry, I can't see. I'm looking at another page.
Waving a ring in
What's that
front of your eye. Yes.
That's it, yeah.
it's that sort of business.
No, the Genki's got like 3 buttons on top of it as well, or so it's kind of designed to go on your index finger with the buttons, so that your thumb can control the buttons. So as well as being, this kind of motion thing, you can also use, like click. But
Is this meant to be whilst you're playing?
I
Of
guess
course, it must be. Yeah, it's got to be, hasn't it?
I know, it's a bit...
They had this demo with a woman singing, and she was using it to control like a harmonizer type thing.
Yeah.
And you know how, like a lot of the divas, they do all this hand waving shit. It kind of, you think, well, stick a ring on it and make it go. But yeah, it was.
Yeah, no, that's not going to work.
No.
Yeah, it's a bit. I guess it's a bit like the Seaboard, isn't it? It's some people are going to think, my God, this is what I've been waiting for my entire life. But the majority of people is too much like a sex toy.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's it?
This is it.
Just use mod wheels and a ribbon
I
controller.
know we've been using, and pedals and
It's like,
yeah.
I had
an
a
aftertouch.
I had a conversation with Andrew Brooks yesterday about having a spot on the Thursday show for people to come on, do 20 minutes, right? So all the lovely ladies and gentlemen in the chat come in and do something, do a little set. If they're not into doing it live, or what we call hardware jam, well, this is the thing that come up. I mean, Andrew said about doing hardware jams and stuff like that, and I sat and thought about this, and I just went, do you know what? That's called playing, isn't it? It's just called play. A hardware jam is just you play, surely. But see, I play. Yet technically, I suppose if I was, I set up stuff so I can have different sounds and stuff going on different keyboards. I suppose it's hardware, but I also incorporate the computer, so then it doesn't apply, I suppose. So,
I think.
but yeah, I thought it'd be interesting if people come. Like for instance, Jim Gloop, right?
Yeah.
Up until I bought that track that was on that album for
Ukraine,
yeah, I had never heard any of his music before. Didn't know,
I think the term hardware jams has become synonymous with the doorless community.
It has. It has.
Yeah.
That sounds awful. The doorless community. I'm sure that there are people.
Must get
that
cold
like
in
to
the
do
winter.
both. Yes, yeah. There's the windowless community as well.
Well, most of them are Apple freaks.
So there's this kind of connection between doorless stuff and hardware jams, but then there are people on YouTube who maybe have a drum machine or a backing track or something that they can play along to.
Yeah.
But that doesn't get referenced as hardware jams. That, as you say, is a performance of some description. And really, on the face of it, there's not much difference.
Well, I mean, all these Akai devices are effectively workstations in boxes.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, you're lining up sequences or loops or beats or whatever. And
Yo.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Hey, Andy.
Evening,
Hello,
Andy.
buddy.
You guys are talking about that ring.
Yeah.
The Nioba ring is actually excellent. Sounds like a birth control thing, but it's actually really good.
You see,
Well,
you can't
You're
help
meant to
but-
put it on your finger.
To be honest with you, this one
Well, it
was
is waterproof, but
well, this one was birth control as well, because when Fiona found how much it cost, I was in the doghouse.
no, but it has that really cool control panel. So once you set it up, you don't need a computer with it. It's super easy to use.
Yeah. But it's like everything else. I always end up buying the one that goes into liquidation after a year.
So,
Well, I think
you're a
Genki was
barometer.
first, but-
You're a barometer. You know, we buy everything that you don't,
Yeah, or,
or we don't buy everything that you do.
Yeah, it's like, for instance, I went to look. You know, remember we were talking about looking for a good grand piano.
Yes.
Well, I went for a hunt on Saturday, and I did something that I normally don't do, which is what is the best grand piano VSTI, blah blah blah, sample library. And it come back with a list, but only about 6, weirdly enough. And some of them were either ridiculously expensive or tiny. How can that be 1.5 gig? What sort of piano is 1.5 gig? And you go, oh, it's modelled. Okay. And call me what you want, but I mean, modelled grand piano to me is like, ooh, I don't know about that. And I'm sure they're perfectly fine. But I go, no, I want a sample library one. And I'm going, I don't want to spend too much money. I ended up buying Ivory 2.
Okay.
And mostly because the Busendorfer 225, what a glorious piano that is. And that kind of made me go, yeah, I'll go for that. But I got a C7 with it.
Okay.
And another one they just called German. I don't know what it is. So
That's cool. I thought you'd like Ivory. It was pretty good when I tried it years ago. So
yeah. Now I tried a demo of, well, not a demo. I listened, to a demo of Keyscapes. I was like, yeah, all right, but I didn't like the way it sounded right down the bottom and right up the top. The middle seems most of them get the middle kind of right in terms of the tone that I'm looking for, but not the bottom or the top. So then I come across Ivory, and it was a demo of a guy playing this Busendorfer 225, and I went, yeah, that's it, that's the one. So I went, buy it like that. I went, oh, how much? Oh, plus VAT? Holy crap. But what I was impressed with, it downloaded the 78 gig in an hour.
It's not bad.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Because I find my internet's pretty good, but it's only as good as the server you're going to connect to.
Yeah.
So,
Well, it's that expensive. Not many people are downloading it.
Yeah.
that's true. Oh, no, there was ones on there that were much more expensive.
Yeah.
Much more expensive. But I couldn't really hear a huge difference between them. So that was about just, as good as you can get without having to go absolutely bloody silly. Or getting into the realms of, Vienna.
Yeah.
And just go, no, I'm not going down the road of Vienna.
I kind of never warmed to modelled pianos. There was just something a little bit too artificial about them. Didn't quite get there, but I think some had their own kind of discernible character. I think Propeller Head, or Reason as they're now called, did one called, I don't remember what it's called now, but it was kind of part modelled, part sampled.
Yeah.
And so it was almost like they used samples for the attack portions and modelling for the rest of it. But it was very authentic in terms of its mechanical sounds as well.
Yeah.
So it wasn't, it got the resonance and it got the hammer action, and you could dial all of this in, and you could change between lots of different pianos, and that wasn't too bad. What was that called now? Anyway. And then the other model piano I tried was Piano V from Arturia, which again didn't quite sound as good as some of the the big multi-sampled things. But
Because I even dug out my old East-West pianos. I went through them, and even their Yamaha C7 was like, it doesn't sound anything like the Ivory one. Even though it's supposed to be the same piano, but there again, it's how it's recorded, where it's recorded, and all the rest of it. But I think I don't know, they're probably 16-bit samples anyway, as opposed to 32. But I thought, no, okay, we'll just leave that and move on. We'll just settle for Ivory. So I bought that, but then I had to very rapidly delete the emails because otherwise Fiona will find them. And
hang on. Fiona.
Surely it's a business expense.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
it
well,
is.
now the thing is, she done my books beginning of the year. I said, you did put all the gear down as business expenses, didn't you? And she went, no. I went, God. Oh my God. What's my tax bill going to be like? Not that it matters anyway, 'cause apparently I'm being taken to court. I've got a summons come through the door Friday, because apparently we haven't paid the poll tax. What's it called now? Community
Council
charge.
tax.
Council tax.
Council tax, yeah. It's still a bloody poll tax.
It is a poll tax, yeah.
And she goes, oh, you've been something to court, you haven't paid your poll tax. I said, well, wait a minute, oh, hang on a minute. You were paying that last month. She goes, yeah, but I couldn't get it through on the website. It kept bouncing back.
Yeah.
And I go, what? And then you just left it? She went, yeah. So I've got to pay that Monday now. So, gotta say, but it's about 2,200 now.
Yeah.
So you get less, but it costs more.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think I'll take the council to court.
Actually, our council tax around here went up by a very small amount compared to previous years. Because I think, because the problem is that living in a house, because of the way it's worked out on the value of your house whenever it was.
Yeah.
Because obviously we needed a 4-bedroom house, because I need an office, the kids need a bedroom each, and then obviously me and the missus need a bedroom. Yeah. So 4 bedrooms, there you go. You're instantly into the next band up than what we were before. But I was quite pleasantly surprised when I got my bill through in whenever it was, March, April.
Yeah.
But it had only gone up by a relatively small percentage compared to previous years. So I'm not going to complain. The services around here are good. The lights are on. The bins get collected. The police seem to be doing their job. So yeah.
I mean, I have to say, I have no idea what mine is. Jane deals with that.
Mm.
So I deal with all the business side of stuff, but domestic stuff, I just leave it to Jane, really.
Yeah.
I can't be asked to get him, to really get involved with it.
Yeah, because I mean, the last time I saw the council tax, it was 980 quid.
That must have been a very long time ago.
It wasn't that long ago, to be honest.
So I imagine Epsom is probably going to be a fairly hefty
rate.
rate.
A hefty rate. Even though you've got some of the biggest dives around here you could possibly imagine.
Yeah.
So.
It's like
Gadsden Road's a bloody tip, isn't
I asked Jane the other day how much we pay on Wi-Fi. I had literally no idea. But apparently we pay 50 quid a month, which we're in East Yorkshire. It's a small town. Wi-Fi is not great, but it's good enough. I don't really get any buffering. It's BT who are crap, really, at the best of times.
I thought you'd been up in Yorkshire. I thought you'd been on PlusNet.
Well, it's funny actually, because they're really trying to. They came round, and right around the town they actually put all the little ports at the end of your drive, and then they started a charm offensive in the sense of trying to get everybody to switch over to them. And my mate actually has just done it, and he needed his Wi-Fi for work as well. He said, "Look, I need it to be in, I need to be in by this date," and he said it was just a complete bloody nightmare.
Yeah.
So there's some people say they're all right, but the minute you've got a problem, I'm sure, like all of them, really, the support service is pathetic. Is what I've heard.
I've had nothing but absolute brilliant performance and service from PlusNet, and I've been with them now for over a decade, I think. I got my heart sank a few years back when BT bought them out, but then they came out and said we bought them, we own them, but they are being run completely separately from us. So I'm sure, behind the scenes there's some stuff going on. But I pay, what do I pay? I pay $43 a month, and that gets me fibre, broadband. That's my line rental. That's free calls 24/7 to UK landlines and mobiles. it's and the performance has been brilliant. I mean, admittedly, I live 500 yards from the exchange, and so I get pretty much exactly what I get the full whack. Whereas, like my mum, who lives a few villages over, she doesn't have an exchange in the village. She has to connect to the local town, which is about 2 miles away, and so it just drops away. But fibre to the property next. That's hopefully.
I mean, my feeling with this sort of stuff is it's working good enough for what I require. Yeah. I mean, granted, my kids are grown up, and if they were both on Xboxes, it would be a different matter, really. So it's working fine. I'll change it when either it gets ridiculously expensive, or I need to.
Well, it really depends what you're doing. I mean, I'm on BT Fibre. I get about 68 meg download and about 43 upload. But I'm never going to max it out.
No.
It's almost immaterial these days. If you have a decent connection, chances are it's going to be good enough. Unless you are, gaming heavily and you need a 2 millisecond ping from here to LA or something. But for most normal people, almost any connection, as long as it's not dial-up, will probably be fine.
Yeah. I mean, I don't game online. I never have done. And I don't play that many games apart from Last of Us.
Oh, that's good.
I've played through Last of Us 2 once, and I'm halfway through doing it again.
I'm tempted to go back again now.
Because I felt like I almost rushed through it.
Yeah.
So it's just nice to take a bit more time with it.
Absolutely. But, have you seen they're making the TV series?
Yeah, I know. I saw some of the
Pedro, Mandalorian guy.
Yeah, and the girl out of the Game of Thrones who was the
yeah.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, that does look actually good. Hopefully they don't mess it up. But there's a good story there already, with the game. So fingers crossed. It's. Hey, new Doctor Who.
Yeah, and he's the guy. Have you seen Sex Education?
Yeah.
Because he's brilliant in that.
I'm really excited because it's just like, whoa, nobody saw that one coming. Everyone was talking about, was it James Corden was the last name that was being mentioned. I thought, no, please don't do James Corden.
God's sake.
But yeah, I can't, I'm not going to try and pronounce his name.
I can't. I mean, because
Jane
read it today in yesterday's Guardian. She said, it's a black actor. I said, well, that's cool. That's great. And then she screamed, it's the guy out of Sex Education. I went, oh, brilliant.
Yeah. No, they should have a lot of fun. And because with Russell T Davies behind the wheel again, it should be.
I have to say, I haven't watched it for a long time, but I will watch at least the first couple of episodes just to see how he does, really. And there was nothing wrong with I've forgotten what her name is. Jodie Whittaker. I mean, I watched a couple of them, but I just thought some of the stories weren't as good as they could have been.
She was great. Stories let her down, and that was the thing.
Yeah.
And you can only do so much with the content.
Yeah.
And it
No,
just
Jodie was fine. Less of the woke, please.
Yeah.
Were the Sea Devils all right? I just wondered because I thought
it was
ridiculous
okay.
in the trailers.
It was okay. It wasn't.
Sorry, I just wondered. I've not watched a single one.
I would have rather they
Not
come up
enough
with
of my
something
life
new and
left
original
to
rather than keep sort of referring
doing
back.
that. Yeah, but those are things we remember from our childhood, aren't they? Daleks, Cybermen, Sea Devils.
Yeah.
Those are the three. And the Sea Devils hadn't been
And
done.
Sontarans.
And the what?
Sontarans. With no neck.
Oh God!
Yes.
Yeah.
Was,
Brilliant.
the big blobby thing with the helmet.
Davros.
And Davros, of course, yeah.
Used to have a
It's a
milkman that
Dalek.
looked like them.
But wasn't it when was it under Matt Smith's or Scottish guy? His name is just completely gone out of my head.
David Tennant.
No, the last one.
Peter Capaldi.
Peter Capaldi.
Nah.
There was a Sontaran
Chris has
character.
just said.
They had like a long-term Sontaran character that was kind of an ally. There was the shape-shifting woman, and then there was the Sontaran, and there was somebody else as well, and that was brilliant. That was such a. Sorry, I'm just being educated by my geek son.
That should happen always.
Tell him to come in and tell us what we need to know.
What are they again?
Jenny.
He has got a head, by the way.
And Commander Strax.
Commander Strax, that's it. Yeah. Thank you. The Paternoster gang. Who knew? He does, apparently.
Quis est in Kylo.
He
it's
does
quiz-
that. He
quiz night.
lingers in the background.
Yeah.
He lingers in the
Christopher
background and then
Eccleston,
picks
yeah.
you up and corrects you on things.
We'll be doing
What was that?
Mastermind on Doctor Who then.
What's that floating eye?
But with floating eye.
I don't
Oh,
remember that.
Sauron.
Lord of the Rings. No, what was that other one? That the David Tennant one with the skin. It was just like a big face. It was just like a sheet of skin with a
Yeah,
face. in the middle.
that was the one. Yes.
Oh, hang on.
Eye.
The expert's coming back.
No, you can't. Go on, say again.
Cassandra.
Apparently. Hang on, look.
Oh, the Cassandra
Oh,
complex.
why
Oh,
you-
yeah.
There you go. Look. He's doing his head. Oh, look.
Go on, give us a flick. So,
I can't
my
hear
kids
anything.
are always
No,
doing
no,
that.
you can't
Flicking
hear
your
you.
bloody hair.
I
Just
know.
sit-
What else
I
was it?
apologise for the DX1.
Yeah, the Doctor Who character.
I apologise.
We don't need it. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. I raised the gate.
Oh, you should be proud.
Well, at least he
Well,
wasn't
Better than raising a
drunk.
footballer. That
Innit?
would just be fucking tedious.
At
Sorry.
least he wasn't drunk and in his dressing gown.
Well, yeah, true.
That's how
Yeah.
he normally is. He's coming in and out using the shower. That's obviously in the ensuite behind Robbie's DX1.
That's it. Yeah, just.
Yes. How'd your track go, Andy?
Oh, I didn't.
Oh, come
Oh,
on.
honestly, it was just so fucking shit. I gave up the unequal. Honestly, you start off with these ideas, and I thought, yeah, and I couldn't. And after about 2 hours of just sitting about, I just thought, you know what? Sometimes you just got to go, no, this isn't happening. You've got to be honest with, really. I'm not going to chuck something out just because I've sat there for 2 hours and twiddle knobs and it goes, no, I couldn't get it to do what I wanted it to do, so I just said no. I mean, Grace nagged me this afternoon and said, have you got a video for me? And I went, oh, no, I haven't. I'm really sorry, but it was all just dreadful. I'm a bit quiet, am I? Oh, I'm sorry.
Andrew, man, you should have done it. You should see some of the entries on there. The people don't care sometimes.
No, I know, Synthetic, but I'm a bit...
Well,
If I like it, I'm happy. You know, if I go, oh yeah, I quite like that, I'll let it go. But if I don't, then no, I don't. So it was just crap. Sorry.
I take it you recorded it.
No, it wasn't worth recording.
Well, you should have done. You should record it
Always
and
hit
then just
record.
always record it, and then
Doesn't
live with it, and then come back to it.
Doesn't that put you in the worst mood though? If I go down to the studio for a couple hours and it's just crap, I'm like a real ass for the next 12 hours.
Yeah. No,
Well,
not
like-
re-
What I tend
Not
to do
really,
is play
David,
somebody
no.
else's
They call
track
this
just to get it out of my
crap.
system.
Yeah.
Well,
That's a
because
good
of hardware
one,
jams,
actually.
I got a lot less precious about anything. So even if
No,
it's
I
marginal, I'll
understand.
still send it just because I
Are you
put some time
suggesting
into
I'm
it.
Precious?
but Andy, yours have not been marginal. They're always really fascinating. They're always what you do, how you do it, the way they sound. It's not like anybody else's, and that's really great. You know,
Yeah, it's-
you might go, well, actually, I was wanting.
I
to do
appreciate
this.
it. They're always marginal to
I
me, but I
know
still
that-
put them up.
What I'm saying to you is totally different from what I was applying to myself. I was just going, this isn't what I was after. No, and I wasn't happy, so I didn't. And I was getting steadily more drunk as it went on. So, and that's
And
never
there's
a-
your problem.
That's oh, shut up.
Boo.
Well, yeah, you're right.
That's the thing.
Although
I
plenty
find
of
that-
rock musicians have been drunk all the time doing
Well,
stuff.
yeah.
So you know.
Yeah, true.
I find that if I sit down and say, right, let's do something, I never do anything. And yet, if I'm busy doing something and maybe I think, oh, I haven't played with that for a while. Oh, yeah, I've got 10 minutes. And then I'll knock something out. And it's just like, so it's kind of like I put pressure on myself. Or even, even when I'm sort of playing around on these things, when we're going through pianos and stuff, I think, oh, that's good. And I never do that when I'm in a position to actually have time to bloody work on it. But
It's also different, and I really have noticed this. It really is very different when there is somebody else there. Right?
Oh,
I mean,
huge difference.
that makes
Yeah.
a massive. So the fact that Grace isn't here, Grace is up in Glasgow, and I haven't deliberately dismantled this and put it in the car and driven round and wired it up and set it up and then had a cup of coffee to get myself back in. Right, off we go. And that also makes it different because there's somebody else there, and I'm not quite. Is it? I don't want to let this person down. This person's giving up their Saturday night to accommodate me in their house while with my stupid machine here. and I've got to do something with it that's actually worthwhile, right? Okay, right, focus. And I'm sitting here going, in my own home, in my own time, going, I can't make this machine do what I want it to do. I'm fucking stupid. What's going on? Why can't I get it to do this? And then I switch the MPC on and try to get something going that sounds halfway decent, and it didn't.
happens.
Now that's not the fault. That's not the fault of the machine. That was definitely the fault of me last night, because it was only simple. It's a simple 8-bar pattern. You know, I can do that. Put some beats in, and do I feel it? No. Did I feel it? No. It was just nah.
I found one of the worst things I can do is to have any expectation or have any idea of what I want to do. I just kind of get in there and find a sound or a little groove or something.
Yeah.
But there are, what I struggled with the earliest, my 20s and 30s was trying to write to a style or trying to meet an expectation. When I destroyed that, and even when I do it now, if I say I'm going to write a dance song, it ain't going to happen. Because I'm going to be, well, that's a boring beat. Well, down, it just starts you down this rabbit hole of just, So I'm really extremely conscious.
And when you're trying to do something for a reason, for a purpose, I mean, this is where I quite admire somebody like Ty, because he does that day in, day out. Right, I've got to do this. Boom, 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 boom. I mean, I had a track to do, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. It was for this In Memoriam album for a chap called Paul Bauer, who passed away. He was a big name on the Sheffield music scene and further afield, because he worked with the Orb and all sorts of people.
I know the name, yeah.
Yeah, do you know Paul Bauer? Yeah,
I certainly don't know about. Yeah, I don't know him personally, but I certainly know the name, Andy.
Yeah, Psychoacoustic Soundclash, SLBC, Doctor Universalis, all that stuff, and he was part of Wow Mr. Modo, who was the team behind the Orb. So he was part of that, but he passed away, so we did this in memoriam. He had a big thing about the number 23. So the 23 artists on this album, each doing a track of 2 minutes and 30 seconds. That was the brief, right? And I did loads of different things and different stuff, and I just go, this is just none of it was right. Until I got the one thing, and I was going through a load of samples, and I got a sample that was from Tales of the City. If you remember the television series of Armistead Maupin's Tales of the City, and it was the landlady, and she, what was her name now? Anna Madrigal. This very refined lady, and she had a thing about flowers, cut flowers. Don't ever bring me cut flowers, because cut flowers is beauty cut down in its prime. So I'd sampled that, beauty cut down in its prime, and I'd got this sample, and I thought, well, that's appropriate for what we're talking about, because Paul was only 47 when he died. He wasn't, and it was like, and once I'd done that and reversed it, and everything fell into place.
Yeah.
That one thing, just that one thing, that key little, I don't know, spiritual nudge of the elbow, which knocked it into place, and that it came to be, and then that track was used in the film about the cutting down of trees, which is also appropriate when you think about beauty cut down in its prime. The felling film about the felling of trees in Sheffield. So that was. I like that. Sorry, it must be mine. I like the sort of circularity of that. Oh, that sounds very pretentious, doesn't it? God, listen to me.
No, I don't think it does, actually. I mean,
No,
I
makes sense.
I like looking for inspiration in other things, like paintings, or I want to get into do more with graphic scores. Now, I've not done a graphic score since I did my masters in music tech, which is about 10, 15 years ago.
Right.
And I really want to get back into that sort of stuff, where you look at I mean, I was looking at John Cage's graphic score the other day and thinking, I have no idea what he means by this, but that's not what it's about. It's what it means to me.
Yep.
So I'm going to try some of them.
Yeah, drives what you have something. You start to want to express something beyond just making a beat or something.
Yeah.
And you start using the instruments and everything is the vessel, right? And that's kind of the perfect scenario. I know I've done that with my dad's artwork, and You know, I don't always like pick. Sort of, I just get in the frame of mind, you know, and then I usually like what I learned was what I learned from my dad was that he always sketched. He always had a sketch pad out, drawing me or whatever. So what I learned as an artist, not saying you know what I do is exceptional by any means, but I always just sketch. I'm a sketcher now, and so there's no intent coming ever to come down and write a song. That is the last thing I would ever want to do. Yeah, see, you know. But yeah, no, she's gonna tell the truth. Shh.
Dad, don't ignore me.
You got to make that sample pack, man. Those are great sounds.
To your point, I sketch, and that's how I approach music now. And then the theme, like Andy said, starts to emerge, and I kind of take the pieces and I finish them. It all kind of, usually I'm laying there or something, and it's just like I want to jump up. I go, I got it. And then it's exciting.
And frequently less is more.
Oh, definitely.
Well, that's all I got is less, so I don't got enough more.
That's interesting.
But I appreciate
That's something I've never been able to tie myself down to. I can't do less.
Sorry, Ken. I was going to say that's the name that we used. Grace and I used for one of our jams, for hardware jams. The tracking 5 minutes jam. And we actually said, right, come on, less is more. Less is more here.
Yeah.
And me, in my usual cryptic way, just swapped the letters around, and it became Messi's Law.
I've started using this stuff more as well.
That's awesome. I love that.
Oblique strategies.
Oh yeah.
I think that should be a hardware jam. Do something with oblique strategies.
They're great for titles of pieces. You know.
Yeah.
What's that? Do we need hulls?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely, we do. I'm gonna pull another one out. They're great, aren't they?
All right. Okay. Here we go then. So
Like a cup of tea.
You have won £10 in a beauty competition.
Yeah.
Wrong pack of cards there, Ken.
Yeah.
Define an area as safe and use it as an anchor.
Use an area that's safe and use it as an anchor. That's cool too, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
What we got here? What's this?
So all you need now is a vocoder.
Yeah.
I don't think that's on one of the cards though, Sassy. So
No,
sorry about
Card,
that.
please.
Do something boring.
Yep.
Genius.
Ah, come on.
Do you know, it's funny you say that.
Genius.
Or have a think about prevaricating.
Yeah.
I interviewed this person. I can't say who it is yet because it hasn't been released, and he's responsible with a few other people for a seminal piece of music that goes on for about 10 minutes, and the driving force behind that was to make it as boring as possible, and yet it's their biggest, most popular, most influential piece. And so it's funny that comes up.
Yeah,
because that's exactly what they did.
And here's the last one.
Dancing by Pet Shop Boys, was it? Sorry,
Evening, Ben and Jim.
Hi, Ben.
Hi, Ben.
Hi,
Jim.
Hi, Mrs. Wiggly.
Here's my last one. Emphasize the flaws.
The flaws or the flaws?
I like that. The flaws.
Or the flaws.
Not the flaw. It could be flaw, but no.
Is that a reissue of Oblique Strategies? Or is
this is from. It's not the original set. It was. I bought it. I think I got it for a birthday about 3 or 4 years ago. So it's probably it might not even be the latest version, but
somebody should just scramble the words and come up with another.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, there's a couple of apps. There's free apps, isn't there? Which are based on them.
Yeah. Oh. Hey Ben, guys. How you doing?
Can you hear me? No?
Yeah.
Hey, we can hear you, Ben.
Okay, I'm just trying this out on iPad and shitty earphones, so...
Where are you today?
That's working.
I'm actually back in Berlin. So...
Oh, just in time for Super Booth, you bugger.
Exactly.
Oh, nicely timed.
Took the week off.
Got your tickets?
Not yet.
Oh, bloody hell.
Nah, that'll be fine. I said this year I'm going to take the whole week off because there's people flying in from different places to catch up on before the show starts. So I made sure I would booked the whole week off to do that, so can't wait.
Oh,
Like a kid at
awesome.
Christmas. Yeah. Yeah,
Awesome.
so it's not often I have the time to be able to jump in on the show. Usually doing this when I'm asleep in the middle of the night. So
Well, so are we normally.
yeah.
No, I've usually gone to bed before that.
Yeah, a lot of snoring goes on this one.
Yeah.
That's just you, cunt.
Yeah, that's true.
That was funny.
Yeah. No, the
Yeah.
shows are brilliant, guys. Everyone's worth listening to. I use it on a lot of long train journeys, so they definitely keep me going. Definitely.
You sad git. What? Sorry, mate. I mean, come on, surely.
True. I openly admit I'm sad. It does not offend me in the slightest. At all.
It's the best virtual pub on the planet.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wagyu's saying that Gaz is in Berlin already,
Is he?
He is. Yeah, he's done the thing up earlier. Yeah.
looking to
Yeah.
party
Yeah, he was
tonight.
down at Kreuzberg, wandering around, just broadcasting him looking very Gaz-like
not-
in the sunshine. It was cool, actually.
I must hook up. Yeah, wicked. No, I thought he was only coming in for one day.
No, he's there doing stuff and sessions, and I think that's how
But
he
he's got to
managed
go off on
to
tour,
wonder it,
isn't he?
so-
Yeah.
Yeah. Just send him a.
Yeah,
I don't know
yeah,
how
I'll
you do
send him
it.
a message. Yeah,
Send him a message if you can, and
Yeah,
just say,
yeah,
let's meet up at some trendy cafe or Schneider's Laden or something like that.
yeah. Well, I'm actually going to the dentist beside it tomorrow, so
Okay.
it's good enough excuse to call into Snyder's after I get my toothache checked out. Yeah.
I did have
Got another whiskey.
I had this
Jägermeister.
impression actually that even when I did the first show, because I wasn't even quite sure even why I was going to do a show, but I thought, what it'll be, there'll be me, Robbie, and probably 2 people and a cat in the chat. You know, and
Was the
it'll
cat?
run. Yeah. But it's not-
David's brought the cat.
Oh, it'll be a dog. Well, now the cat's on the show, even so. Everybody wants to be in on it, and it's like I'm going, yeah. Do you know? Because I had a customer come to the door dropping off I think it was a memory mug, probably.
Oh, not another one.
Yeah, I know. Can't get away from it. And he was saying, "Oh, I'll be watching your show again on Thursday." I went, "Oh, you watch it there?" Yeah. Oh, yeah. But just. I don't enter in, don't do the chat. I just watch the show. I said, "Oh, you should come on, just free for all and all that sort of thing." He says, "I love some of the subjects that you end up talking about." I said, "Yeah, well, none of this is rehearsed or anything. Like you can't rehearse this sort of stuff, can you?" And there was a chappie that I was talking to, and he goes, "Oh, he says, I don't really do a lot of music and stuff. I'm not really, I haven't got lots of gear and all this sort of thing." I said, "Yeah, but if you've got interest, just come on. You can talk. Talk about wallpaper if you want, because I bet you we've all got an opinion on wallpaper."
Hate the stuff.
Yeah,
We were talking about that yesterday, weren't we, Ken?
but exactly. Yeah. So there you go. So
My childhood traumas of wallpaper. And,
oh God,
You can't beat
I can't do
Anaglypta.
it.
oh you can with a stick. I had
Press it
to
in
check.
with your finger everywhere.
Having to remove wood chip from bloody
yeah.
18th century
yeah.
plaster.
Yeah.
God, no. Well, I used to take when my parents were doing this sort of thing. I used to take an interest, and I learned that actually I was just simply in the way, and that actually DIY basically had only one result, and that was a blazing row. Brian,
See, that was holidays for me.
Move it down a bit on the left. Move it down a bit on the left. I am doing. No, the other left. You mean right, Janet? You mean right, don't you? And well, yes, whichever way. Just it's not lined up properly, and I'm going. Do you know what? I can't be fucking arsed with this. This was me as a kid. So I went up into my bedroom and composed a piano concerto instead.
Stay well out of the way.
Showing them. Yeah.
Fucking weird child I was. But honestly, which is why I can't hammer a nail into anything these days. I'm useless.
So how's the therapy going, Andy?
Yeah, I'm here now. You're helping very much. Thank you very much, everybody.
So if I say the word wallpaper, Andy, what is it?
What was that, David?
What does the word wallpaper mean to you? What does that make?
Argument.
Feel?
Wallpaper equals argument. So I've
Yeah.
never even bought a roll of wallpaper. I have no intention of buying a roll of wallpaper. And as for trying to stick it to a fucking wall, no chance. Right, paint.
Yeah, just do the word association, isn't it?
Paint.
I remember
Wallpaper.
we had it
Sense
in
anger
one
in you.
bathroom.
There is.
I remember us.
I feel so much better. Thank you, everybody, for helping out.
That's why we're here.
Right on there.
Oh
I
my
won't
god.
bore you with my wallpaper stories.
Oh, yes, please do.
No,
Okay.
Regale us.
I thought you never asked.
You sitting comfortably?
We had it in one bathroom, and I don't know what it was, like some kind of mishmash of colonial and thee and thou, and I don't even remember what the hell I was reading. I just remember every time I'd sit down to go to the bathroom, I just read this wallpaper, and it was just the most odd thing, and I couldn't figure out why we put it up. And I think it's still there. I think, well, maybe the people that bought the house took it down.
Yeah, they're still reading it as well.
yeah.
You wallpapered the bathroom with the King James Bible.
Yeah, it was sort of profound stuff.
Well, it's either that or take a magazine in. I often opt for the latter. But my ex-brother-in-law had actually installed a bookcase in his
I
downstairs
had a
toilet.
bookcase in mine.
Yeah, what a great idea.
I've got the Octatrack manual in mine.
Well, there you go. Yeah,
And I had about
Serves two purposes.
a decade of Maplin catalogues as well.
I think my one's the only room in the house that doesn't have a keyboard in it. Yet.
Yeah.
I've got copies of it,
Currently.
Electronic Sound and Private Eye in mine.
Ah, good reading.
Yeah.
Good reading.
Gems. Can you imagine the synth gems like in wallpaper in your bathroom? What are you doing in there, honey? Oh, nothing. I'm just reading about you. See in about 25 minutes.
Oh my god.
Oh dear me. I got spotted yesterday.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I
famous.
saw that on Facebook. Yeah. Yeah.
Just bizarre. It really was. I just walked into this supermarket, which is not too far from where I live. It's actually where I used to go to school many years ago. And so I had this voice behind me saying, "Excuse me," and I thought, "No, that can't be me." Excuse me, and I thought,
You've been shoplifting again, Rob.
Yeah. Oh god,
Put it
I'm
back.
13 again. I was actually going into the shop, not the other way. And so I turned around, and this guy, sort of same age as me, he said, "Are you Rob?" And like that whole thing goes through your head. Oh, how does he know
What have
me?
I done? Yeah.
Yeah, what have I done?
Yeah.
Did I sleep with his wife? Oh, no. And he says, "I watch the show every week. I think it's brilliant. Well done. Keep it up." Blah blah blah. And I was like, "Oh, great!" And I didn't even ask him his name or
Oh, no.
anything.
Oh,
And he just-
mistake. Oh,
yeah, but he must be sort of fairly sort of local. I guess I'm sure he'll pop up at
Yeah.
some point. But how cool! It was just
Get,
like,
get him
wow.
to say hello in the chat on Friday. If he's,
Yeah, I'll try and mention
yeah.
it. And,
Well,
Yeah.
it's happened to me too, actually.
yeah.
Buying potatoes in Asda. Honestly, I
It must be something to do with
trying,
supermarkets.
trying to. It must be trying to work out whether I wanted King Edward's or Maris Pipers, and this fella says,
What were you
"Excuse
making?
me,
You're that German teacher off of the internet.
shepherd's pie or something." He said, "Oh, are you that bloke off Ramsey's live stream?" I went, "Yeah."
Oh, there's your 15
Actually,
minutes, eh?
there's my
Yeah, you just
15
turn
minutes.
sideways to him like that.
He said, "Oh yeah, what?" He just said, "Yeah, I always watch it. I'm not in the chat or anything because I'm watching it on my telly in the lounge and I can't work out how to do that. So, yeah, but I watch it every Saturday." I'm going, "Oh, brilliant! Thanks very much." And again, like you, I said,
Wow.
I never, it's crap, isn't it? Because it takes you by surprise when you buy Maris
Yeah.
Pipers.
It's like I had a customer come today who's dropping off a TPSH, and he's just flown in from Pakistan, and he's Prince Asid, and if he's watching, hello buddy.
Hello, Prince Asid.
Hello.
So, and he's at the door, and I met him a few times. He's a lovely chap, and you put on the airs and graces as you do with people, and you're sort of like polite and everything like that. And he says, "Oh, I love watching your show on a Thursdays." And oh, so you know what I'm like then. Oh dear. So, yeah. So it's Yeah, it's quite fun. He goes, yeah, well, he said I'll watch it as often as I can. Wow.
You leave my ring modulator out of this, ass your head.
And then I was talking to Ty, I think it was Friday, Thursday or Friday, and he goes, oh, yeah, this will make you laugh. He says, his girlfriend, Philippa, she's been married twice before, and her first husband, Philippa was talking to him and said, they met up and she said, she goes, oh, I'm going out with Ty Unwin now. Do you remember Ty Unwin? He goes, yeah, I remember Ty Unwin. He says, I've seen him on Kent's show. And Philip was there going, what? You know him as well? He goes, yeah. I often watch it. And he lives like millions of miles away. That was like, wow. I mean, wow.
BAFTAs next year.
Oh.
BAFTAs.
No, see, the cat's out of the bag now. I won't be able to do anything. Go, no, we know what you're like. Yeah. Oh, okay. So, yes. So,
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Thank you, pardon. There's a
I tell you
cure
what,
for that, I'm sure.
That virtuoso violin thing
Yes.
that I got.
Bohemian.
Really, really, really cool on the Rolly Block.
Oh.
Very nice, in fact. So, and yeah, it's great. I now have a different track, stroke, sound, or whatever on every single machine in the room, and it's great. Now that we've got MIDI and all this. Ooh, it's really, really nice now. But better still, got a clock that actually works around the room.
Right.
Yeah, bloody things.
Does your CS80 have MIDI in it?
Yeah. Well, that CS80 has MIDI in it. It's technically it's not mine, but I fitted MIDI into that when I sorted it out for him. So I think I must be picking it up later this year or next year. Something
Or the
like
year
that.
after.
Or the year after that. But what he's going to do is when he comes. Well, when he comes to pick it up, he'll drop off one of his other ones, and then I'll do work on that one. And then when he picks that one up, he'll bring his third one, and then work on that one.
Gosh.
And just keep.
And these are meant to be rare.
Not round here, they ain't, mate. Yeah, not round here, they believe, mate.
It's mental, isn't it? It's just super crazy.
Yeah, but it's like when you say to people, go, yeah, I've got a CS80 in the garden. And go, what? Yeah, I've got a CS80 up on the decking.
You think you're joking.
Yeah.
But don't you find you're now limited, only having 16 MIDI channels?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to MIDI too.
Hang on a minute. You can do more than 16 MIDI channels from one computer.
Oh yeah, but I mean, there's certain things where certain machines will
Only do
allow you
16.
to use more than 16 if they were available, or you can do like flagged MIDI where you can have 16A channel and 16B channel. So, because it was one of the things that I ran into with the design on the anaglyph was I was going to need about 64 different MIDI channels on it. Yeah.
But that's where you group it into.
Well, it's got three
blocks.
separate keyboards for a start.
Jesus.
Are you building a GX1?
Oh, it's much bigger than the GX1. Oh God, no. GX1's 8 voice. That's no good. That's no good, mate. So, funny enough, I had somebody ask me about that today. I said, "Are you ever going to build it? Are you going to pay for it?" It's going to cost so much money to build it.
Taking pre-orders.
I tell you what.
Yes. If you've got a spare 50 grand lying around, yeah.
I tell you what. Yeah. I watched. It was sent to me. It was a promotional video. I must be on a list somewhere, and this promotional video come through, and it was a 3D printer. And I'm going, oh, okay, we'll check it out. And I'm looking at this thing, and I'm going, hang on a minute.
I've got one of those.
No. It's a metal 3D printer.
Whoa.
It prints exhausts, impellers, flywheels, you name it, right?
In what? In what
It's
metals?
In metal.
It's
Yeah,
this
what
metal
metals?
metal
Stainless
in resin.
steel and all, you know, stainless steel. Yeah.
Is it
So what it's
vapor
like, it's like
deposition?
It really has arrived.
it's like a really clever, constant TIG welder.
Yeah.
Or
My
MIG
company
welder,
actually makes a 3D printer that way. It takes metal dust
Yeah.
basically,
Mm.
and lasers in the forms, so you can do complex shapes and
Yeah.
internal cuts and all kinds of. They make these little like a rook castle chess piece.
Yeah.
And you can actually do the little chamber, the little staircase inside of it.
Well, this thing in the video, it 3D printed a 4-way, 4-into-1 exhaust manifold. And it was like, wow. I go, I have got to get one of these. So I phoned them. I just immediately phoned them, and they're in Crawley here. And I said, I'm interested in your metal 3D printer.
How
Got
much?
I'm trying to remember. It was a stupid name.
Brian.
Yeah, something like
That's my dad's name.
Colin
I
the
said that 'cause
Colin the
it's my dad's
3D
name.
printer. Yeah.
God.
And it was something like metal Metagy or something. Anyway, I said, he goes, oh yeah, well we do 3 models. We do the small one, the middle one, and the big one. We went, okay, how much is the small one? He went 70,000. Okay, how much is the big one? 180,000.
Yeah, that's like our
Jesus.
technology. It's expensive
Yeah.
stuff.
I go, leave it. What, 6 years? You'd be able to pick one up for 2K.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I had
I'll
no
just
idea that
get the big
technology
resin
was
printer
even
instead.
available.
No, I had no idea either. It's been around a little while.
You know what's cool? Have you seen the one you can make out of copy paper?
No.
There's a German company. I saw them at SIGGRAPH 5 or 6 years ago.
Mm.
There's a German company. They make this thing. You just put in a ream of copy paper, or several reams of copy paper, and with micro knives and special glue,
It will carve it.
sprays
yeah.
and cuts and slices. And they had a human femur. Looked perfect, super rigid, solid. The detail was exquisite. All made from
Wow.
copy paper.
Paper
And
mache.
because it's paper, they can do a finish coat where they can print maps on it and stuff. So there's like relief maps
Bloody
with
hell.
actual printed information on it. It's
So I'm
insane
just
stuff.
going to check where I'm going. Oh, yeah, there it is.
Left at the kneecap. take you right at your ankle.
Yeah.
Let me
Yeah,
just
that's
open up my thigh
pretty
and have a
cool.
look.
So yeah, if I had 80 grand, I'd be laughing. So,
If I had 80 grand, I'd be spending.
Yeah.
yeah.
I think
well,
there'd be an OBX-A in there. Sorry. Just a
At
bit.
80 grand, you can almost afford a CS80.
yeah, almost. Yeah, but I mean, funny enough,
One of those in here.
that OBX-A8, OBX8, I should say.
Yep.
That's about the right price, you know,
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
for what it is.
To use
I'm-
Robbie's phrase, who else has got moisture around the gusset for one of those? Me, I definitely have.
Extremely moist.
There's bound to be one at Super Booth, surely.
I think that's where they're going to probably officially announce it.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Mm. Get in there, Ben.
Well, go on, get yourself down there, Ben, and let us know.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Seek it out.
Hopefully.
You know me from Kent, so.
Yes, actually, yeah. See if you can get a press pass and have it as Mr. Wiggly's bus replacement service.
Actually, yeah. See if you get a press pass.
Oh, we got echo.
Oh, that's. Hey, David, switch your YouTube off. Yeah.
Yeah, I did that where it was running in the background. Mind you, I did that thing, didn't I, where I actually joined the wrong show? That was unbelievable.
You got on the wrong bus.
Ben's
Oh, where's
gone.
he going to on the
What it
crochet
was,
channel?
there's loads of SteamYards available on it, and I'd clicked on the wrong one, and I was the only one there. Going, hello, hello, anybody
You're
there?
back. You're back,
Yeah.
Ben.
Sorry guys,
Ah, but-
I totally lost your audio.
Yeah, back.
Yeah, we were talking about the new Oberheim.
Mm.
Yeah,
Sequential had a stand there last year in some capacity. So in previous years, Dave Smith would have been there himself. I doubt he'd be there this year, and I doubt Tom Oberheim will be there either. But I'm sure somebody will be there demoing it. I'd be very surprised if it's not there in some shape or form.
Yeah, it'd be good.
Yes, it's going to be an expensive week coming up, isn't it? We're just like,
Scary.
only if you've got any money.
well, yeah, quite. I've got nothing.
True
now.
enough. True enough.
It's hard to tell how much new stuff's going to be there. You know, compared to previous years, it's been very quiet. I think in the lead up, in terms of
There's gonna be some stuff.
tidbits were being fed of new releases. So I don't know whether there's going to be
Do you
that
think-
much new stuff there. Maybe I'm wrong.
Do you think people have been just simply keeping stum and waiting and to go? But look at this.
I think it's
with
probably
the
more
Eurorack
that they don't
stuff it is.
they don't want to be the next Behringer, where
Yeah.
they're announcing products and not being able to fulfil them.
Exactly.
I think you might well be right. Simon.
Nobody could be the next Behringer. Come on.
No.
They're special.
Yeah.
But
Interesting
When-
use of the word special.
but when you think how long
That's a special American meaning.
how long it normally takes to develop a product, and it must be so frustrating. You've got a
Oh,
working prototype, you've got all the designs, you might even have the casing already pressed, and you just can't get hold of the
guts.
the chips.
Well, look at Moog. Moog hasn't, they haven't released anything. Make Noise, there's some modular. There's a lot of people that have not released. Long time.
Yeah.
Luckily for them, they had some good designs. That, well, we still have a ton of stuff.
Yeah. We don't need any
That's
more.
scary. Like, do I really want Moog to release something? Oh,
Yeah.
God. Can you imagine if they do Eurorack? Oh, my God.
We are spoiled. We
still-
really are spoiled.
yeah.
You're spoiled.
We still need more mixers.
All of us. I just point over there. I was thinking about this earlier on tonight. The fact that I've got a Eurorack stuff full of things which ostensibly are cheap, but they sound really good.
Oh, it all sounds good.
And that's the issue. Okay, there's a lot of Behringer in here, but if it was crap, if it was really crap and sounded crap, people wouldn't buy it. But it
Behringer,
doesn't.
no, this stuff sounds.
It doesn't.
The Behringer stuff sounds fun.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it. I had the Wasp. I really liked it. It just their biggest problem is they're just not innovative. So really,
Well, I think we're all on pins to see
so that you get kind
when
of glutted with.
Behringer do their own thing.
Yeah.
They need to
they
make
should
more
do.
Eurorack cases, right? They
There's
that
potential build quality too, right? I mean, Kent, you said some of their stuff was questionable, so.
Yeah, but
We're all gonna
sometimes
be
they go for the cheapest, common denominator in terms of things like pots and stuff like that, especially if there's lots of pots on it, and some of them are not great. But there again,
they're not going to be using Alps, are they?
no, this is it. So, if I think it's like everything else. If it's treated well, it'd be fine. But I think it's the same problem they have with the like the pots they're using on the Hydra for the pitch and modulation wheel. They need fucking shooting.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard some stuff about that. I got those B2500 modules, and I've heard some. They're not the greatest made things, but I'm not gonna play them that much. I just want to put them in a case and kind of have a cool little. I think it's amazing they made them, but
Well, you just worry about the longevity, right? I mean, maybe
Yeah.
great today, maybe great next year, but what about 3 years?
But I don't play them like every day. You know what I mean? I play them like once a month, maybe. Those.
Well, I said,
But
like I
they're,
said,
they're
I've
not
got a
difficult
few
to
bits.
repair, though.
I've got a few bits of Behringer stuff downstairs in the bog that's, knobs have come away, with the shaft of the pot, so like, I turned it and it was like, oh. And it just came off.
Yeah, I mean, that I will say, like with the Moog stuff.
Just using it. Just using it normally, and it just came away. What it was is there's on the cheaper pots, what they do is instead of having like a metal top to it, it's like a thin piece of very thin, almost like foil piece of metal that just goes down the side of the pot, and then there's just a few little tags to hold it in place, and you rattle it from side to side, and it just come away in your hand. Don't take a lot.
It's
it's
like a thin copper Woodruff key.
Yeah.
It's like when I had that COG FS700. You know, I had the original prototype. I managed to break the buttons on it. You know, because they were plastic shafts.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Now I don't know whether the production one actually went for a better, for a better switch, but certainly the ones. I mean, I did feed it back to COG that this is a bit of an issue here. You're asking people to spend £1,700, and they've got these little crappy plastic switches. You know.
Yeah. Well, it's the same with the Roland ones. You know, on the Jupiter 8 and stuff like that. If you take the aluminium sleeve off, you got the little plastic shaft, and then it goes very, very thin just before it goes to the actual rocker part of the switch. If you were designing something to break off as easily as possible at that point, that's what you would do. You would reduce the diameter right down, which is what they did on these whoever made those particular switches. So thank God somebody else started making them. God.
Didn't the push buttons on the memory mode go as well?
No, they're fine. The problem they had was they used to be spring loaded, and then there was a note put out to say, oh well, when you're working on a memory mode,
remove the springs.
Remove all the springs because they can shift, and then they short the button out.
Right.
And God, the amount of memory modes I've taken the bloody front panels out of, and they've still got all the springs on them. Going, oh fucking hell, I've got to take all these bastards out now. Yeah, I mean, I bought a load of Texas Instrument calculators to nick all the bubble displays out of.
Oh yes.
For memory modes. So I've still got a few left, thank God, because I've got one in which the display has gone. Well, a couple of letters have gone on it. I think it goes "ma" when you turn it on.
I used to love those bubble LED displays.
Yeah, because they're actually really, really tiny, and then got that massive magnifier over the top of them.
Yeah.
So if
Very
we didn't
low
have
power
that,
as well.
it'd be so small. You go, what's that say? Tiny, tiny little writing. Bloody things.
But it's a good way to learn electronics. If you've got a cheap module that one of the pots has broken off, to take it apart. What are you going to do? You're not going to break it more, are you? Have a go.
Yeah, this is it. So I've got there's a Trident 2 that I've got to do tomorrow. I go, oh God, it's such a bloody heavy thing, big lumpy bloody thing it is. And it, like I say, it's a string synth with technically it's a Poly 6 in it, and I think even the brass synth is part of the divide down. It just goes through a different filter, and it's sort of like, God, why does it have to be so pigging big and heavy? Its end cheeks are like 3 inches deep. big bastard.
Is this the Trident?
Yeah, Trident 2, yeah.
We were talking about that on Ramsey's yesterday.
Yeah, it's got all those SSM.
You got 3 in the bog or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, there's, I think, well, there's 2 of them are dead in the garage, and then there's one in the shed here that's I have to do tomorrow, along with an Oscar. God, Jesus Christ, Oscar. Is that a fucking car crash in a box or what? It really. Oh,
Have
it really
they got point-to-point wiring in them?
No. What it does, it has this between the digital board and the analog. We call it an analog. It's pot board. Is this multi-way? I think it's about 30 pin that goes into a little socket, but it can flex, and they dry joint and they break, and then it's it doesn't work properly. What a big surprise! So I'll have to change the touts and caps in it on the power supply, and then hardwire the 2 boards together.
Can you not use IDC cables?
There isn't enough room. Not enough room. It's designed that way because the distance between the front panel and the circuit board is tiny. The irony is, underneath the circuit board, you could park a car underneath it. There's so much bloody room. But everything's like cramped above the boards.
Not a Chrysler kind of.
Yeah. I tell you what, there was one of those V8 BMWs out the front here today.
M5.
Fire to it.
Mm.
Which one?
5 Series.
Yeah, no, tell like might have been a 5 Series, but it looked long. It looked quite big, so might have been the. Did they do
Could have been
7 still?
740,
Yeah,
750.
Okay.
A lot of them were V12s as well.
Yeah, because it was a big girl.
Pointless.
Is this the local drug dealer then? Or?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Fiona's got a new motor.
yeah.
Fiona's got a new motor.
She said to me today anyway. She said she's still a massive fan of the smart car.
She's the one.
Did it belong
Yeah.
to the, did
She's
it belong to
such
the
a fan.
Saxophone lady?
I used to work with someone who had a.
Say again, Ben.
Maybe it belonged to the saxophone lady.
Yeah.
I used to work with someone who had a smart 4 where the front seats could turn around and face the back seats.
Yeah.
Made for
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah.
So,
Or it needs
yeah,
a little
odd
coffee
things.
table and you're laughing.
I
Are they still owned
I
by
can wear one on
Mercedes?
each foot.
Yeah.
You could,
Yeah, because hers was soft top as well.
Oh
you
god.
could do it without looking like a clown.
I tell you what, it's really good for parking. You can just leave it in a pedal bin by the
Just
shop.
drive it in.
You just go in the door, can I have a pack of fags, please? And back out.
Well, I saw today someone driving an original Trojan three-wheeler. Like,
Oh, bloody hell.
very similar to a Messerschmitt, a bubble car.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And
Wow.
it's an absolute joy to look at. Just beautiful little car. And little being the operative word. I mean, I could carry
You
it under
wouldn't be
one
able to
arm.
get in it.
But surprisingly sprightly.
Yeah. But,
Like a Kia Picanto, may I
There's no weight,
say.
yeah.
you see, Fiona went from that little Smart 4.4 to the Chrysler. So that's why every single panel on it has got a scrape.
Like a roller skate to an A380, isn't it?
Yeah.
Jesus.
So every corner is shorter than it should be. Yeah.
Because somebody offered me a lovely set of spoke wheels, alloys for the car, and it was a good price as well. And I went, nah, Fiona drives that car. She'll be rubbing that down on every curbstone between here and bleeding Croydon. Nah, forget it.
I hate it when you do that.
Be cheaper to
Yeah.
3D print them.
Yeah, yeah, that's it. But oh mate, yeah, she's pinched the tyres, reversing and sort of like rode up the curb and pinched the front tyre, which now constantly goes flat. Have to pump it up every morning, and I should get it sorted out, but I cannot be bothered at the moment. I really can't. But poor old car.
I was coming home from.
Oh, you've got your new toy, haven't you?
Yeah.
Oh, yes,
That was. It's funny because I was coming home. We'd gone into Norwich because it was my daughter's birthday on Friday, so we took her out, shopping and for lunch and everything.
Yeah.
Met our eldest and his new partner and everything. We just mooched around. Then had to go to Galston, which is just outside Great Yarmouth, to pick up an AV receiver that I bought on eBay just to kind of to replace another one. And I'm coming back down these kind of sort of small country roads between sort of Galston and here, and I'm behind this like a VW, like a small SUV type thing. And we're coming down this long straight piece of road, and there's a red Transit or some Transit type van on the verge, parked on, and just a little bit sticking out in the road. But it's a straight road. It's clear. I can see this thing.
Yeah.
And I'm looking. She's not. Oh shit! I say she. It was a he actually. He's not moving. He's not moving over. Bang! Massive. Two wing mirrors just like explode and glass going everywhere. How they just? It's just impossible. But the amazing thing was I was testing out this adaptive cruise control, which I've never had before, where it scans the road ahead of you and can see the vehicle in front of you and keep you the same distance, and it adjusts the speed. And it was brilliant because we got to this set of traffic lights, and I said to Jackie, right, I have got no feet on the pedals whatsoever. Let's see what happens here. And of course the car just comes to this perfect stop, and then even goes into shuts the engine down in blue motion mode, and then as soon as the car in front pulls away, I start up again, and the car pulls away. I'm not even touching a thing. It's just incredible. But this thing happened in front of me, and I was travelling, at safe distance behind. But my car saw that car slow down rapidly enough to apply the brakes, give me enough time to just steer around. It was incredible. Really impressed with it. But it's I love new car. Taking it out for getting used to it, sitting with the manual like I did this afternoon, working out how to use all the gadgets and stuff. And
I think the Chrysler has a "Yo bitch, get out of the way" button on the dashboard.
I've managed to find the setting on mine, because it's got sports mode and like an eco mode and a normal mode and comfort mode and whatever. And if I select the sports mode, shut up Siri. If I select the sports mode, it brings up these extra dials on the center console that gives me a G-force reading, turbo pressure, and how much horsepower is being put through the wheels and stuff. I was like, put your eyes on the fucking road. Stop looking at the fancy dials, because it's so distracting. But no, it's I'm
Death
chuffed
in
to
a
bits with it.
button.
I know, chuffed to bits with it. Though. Bloody ought to
I'm
be.
going to
I went
go
into the
find
dealer,
Mercy.
picked it up, and we're doing the final bits of paperwork, and he said, right, let's just sort out the road tax. I'm like, yep, no problem at all. So he taps it all in, and he turns the screen around,
£800.
and he says, how would you like to pay your road tax? And I said, well, I do it normally just by direct debit, so I'll do that. And I looked at it. The total price for the 1 year on this vehicle was 520 quid. 546 if I want to pay monthly.
Jeez.
And I said, no, I think you put the wrong registration in there. Surely you have. And he said, yeah. And he was being totally genuine. He had a look around, and we went through it, and no, he put the right one in. And I said, no, that can't be right. I went on the government website the other day, and like all vehicles built after 2017, it's a flat rate.
They're Euro 6 compliant engines,
Yeah,
aren't they?
so it's a flat rate, 165, petrol or diesel, as long as it's compliant. It's a flat rate across the board. There's none of this emissions. You pay a little bit extra. The more emissions your car kicks out. And I said, it's 165, and he said, oh yeah. And then he goes off and asks someone. It turns out the government slap an extra levy on any vehicle that at new, which mine isn't. Mine's 4 years old. At new was a list price of over 40,000 quid. And the levy is 355 on top of your standard tax for the first 5 years of the car's life.
Shit.
And of course, I've bought it year 4, and nobody flipping told me about it. And I'm sat there, and he looks at me and says, "Well, what would you like to do?" I said, "Well, we've gone all the way through this, and I've psyched myself up, and we've signed all the paperwork. I'm not going to stop now." But Jesus Christ!
Wow, so
I mean, that could have
get
bought you
all
2
that
tanks of
Chrysler.
fuel.
I get all that Chrysler. I get all that Chrysler for another 70 quid.
Bloody hell.
Oops.
So yeah, lesson learned there. Check the list price of the vehicle you're buying.
You trusted the government.
Yeah, well, no, the thing is, I looked on the page, and if you go on the vehicle tax page or whatever it is, and you scroll down, you see the big tables. They're all there, and it says, any car built after 2017 or April 2017, here's your rates, and it's just like flat rate across the board, unless you're electric, and then it's obviously zero for now anyway.
Yeah.
But right down the bottom, if your car was valued over £40,000 list price, you have to pay this extra for the first 5. I'm not sure. I need to go back and reread it. It's either the first 5 years or 5 years after the first year's registration. Yeah. So basically for 1 or 2 years, I'm going to be stung for this stupid rate of tax, even though it's a low emissions vehicle.
But aren't they going for extended MOTs now?
Yeah, there's all sorts they're changing. But I was reading about the tax. They trying to justify changing it again because they obviously, more and more people are making cars that are more efficient, less polluting, and so their previous system of taxing the most polluting cars is no longer really bringing any revenue in. So how else do we screw money out of the buggers?
I wish they'd put the bloody highway code back to how it was, because I'm sure, I am absolutely certain that there are going to be more cyclist deaths because they are riding around like fucking idiots at the moment. They really do think they own the road, and I can see carnage ahead.
What concerned me about those
how many have you
recent
killed
changes
so far, Sassy?
How many have I killed? That would
But
be
the thing
telling.
is, when they
like
did that
Fiona
change
found
last
out-
year,
Yeah.
when they did that change last year with pedestrians and cycles having a priority, even I haven't fully kind of
Yeah, if you're
stuck it in
turning
my
left at a junction, a pedestrian or a cyclist has right of way.
yeah,
right away.
which is kind of like how it is, in certainly in America,
France, isn't it?
Same in Germany.
the cars stop.
Yeah.
They stop and you have to go. But what concerned me was there was about 2 days of this in the news, new thing coming in, highway code, and then just nothing. And something like that is, you're going to have a lot of people on the road that either didn't bother looking or just didn't see. And there's no kind of driver retraining or anything that you could specifically do to. It's concerning. I mean,
Wasn't there a bloke done? It was a week or two ago. He was driving in one direction, and a cyclist was coming the other direction, and it was on a single carriage road, and he's been fined because he drove too close to the cyclist. So what? If you're in a car, you're meant to pull over and stop and wait for the
I mean, as a part-time,
mammal to drive past.
as a very, very part-time cyclist, and my wife does a lot of cycling, I am acutely aware of the fragility of a human on a small thing.
Yeah.
And I will always give them as much space as possible, slow down, whatever. I don't care what the guy behind me thinks. I'll always give them as much as possible. And to say that all cyclists are, whatever you want to call them.
Equally.
Cunts.
Yeah. Well, okay, say what you like, but that's like saying all BMW drivers are wankers
Yeah,
because
they
don't
are.
use their
Yeah,
indicators.
They are.
No, they're not.
Behringer owners.
No, but I mean, or actually, it's Audi owners now, isn't it? More than BMW owners, which is probably why I've never bought an Audi, because I just don't want to be tarred with that brush. But they're not all bad. I know lots of good BMW drivers, lots of good Audi drivers, but cyclists, there is this batting of heads when it comes to their use. And to be perfectly honest, you drive around Milton Keynes, you will not see a cyclist on the road anywhere because they have a proper cycling network, and
but
the cycles are
Milton
not
Keynes was
anywhere on the road.
designed like that.
Well, yeah.
Exactly. So
That's the problem we have here. Well, in Boulder, it's people coming from around the world to train because of the altitude, and it's a big deal here. We lose probably a cyclist a year. But I will
That
say,
can be improved.
don't make me say something bad about Behringer again. It's my only retort. But to your point, Rob, the problem is the roads just aren't built for both. And it's just it's a mess, right? It's like in the cities they're kind of trying to redesign them, but then you go into a city like DC and it was one way. All of a sudden they got these bike lanes on the right, and I'll tell you, I drive there now. I got no idea what I'm supposed to do anymore. I'm driving. I'm like, I don't know what's going on. But there goes the bus. But there goes, and I just I'm like, when do I get over? I have no idea anymore. So you just kind of putz along. But they have the right of way.
It's the arrogance of people who really don't seem to understand the fragility of the position they're in. A 1.5 ton car moving at 30 miles an hour is not something you want to deliberately put yourself in front of.
But how many people have you watched? I know here we got all these crosswalks by the stores. How many times do you see people, they walk by, they don't even look?
Yeah, they're on their phones, they've got headphones
or they
on.
just refuse to look because they don't have to. And I
It's the
think,
same-
that's a pretty silly way to live your life. To your point, and I just go, that's
I don't
interesting.
trust anyone to do shit.
But it's
No,
people that
exactly.
people
Well, my
that-
driving
normal
instructor
cyclists
taught me
out here.
many years ago when I first had my driving lessons, and he said you treat everybody else on the road, no matter whether they're a pedestrian, a car driver, lorry driver, bus driver, cyclist, you treat them as an absolute idiot.
Yes.
You think that or presume that they are going to do something stupid, and you drive accordingly.
Yeah, defensive
And-
driving.
Yeah, and it has paid off. driving with that in mind, and it's
Yeah, I got
No, I prefer the "here comes my Chrysler, get out of the fucking way" approach.
Oh, we get that with the big pickup trucks.
Yeah.
Well, there's a famous video from China of a street scene, security camera, and a little moped type guy trying to blow past this truck, and the truck didn't see him, ran right over.
Yeah.
You know, and people just think they're invincible, and they have the right of way. We're supposed to share the road, but sharing the road means sharing the road. You don't get to take over the fucking road whenever you want to.
Yeah.
It's like we had this big thing some years ago. Now I guess it's still a problem, although there has been a lot of awareness around it, especially driving around large urban areas, particularly London, where lorry drivers were unable to see the cyclist edging up on the inside of them, and so when they turn and pick up the cyclist or run him over or whatever, the poor lorry driver's at fault. But surely, as a cyclist, you think, hang on, that's about 100 times bigger than me and can kill me like that.
Yeah, they need
Just
defensive
pay a little
riding
bit of
just like they need
respect.
defensive driving.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and the thing is, I guess it's the same anywhere in the world. You can jump on a bicycle and ride on any public road without any,
Training,
obviously,
license, registration,
obviously
insurance.
not motorways and all that kind of stuff, but you can, without any training, without any license, without any insurance, without anything. You don't even have to. I don't think is legal to wear a helmet.
No.
So you could just jump, and we used to do that, but many years ago. But it was a lot less dangerous on the roads. It was still quite dangerous, but
we did cycling proficiency at school.
Yeah, but you didn't
taught.
have to do that. That was done because kids were getting killed.
But we were always told, keep out of the way of cars and trucks.
Exactly.
I mean,
Which one's going to come off best? You or it?
I'll tell you what, they should introduce if they're going to introduce new laws, they should introduce laws where a driver goes to prison, not fined, prison, every time you see somebody brake test a semi.
Yes.
They should bang those fuckers up.
Oh, the Jake brakes? Yeah.
Well, how about the fact that the electric cars are so quiet? Man, they come around the corner.
Quite scary.
It's terrifying. It's like you.
Yeah.
Well, aren't there some cars that actually generate a noise field of some
true.
description?
Richard Devine noises from the Jaguar Jeep.
It's the Jag, wasn't it? Yeah.
But we have an added problem around here too. There's a group of people called critical mass, and they're a bunch of cyclists that think they should pretty much do whatever they want to on the road, and they actually will literally come out in the thousands, at least several hundred people, block traffic for who knows how long, thinking, well, we're just protesting to show that we have a right to be here too. It's like, that's not sharing the road. That's just being a douchebag.
Yeah. That sounds like a job for my Chrysler.
Right? Just pour right through the.
I'm all for cycling.
That's a job for Sasquatch in the Chrysler. That is.
Or Death Race 2000. Yeah.
That's why I want an old Land Rover with a nice steel girder for a front bumper.
Bull bars. Yeah. Are they still illegal? Bull bars over here? I don't know.
You can get cosmetic-looking ones, but if you have an older sort of 2 or 3 series Land Rover, you can basically put steel spikes on the front if you want.
Paper ones.
I don't know.
But they're still tiny compared to things like a twin axle F350 or something. I mean, those trucks are massive.
2 axle Fs. That sounds wrong.
Exactly. Yes.
I did think that for a second.
Part of the problem is a lot of people
Sorry.
with vehicles
apologize.
are working. They're going to work or doing something, and it's not just that. So you get all these bikers like, yeah, we want to have the road, and yeah, I'm all for biking too. It's great, but it's kind of like you're missing the point. Like, this is kind of like. All these people going to work, just like, please leave them alone. Let them get to work. They can't work around the corner, and it's
I
not.
get freaked out if I get on my bike, which is very infrequent. But I get freaked out just driving around the countryside here, because you don't know what's coming around the corner because you can't see because of trees and hedges and cows and shit, and you can't see. But I would never get on my push bike and ride around a city centre.
No.
I'd rather walk.
I mean, we've got the Wolds here, and if you go out on a push bike, and you'll go down a one lane track, and there'll be a 4x4 coming the other way at 60 miles an hour.
Yeah.
You know, I've seen it loads of times.
Sutton Bank.
Yeah.
Well, I love it when you get out into the country roads and they're all de-restricted. They're all 60 mile an hour on single track. It's brilliant.
Yeah, rally roads.
Why would you?
Oh,
I love going on the
love
autobahn.
them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Fun.
I definitely think speed limits on motorways should be increased dramatically. I think having driven down to see Mac and having motorways running at bloody 40 miles an hour for 30 miles, I'm sorry, that's just taking the piss now.
I'll have to get the vocoder out, Andy.
It's funny talking about electric cars piping out car noise. But there was Ford used to have, even with their sort of diesel and petrol engines, pipe a noise into the cabin through the stereo of a more beefier engine. It's just like, what? Just kind of like...
My answer to that is get a more beefier engine.
That's just, I mean...
Or a Kia Picanto.
Just give you one with a little hamburger smell or something.
My friend's got a Golf R32, and he's just had a new exhaust put on it, and he's odd, you know. He's in his 50s, very middle class, very well to do.
He should have his balls cut off.
But he went and got this. He bought this exhaust, and he specifically wanted one that didn't have a lot of resonance on it, so he chose this specific model. But he's in his 50s. His level of kind of resonance tolerance is slightly different to, say, the average sort of boy racer. Anyway, he has this thing put on.
Twat round here. Jeez.
And he put his foot down, and the noise in the cabin was deafening. So God knows what it was like on the outside. He actually wrote to the manufacturer of the exhaust and basically said, I think your definition of high or low resonance is somewhat off. And they actually said, no, look, if you get it removed, we'll take it back and we'll send you the next one down or something. But he said it's nice. It is nice when you're driving a car that's got a pretty beefy engine. The sound is part of the whole experience. But piping it in, I suppose.
Honestly, I get sick of them round here with their bloody
we have them here
sports
as well.
exhaust. They're like absolute dickheads.
Yeah, but when you see the car go past, it's a
big time.
It's a tiny Vauxhall Corsa or something.
I mean, just drill a bloody hole in the manifold or something. It'll sound the same. Just like...
Do you know, I did. I took a car in for an MOT once, and I got it back, and I was driving down. I thought, what have they done? It sounds really good. So, and then I popped the bonnet. They hadn't put the air filter case back on properly, so it was, but it sounded really good. And I thought, maybe there is something to put in drilling a few holes in the air filter case.
I remember the days before catalytic converters when we could straight pipe the engines, and you could get a Mini sounding like a Ferrari.
Oh yeah.
Well, they still do that with MX-5s anyway.
Yeah. I was telling my wife, we were driving around Norwich, and I went past this garage. I said, I almost bought a car from there. It was a little Honda Beat. It was one of the Japanese K-Class cars. So the engine's like 667cc or something stupid.
Brilliant little cars.
Oh, man, that was a fantastic... It was a little two-seater, and it had a really good hi-fi in it, I seem to remember. But that was it. It was just this little two thing. And I felt like I was driving, not that I've ever driven a Ferrari, but I felt like I could be driving a Ferrari because it was so small, yet this tiny engine was just, it was powerful, and it was just so much fun. And yet 666cc, I mean... The fuel costs are minimal. The insurance and the tax would be fairly small on that, but hugely impractical. But still, one day.
We haven't lived until you've driven a DAF 55.
Yes.
I've driven a DAF 55.
Unbelievable things. Aren't they? They go as fast in reverse as they do forward.
Yeah.
The one I test drove on, we were going to buy it, and it had no brakes. It was scary as hell.
Did you see that little cog?
Well, the brakes were inboard as well. They weren't outboard. They were inboard brakes, like on the 2CV.
Because on the gear stick it's drive and reverse, isn't it?
Yeah.
And just near the bottom of that gear stick, there's a slot with a cog in it, and that's part of your gearbox. So you engage it into the engine to drive forward, or engage it into the reverse part of the gearbox to go backwards. No clutch, just go. Right, that'll do it.
Right, I'm going to drop off for a couple of hours.
Original
I'll be back
CVT
soon.
engine. Cheers, Rob. Yeah, it was the
Take
original
care, Rob.
CVT with the metal band between the
Yeah.
Cool.
the
Cheers, Robbie.
wheels.
I mean, the
Nobody
first,
else going to say do the Mussolini in response to Daff? Just thought I'd chuck that in there.
Go on.
Oh,
that killed the conversation.
You're going to have to explain that one, Andy.
Daff. Deutsch-Amerikanische Freundschaft. They were signed to Mute, and they had a track called "Do the Mussolini Head Kick."
sorry. You've
Oh,
again.
right. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Kent.
Yeah.
I'm not being...
Sorry. Yeah, it took a little
No.
time for me to
Speak to
for that to
Daniel
drop
Miller.
in.
He'll know about that,
Yeah.
seeing as he signed them.
Well, who didn't he
Tungsten
sign?
Mussolini, yeah, Native VS has done it. Yeah, Tungsten Mussolini. Yeah, thanks, Native VS. I'm not going completely totally bonkers. They were from Dusseldorf, by the way, too. Daft.
Yeah, there you go.
Deutsch-Amerikanische Freundschaft.
Yeah, it's funny because when I saw one of the, I think it was a 12-inch, and I mean,
You're
that's
surrounded-
like the car.
Yeah, I Sings just said, you're surrounded by Philistines, Andy. Oh dear, what have I done?
It's true.
It's true. Yeah, Ian, you're anything but. I have listened and I know you're anything but.
They weren't exactly mainstream, though, were they?
No.
No,
No,
no.
they weren't.
They were quite popular for a little while. I think they must have had some sort of debut single out, and they were everywhere for a while.
Yeah, I mean, the weird thing is that actually Nitsa Ebb did what they were doing better. It sounds awful to say, but it's true. You know, that sort of drum machine and sequence of bass line while somebody rants over the top. Nitsa Ebb did better. So,
Oh man.
but yeah.
I know what I was going to ask you, Andy, and that was
Oh shit.
about
Here we go.
about the last time you had COVID.
The last time.
How
I've
did
had
it
it-
start? And you were
How did
testing
it start?
negative for ages, weren't you?
No,
Oh.
no, not at all.
All right.
As
It
far
was
as
me that
I've only
tested
had
negative.
I've only had COVID once, according
Right.
to the tests that I've done. That was
Yeah.
in December of last year, and I was feeling a bit grotty. I had a phone call from a colleague who said, "I've tested positive for COVID. I just thought I'd let you know." And I thought, "Oh shit!" I'm going, "Well, I better do a test." And I did it, and I did the COVID test, and it went immediately. And I'd done one a couple of days before, which was negative, because we were testing pretty regularly, even back only 5-6 months ago. So, and I, on that Saturday afternoon after Ramsey's show, I got that phone call and I did the test, and it went straight. The bar came straight
right.
across. I was like, "Oh shit!" And then I went and had the
PCR.
PCR test at the place down the road.
Cool.
So, yeah, blimey,
It's
who's
just-
opening crisps?
I know.
just-
What
yeah,
flavour are they? Suspect.
I mean, when I
Sassy, what you doing?
Sorry, just opening a plastic bag.
Some ASMR
Get
time.
a crisp.
yeah.
Yeah.
when I had
Trenton Rustler.
Well, I mean, Grace had it. Grace had it a week or so ago, and I'd been in the same room as Grace doing the last jam that we did, and I thought, well, I must have had it, and yet I've just tested negative.
So,
And
so
now I've got.
It's
no
funny
symptoms,
when Jane had it, she had it like 3 weeks before me, and I was testing negative all the time that she had it, and then we were both clear for about a week, and then I started to feel grotty. Took a test, was negative. Took a test the following day, and there was the thinnest of lines. But you had to use a torch to see it, And then after that, I had it. Every line was for next
It's
7 or 8 days.
So obviously I had my gig the other weekend, and I thought if I'm going to get it, it's going to be from this. And then, so I tested on Friday and was negative. Started feeling grotty on yesterday, and then today still feeling grotty. Tested again, negative. But although funny story about this is, oh god, I have like the worst gag reflex. I literally was swabbing my throat. And I threw up all down myself.
Oh man.
Oh no.
Insult to injury.
I know. It's just like
You want those ones that you just do with your nose. Cause
Yeah, I've got ones that you just do your nose as well. But
Well, I
this
got
is
it
the last of
the
the ones
first
that you
time.
do with the throat.
Oh.
I got it the first time round. Holy shit! You didn't
Yeah, I
need to
did
do a
too.
test.
No,
Christ
it was
Almighty!
You just had to live.
Brutal.
Hey, Jim, it's good that you don't have a good gag reflex. You have a
It's a
good
different
career. You don't
disease,
have a
Ken,
career in
isn't it?
politics then. So
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, the nose though. Oh, the nose is horrible.
Oh yeah, I know. It's all-
But yeah. The worst thing is I just had a shower as well, and just like,
Oh, bugger, back we go.
I know.
Oh, no.
So, dear.
Get all the chunks off. No, that's
Stick it in an
not
omelette.
good. Stop eating raw fish, Mrs. Wiggly.
Oh. Good
Nothing
grief.
wrong with raw fish.
It's the best way to eat it.
Yeah.
It is.
Yep.
I'm sure the fish will disagree.
I mean, in
Yeah.
fact, if it's still wiggling, it's,
it's good
just
for the
about
nematodes,
perfect.
that's for sure.
No. Sorry.
there are plenty of things that can kill you. I mean, a bit of raw flesh never hurts
Well,
anyone.
isn't that your diet, Sasquatch? Just like going through rivers and picking out the fish.
Yep, salmon hunting. It's,
Dead cyclists.
You got to throw the bears over salmon. That's it.
I do like my meat served blue. I like it still twitching and bleeding on the plate.
Yeah, you might be taking that Avatar a little too seriously there. Jim.
Yeah.
No, I
Yeah.
do. I like the flavour and texture of a properly cooked
Just
steak.
be careful when you travel. You don't want trematodes. Those are really nasty.
As long as you're not wiping your ass with leaves, you're all right.
What? You meant to wipe?
Well, eventually,
So juicy, sweet.
rub yourself up against a tree or something.
Juicy, sweet. Yes, my precious.
I don't even know what's going on.
That's a good doll in there. I like
Yeah,
that.
welcome to the club.
Sorry. Thanks, Sass. Thanks, Synthetic. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. You keep.
Oh, brilliant! Actually, you need to take a photo of that for me, and I'll use that as my new gift.
Brilliant. That's all.
Oh,
God.
no.
Keep nasty potatoes.
Sorry. I'm sorry. enough now.
Oh, dear.
I gotta
No,
get going. So on that note, everybody have a.
All right, buddy.
David.
Good luck.
See you, David.
Man.
Cheers, David. Have a good week.
Take care, chappy.
Take care.
I think Andrew Brooks has lost the plot. Yes, I probably have. Or I'm just trying to recite the Lord of the Rings in 2 minutes, which is not really very clever.
It's just a side effect of being a teacher in the UK, I think, to be honest.
Oh, that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but can you do a good impression of Ian McKellen? That's the thing.
You shall not pass.
Yes, you are constipated. Yeah.
I suppose you must be quite grateful that none of your pupils actually watch this, then, Andy.
How do you know?
Sass?
I bet half his class are watching it.
I think I found it. Oh, the one or two have found the. I've had a couple of comments, but yeah, hey, when you do,
They might be afraid to comment and get their grades marked down. So
Yeah.
It doesn't work like that. We don't. Yeah.
Well, this whole Kent Spong, can you tell me what's wrong thing is now following me around like a lost
course it
puppy.
is.
It's everywhere now. So, man.
Back to the Maris Pipers, isn't it?
Oh, man alive.
Well,
I don't know.
I heard on the radio today they're talking about doing exams online now rather than written tests.
How could that possibly go wrong?
Yeah,
No.
exactly.
How
If
could that
that's not going to
possibly-
get farmed out somewhere. You know.
Google.
Yeah, cut and paste. I wonder how that works.
Yeah. Papers marked in China.
Well,
right.
when I used to work at the university, we used to do online assessment in exam conditions. So you stick 30 students in an IT room, and you've got 4 invigilators going around the room, and they'd have to do an online test. Usually multi-choice. You know, as part of a final exam.
Yeah.
Well, they're guaranteed
Multiple choice.
25%.
It's a university as part of a final exam, and they talk about dumbing down. Seriously, Ian?
Yeah.
God, yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, I was going to ask. So Brooksy, do you have essay questions most of the time, or do you guys do?
I spent Friday doing speaking exams, and it was the kids in a room with me, with one of those little recorders. It was an Olympus MP3 recorder, and I fire them the questions, and they have to answer. I mean, they sort of know what's coming in advance because I've prepared them for it. That's
exactly.
the point of my job. But they come in, they sit down, they don't know quite what they're going to get, and then you press record and you jump straight in. And yeah, and to be fair, my group this year, there were absolutely no disasters, for which I'm absolutely thankful. And a lot of them did really, really, really well. If any are watching now, well done, kids. Did a good job. I'm not much making that up. But it was speaking tests, Prometheus. You get a bit dubious if you say you're coming in here to do your oral these days. So you're coming in here to do a speaking exam. Sit down, shut up, and do right. So and it's on the spot. I mean, the kids hate speaking exams. It's the single most stressful, anxiety-inducing process ever designed by humankind.
And what about for the kids?
Well, and for them too, because I mean, I haven't done them in 2 years. We haven't had any of these for 2. So I'm thinking, they're going, Christ on a bike. How do I do this again? What do I have to do? How do I do it? But then again, you fall back into the routine. You get back into it. And actually, I had a great day on Friday. But I've got to be on the ball from 9 o'clock in the morning to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, right the way through. Because I've got to be I've got to try my best to get the best out of them.
Yeah.
And I do that via my questioning, rewording, emphasising, picking up on what they've said, asking another question, and it's really intense. And I was absolutely shagged out on Friday, But I had a really brilliant day. It was a day where I go, yeah, that was really, that was great. I enjoyed that. That went well. No kids left the room in floods of tears. So that's always a bonus. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, and that's it. I mean, because a speaking exam is a performance.
Yeah.
And if they've not prepared, like going on stage to go, ta-da, look at me, I'm la la la. I tell them that. It's like you're getting up on stage to sing with your band. If you don't know the words, you're going to look like an idiot, aren't you? Or an actor going on stage to perform a play. So, yeah, prepare yourself. Because in a history exam, you're just another bum on a chair in a hall full of 1,001 other bums on chairs in a hall. And nobody's looking at you directly, but in a speaking test, they're under the microscope. Warts and all. So, anyway, there you go.
But as a student, you have to be quite committed to do something like German anyway. You're not necessarily going to get the slackers, are you?
God, you think.
They've
got a slot on their timetable.
Yeah.
90% of them have to do a language. So some of them have chosen, I'll do German because Brooks is
because French is too hard. Yeah, right.
I mean, if you suffer from Dunning-Kruger, you're going to think you're great at everything. So you're going to get people in all things. So.
You definitely do get them. I mean, they're not doing it just because it's an option. I wish, part of me wishes it was, and part of me wishes it wasn't. I can't make my mind up. So.
I probably know more French than I know German, actually.
Yeah, same for me.
Well, I think I learnt more French
Said the man in Berlin.
from actually going to France.
Yeah.
You know, the lessons I had just gave me the absolute basics, but actually going to France, it's amazing how quickly you pick it up, and how many similar words that, I mean, there were 50,000 shared words between French and English, so you can slip into it quite easy, as long as you're not in Paris.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, you say the 50,000, yeah, but the 150 that we use the most are all Germanic, so they're like German, and the same is true. So, but it's all the pretentious Latinate ones that end in ion. L'ascension. All right, okay, fine.
No, I prefer Spanish. We just shout and point at things, put an O on the end of every word.
Yeah.
That's a lot easier to do.
Yeah, definitely.
Givo
Boing-
mio
boingio.
dato biro.
Yeah, boingio.
Gringo.
Boingio.
Hurry up, Will.
Oi, oi, oi.
Yeah, and don't think the kids don't try that one too, because that's funny.
It's
Mind you,
difficult to do in German, though.
What, put an O on the end of everything? Yeah, you really wouldn't. Now, in German, you stick EN on the end of everything. Ich bin, I am, and no, I can't even do it. So.
Bennen.
Yeah, how long have you been in Berlin, Ben? And do you speak German yet?
Just over 4 years, and I don't really speak a lot. I make lots of excuses for this, but most of my friends aren't German. For a start, I work in construction with guys from various parts of Europe, not Germany. So usually the main site language is English. And yeah, I have one German colleague.
He
So
speaks
that's my
English.
excuse.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he speaks brilliant English. He's been in America for a while. So, and plus I work ridiculous hours, so I don't have time to do evening lessons or night school or whatever. So, yeah, but I pick up more every week. When I have to go in situations where I maybe work on my own somewhere, I'm forced to do it and learn very quickly on the spot. So I like to be in the deep end, but when I'm in the comfort zone of the environment where people speak English, it's not really helping my German come along. Put it like that. But great in restaurant situations and things like that. That's easy, but general day-to-day conversation, it's just embarrassing, to be honest. Has to come along greatly. But in Berlin,
£25 an hour for lessons, Ben.
Actually, the last time I went to Ireland and to see family, I couldn't understand a bloody word any of them were saying, and they couldn't understand me. So, and apparently they were speaking English as well, but it wasn't working out at all. It really wasn't.
yeah. Well, like where I come from, Kent, you could travel 5 miles to be a totally different accent, and another 5 miles to a different accent.
Yeah.
And I don't understand them sometimes either, so it's not.
Ben
just...
does lessons at 25 quid an hour.
Yeah. My uncle's very soft-spoken. My uncle's very soft-spoken. He's relatively easy to understand because of it.
Witty.
It takes a couple of hours, and you get the gist.
Where's he from, Kent?
The family's based in Wicklow.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, a little seaside town at Arklow.
Arklow, yeah.
Yeah.
Very good.
So, spent many a summer there.
So, famously, a friend of my brother's...
You're jumping in, Grace. Come on, jump in.
Yeah.
I know you're in Glasgow in a hotel room. Sorry,
You're
Grace
right.
has just landed in the chat.
He comes from southwest Ireland, County Kerry, and he was up visiting one time, and one of our neighbours happened to be there in the house, and my neighbour told the guy from Kerry, "Can you slow down? I don't understand a word you're saying." He says, "You just need to listen faster."
Yeah.
What an answer.
So,
Yeah.
I always remember that, you just need to be one step ahead of what they're probably saying.
Yeah.
I love
my
that.
family name's Irish. I don't know a word of Gaelic, so.
Irish is a total different kettle of fish.
I think the only expression that my auntie told me was "poke my hole."
Kiss my ass.
Yeah, kiss my ass. And she got me a T-shirt with it as well. When it had a picture of a donkey on it, but just to... it's none the wiser. Go, like the new T-shirt? And they go, oh yeah, great.
It's a donkey.
Yeah.
Tough language.
Mm.
Don't recommend it.
Actually, a friend of mine comes from Northern Ireland. I don't know what part of Northern Ireland he comes from, but you really find yourself leaning forward and squinting slightly when he's talking.
That could be anywhere.
Yeah, but it was like very tired, you know. That's all I think about. And he spoke very, very quickly as well. I got change up, guys. I know that. No. And he goes, "What? Sorry? What did you just say?"
Careful, Kent. I'll make you first minister if you're not careful.
Oh, there's a job I don't want.
What a disaster.
Well, it's like Glaswegian as well. Glaswegian can be incredibly difficult to understand.
Yeah, it can be. Yeah, absolute.
You go to somewhere like the Western Isles, and they're speaking absolutely perfect English.
Or Isla, I was there. Isla, gee, didn't understand a word those people said for the whole 2 weeks.
And whoever said we're not diverse? Yes.
Mm.
That was you, Sassy.
You just now.
Oh, probably. Yeah.
Short memory.
Don't let them foreigners in. Sorry. No. Stop me now.
No. It's not. You know, I don't have something against all foreigners.
Just them over there.
Just some.
Just the ones on bikes.
No, especially the ones on bike. No, that was really a reference to.
So mostly French then.
If we're concerned about the shortage of housing, it just seems somewhat counter productive to keep increasing the number of people in the country.
Unless they're builders.
Well, bugger off then.
And plumbers and electricians, in which case we need them. Thank you very much.
Learn to build faster, guys.
Yeah.
Hey, Grace.
It's like our landscape gardeners were Russian, and one of them could speak English quite well, and the other two, not a word of English. And listening to them talk in the garden, it was like wonderful language. Yeah, it was a lovely, fantastic language.
Mnie zовут Jim.
Ito samovar.
It's a great language. It really is. It's got a great feel to it. I must admit. Mind you, I don't know what they said because Fiona was wandering around with her little Ukrainian flag thing on her T-shirt. And when she came in from the garden from speaking with them, I saw it and I just sort of went, "Oi, herbivores, oi."
Well, hopefully they don't condone the war.
Has anybody been to Russia?
No, I think they were, one of the reasons why they were here weren't particularly happy with the way things were going out there.
Yeah.
Oh, so I think we have to remember that when we encounter.
Would you sooner be in Kent's garden or,
Yeah, exactly.
Conscripted to fight in Ukraine?
Because when they were talking about the incredible resistance that the Ukrainians had put up, and how easy it was to, steal tanks and stuff like that. And they're going, yeah, is it? Or is it because the Russians that would, in that first wave, were like really reluctant to be doing this?
Yeah.
And any excuse to go, take the tank. I don't want to be here either.
The heart wasn't in it.
Yeah. Because you think of the might of the Russian army, and they're not making a lot of advancement, really. So anything, maybe they're, the guy on the ground, the average Joe is probably, he doesn't want to be bloody doing this either.
No. We've gone all serious.
Well, that went all dark and serious, didn't it? All of a sudden it's like, whoosh.
How did it go tonight, Grace?
We've been setting up and doing rehearsals all day in Glasgow with a certain Scottish artist. Who's about to have a single out on Wednesday, at which point I'll be able to tell you who it is. It went very, very well, and it was delightful. We had a really good day, and got a couple more days of rehearsals, and then secret shows, warm-up shows, then some very big shows like in the summer. Yeah. I will tell you as soon as I'm allowed to. I'm not really allowed to yet, but
Yeah.
Oh, well, don't tell us.
It's okay. There's only us.
Yeah. There's
Apparently
us,
not.
us and a cat.
The cat's gone.
Apparently, there's
Cat's
some
gone.
other
They've-
people.
they've
Oh, the
gone
cat's
to
gone. No, there might be the cat might still be in the chat. Just
that's
type in rude words in. Yeah.
the internet stopped right then when you said it's only us. My internet cut out completely. Watching.
Spooky.
Oops.
I'll tell you next week, basically. But yeah.
Cool.
All very good. But yeah, I'm having a week off. My young boys has a week off because it's SAT tests in primary schools this week. So none of the kids have gone to concerts until Friday. We've got a show on Friday in Sheffield, actually. So I'm going back to Sheffield on Thursday night to Friday Young Voices show. And then I'm missing the following week of Young Voices to do these Walnut Secret shows with the other person. And then I go back to Young Voices a week later and do the last few shows of that. And then, I'm getting paid every day this month, which is brilliant. Certain days I'm getting paid.
That's always good.
Yeah.
Always good.
Yeah.
Are you around next Saturday? He said.
No. Sorry, I'm doing a gig.
I'll have to. Oh God, I'll have to make this thing sound like I want it to sound. Then I'm not. Oh God.
What's wrong? What's wrong?
Come on, Andy, pull yourself together, man.
Come on. What's it not doing?
What's it not doing?
Yeah.
What's the list and what it is doing? Or...
What are you struggling with?
The thing is, see, when you've got, no, where's my finger going? That way. When you've got, I still can't do it. When you've got, there you go. Now that says it all, doesn't it? I can't even point in that fucking direction. How am I going to get that thing to work? I want to know. It just sounded. You see, what you got to understand is Grace is really clever and really talented and knows what to play at the right moments. So when I've gone really shit and I've forgotten what to do, Grace just reaches over and does that, and it sounds ace, right? And I'm going, right, fucking hell, what button do I push now? So I get away with it. And when I'm on my own and all that sort of, it's like having your trousers around your ankles. Everything's exposed. It's just not good, is it? So,
like your oral exams, you're on the spot.
Thank you, Andy.
You could always
so I
I
couldn't make it. No.
You need to get lost, Andy, to get out of it. You need to keep making the mistakes.
Yeah.
To figure out new ways of.
So is it that it's not sounding the way you want it to, or is you're having a crisis of confidence?
Yes and yes.
I think what we need to do is just phone up Ian, get your oblique strategies out again.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah. Make it sound boring. I can do that.
This is what you've got to do for next. This is what you've got to do for next week, Andy. All right, ready?
Right.
If I had right glasses on, here we go.
Book of hardware jams.
Retrace your steps.
That doesn't fucking help. I do that all the bloody time.
I did that. Just be in the bog again.
Yeah.
That's not good.
Well, what do you start with? Do you start with a rhythm? Do you start with an arpeggio? You know, how are you assembling it?
I tend to start by just trying to make an interesting sound, and I mean, I've got this idea of having a nice ambient wash coming from the modular, and then nasty harsh beats coming from, because the idea was dynamics.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought, well, massive contrast. They were talking about crescendos. They said, "Oh, sod that. We do crescendos all the bloody time. We've got those nailed." So they're nice ambient wash, and then have it on one note, and then go, then stop, and then back to a nice ambient wash. Could I make it fucking work? No, I couldn't, because I'm an idiot.
Sounds like you need lead in and lead out.
Best track I've ever heard for dynamics is "Hurts Like Hell" by Flurry. I don't know if you've heard it. It's just a production masterpiece. So well done.
No, I don't know.
So well done.
Flurry or Flory? How do you spell
Fleury.
Flurry?
F-L-E-U-R-I-E. But yeah, it's
Either
a
way.
beautiful track, and it's it's got this like beautiful voice, and then it like kicks in with just like this most powerful sort of electronic sort of bit. Brilliant. It's all sort of piano and stuff as well. Absolute work of art.
Or you could do it like what Ty did on his track on that Sonic State album, where it's all nice and mellow and mellow and mellow and mellow and mellow, and then it just goes.
That's what it kind of does.
Yeah, and it's like, it's just like, whoa.
We'll do something
whenever
like
I
that.
got it on in the car,
Yeah.
it makes me jump every time it's on. I don't even think about it because it's the nice little mellowy bit, and then suddenly it's just going. Like,
I like that. It's
15.
Cool. I've not actually heard Ty's track. I'll have to check it out.
Oh no, it's cool, and it will make you jump the first time. You hear it.
Andy, do you want your track to go ambient, 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 and then stop the ambient when the nosebleed stuff starts? And then when you stop the nosebleed stuff, it goes back to the ambient.
That sounds good.
Yeah, basically, that's sort of what I did. I like that. Right, Jim's just done it. Yeah, see.
Do that.
I need don't tell me I need an Argon 8 now, Mrs. Wiggly, because
That wasn't an Argon 8 actually.
Oh, right, what was that?
Ooh.
That was something off Contact Player.
Oh no, now I'm really confused.
Andy, what are you using there for polyphonic stuff other than the Supernova? You have a Supernova too, haven't you?
Supernova.
Yeah.
And actually, it sounds ridiculous.
It's
Well,
great.
this thing, what's this thing called? I've forgotten.
Embassy One.
Thank you. That's it. This is a
I
great
couldn't tell you.
polysynth, and quite a lot of the time in here, I never sequence anything on it at all. I just have it set up as a polysynth, and I play it from here.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
And I'm really I love those synth plugins that are on it. They're great. So I can have a Mellotron, I can have an Odyssey playing as polyphonic and things like that. And I quite like that. But then I have to sort of work out. Hang on a minute. And what track am I on? Which pattern is it? And then press record, and then it records, and then you. It's a fucking
Pain in the balls.
box.
Yeah.
Why don't you do a 4-chord loop or something and work? Just let that run and then just do stuff to it.
The MPC, it ought to be amazing, and it does my nutting every time I switch it on.
You should get a Force instead, Andy, by the looks of it.
Or Digitact.
Do you know what, Jim? After I watched your set, I thought I'm getting a fucking Digitact after this.
Yeah.
But it's not. It's not so much that. It's. I don't understand what the structure is in it. It's like the polysynths. Honestly, the sounds that you can get out of it are amazing. But trying to sequence them in a logical. I mean, even Jamie of GeoSynths hinted at that on his show tonight. He was like, I can do these on like 8-bar loops, but how do you then move it on to the next thing? What I really want, right? Okay, all those manufacturers out there, if you're bothering to listen to us idiots talking here,
Decent
what I
user
want,
manuals.
I don't want a decent user manual because I've got that down there. It's like a fucking telephone book. I want a new Electribe from Korg in a workflow that I understand and can work, which plays properly polyphonically and has sensible outputs and has MIDI through. MIDI bloody through. Are you listening? MIDI bloody through, where I press a key on here and I can play that there and record it on there, which I know this does. But
You need
I haven't
WIDI.
worked it out.
Get a through box. Those MIDI Solutions
don't
through boxes are great.
Andy, no, I don't want a bloody through box. I want.
I use them all the time.
I want the box that I bought to do it sensibly. The Electribes are great. They work brilliantly together. But you can't press a key on here and have it playing something else. You've got to record it and then have it playing that sound. And then no, it does me nothing. Right, so I want Korg to produce an Electribe Pro.
No, hang on a minute.
I'll have a word.
I'll have a word with that too this week.
Right,
Andy.
thank you. Korg Electribe Pro. Synth, sampler, MIDI, bloody through. Got it? Proper polyphony.
I would say 20 years of
Easy.
Electribe, they're
Brooks
still
box,
never
Brooks
going to
box.
do that.
No, they're not going to do that.
No.
I love the EMX and ESX. They're great, but they are monophonic. So
Yeah, I know, but nah.
Hey, Burton producer for
right,
both
well,
names Paul Stretch in the chat, and I would like to endorse that as an idea as well. It's fucking brilliant.
Yeah, Paul Stretch is just amazing.
Nuts, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't downloaded the new
didn't know
version,
that
but
you-
I'm still using the old version. But I've been using it for years. It's absolutely fantastic.
I've never heard of it before.
I mean, I'm hoping the interface is better than the old one because it's pretty. it's pretty 1970s. But
It's included with Audacity. Everyone can have access to it really easily. It's a great tool.
Yeah, I'd heard it was in Audacity. I don't use Audacity. So, yeah, no, that's. I meant to install it today, but I got.
Is it?
I went down a rabbit hole of Max MSP for the afternoon, which did me head in really.
Are you not
Did somebody just say it's in Audacity?
Apparently.
Yeah, it's one of the effects.
The new
when
one.
you go into do like amplify and all kind of stuff, Paul Stretch is in the list.
Is it the new one though? Is it the Paul Extra?
No, I've been using the original.
You're right, the original, right?
It's a very simple interface, but you also have to understand the ratios and do some
Yeah.
playing with it to figure it out.
Yeah.
But
Oh, bloody hell it is. I've just
So
found
you
it.
will-
Paul Stretch.
you can hear it
Andy,
in-
put a sample into it and stretch it, and you'll have a whole track on its own.
Well, I messed about with like I said yesterday on when we were doing the jam a week or so ago, Grace and I. It was based on a sample pack, so I was chucking loads of these samples into Audacity and messing about with them and mangling them so that they weren't just these clinky, clanky, chiffy little sounds that were in this sample pack, but stretching them and pulling them. I never saw that. I never even thought about it, but maybe I will have a play.
But it's extreme time stretching, basically.
Yeah.
It is, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
days long, you know.
Yeah.
yeah, the famous example of the Justin Bieber stretch 800%, sounding 800% better.
yeah.
More than 800, definitely.
8,000% better.
Right, talk
You,
about
Andy.
yourself. I'm going to go quickly get a coffee.
Yeah, I'll need to do the same.
What's going on in California?
Same old crap. Decent weather today, so it's nice.
And hi, Ben. I don't think we've met, have we? Before?
We haven't, Grace, no.
No.
I haven't had a chance to take part in a live situation until today, really.
See you? Yeah.
Yeah. You probably see me in the chat.
Yeah.
So this is a face to the name. Probably for a lot of the guys as well. I've got a week off ahead, so I can take advantage. Yeah,
That's
super
cool.
booth.
You've been on before, though, Ben. I'm sure.
Not on this. I've been on, I think maybe on Wiggly show, and I've been on other shows.
I'm sure
in the past.
you were on Jamie's a while ago as well, weren't you?
Maybe I
think.
did a thing with
maybe
Div
that's what I saw
Kid
you.
maybe a couple of years ago. Super booth show.
Yeah, of course you did. Yes, yeah.
Yeah, so Ben will be coming over to the show this year. He didn't make it in September, so it'd be good to see those guys over. A lot of the UK and Irish guys that didn't make it last time round. So that's nearly more exciting than the potential gear that's going to be there. Like Gaz said, it's the people you meet there, and the buzz.
Yeah.
You can't really describe it. And his analogy of comparing it to Glastonbury is quite a good one. It has that sort of vibe, so it's like Glastonbury for synth nerds, really. Yeah,
It'll have to be next year for me if I can actually manage to work out when it is and whether I can save up the pennies.
Yeah, I'd
Well,
like to go.
we've got Synthfest coming up in October.
The Synthfest. There's also this thing in Cambridge. Is it in June?
Oh,
Over a weekend at the
Computer
Cambridge. Yeah,
Museum.
I only found out about that this weekend. I'm going to try and get to that.
It's easier to get to Sheffield than it is to get
Oh,
to
it is,
Cambridge.
it is.
there.
Yeah, but I mean, I was said to Jane that Jane wouldn't want to go to it, but has she got some friends or family down in Cambridge that we could go for the weekend? And she was.
Well, you'll need somewhere to park.
yeah. So it's not out of the wood. It's not. It's a possibility at the moment, anyway. And then I said we could go to Bletchley on the Monday. So I've never been there.
Oh, Bletchley Park's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
No.
That's
Have a
good.
proper computer weekend.
Yeah.
And since.
Yeah, I think that the Cambridge one could be interesting, but I do wonder. I think Synthfest will be more enjoyable.
Synthfest has always been more enjoyable. I mean, I've always really enjoyed. The only one I missed was the first one, so I've gone every year that he went on until the pandemic.
So one of my very dear friends always hosts all the guests at Synthfest and looks after all the guest speakers and those kind of people. And another dear friend of mine who's always done all the graphic design for Sensoria, which is the umbrella festival that hosts Synthfest. So I've had a long-standing sort of second-degree friendship with that whole thing. But I've only actually been to Synthfest once, and that was last time. And because I always contrive to be away working when Synthfest's on.
Yeah.
I'm surprised, bloody surprised. I'm going to be away working when Synthfest's on this year. But
It's rubbish. Take a holiday.
Yeah, we need to see you there. Andy's buying the drinks, I've been told.
I know.
Not this Andy, the other Andy.
You Brooksy, you're buying the drinks.
If I'd been at home, I'd have put together an open synth night rather than an open fight night. I would have put something together where at a friend's pub, and anybody who was here the night before could have come along and had a bit of a open, jam-a-thon thing. That would be a lot of fun, but unfortunately, I just can't. I'm not here, so I'm not there.
Next year, then. Next year.
Well, who knows?
Yeah.
I might not be here next year.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Where are you going to be, man?
Planning the early retirement.
Somebody will have to nail the lid down eventually, won't they? Right, that's it. Don't get out of that fucking box, Brooks.
You see, I just want a cardboard box.
Yeah, me too. I'm dead.
3D,
I don't care.
3D printer, of course.
Yeah. Yeah.
Cardboard box and a bit of gaffer tape.
Yeah, sounds like a plan. They need a bloody big box though, Sassy. That's a lot of crunching up cornflakes to get through.
No, they're just really big cornflakes.
Oh,
dear.
So when do you think you'd get over to Synthfest?
No. The last thing I probably was at in the UK was Leeds Modular meets. Oh God, it could be 5-6 years ago.
Yeah.
Great venue they had. It was around the time the DeepMind 12 was just coming out. So that was what, 5-6 years ago, I would say. Never been to Synthfest, but I've been to lots of other summer events beyond, Music Messa and things like that in Frankfurt. There's a few different things. Music Tech used to run in England as well, in Leeds and London, PMT or something it was called, or something like that. They were usually quite cool shows to check out as well. We usually done the rounds of all those shows, see what's coming down the line.
But as you said, how much new is there going to be?
Yeah, it's hard to tell if there's much new coming. Maybe it's a good thing. There's definitely a few manufacturers have decided not to attend as well. Not just because it's awkward and it's COVID and all that, but they just don't have anything to show that's new. Necessarily.
But at least it's an opportunity to actually get hands on things, bearing in mind that retailers have been shut for 2 years, so being able to actually go and play.
Yeah.
Well, place your bets now whether there's going to be a no Osmos there.
Is it ever going to come? I mean, this really is the mythical beast, isn't it?
It so needs to arrive, doesn't it?
Mind you, I don't know where to put the bloody thing.
What's the main hold-up? I haven't really been paying a great deal of attention to it.
No idea.
They haven't finished it.
Mind you, I mean, I've already bought me Rolly Rice too, so we'll see if that turns up in November or not.
I have to say, I don't know how the parent company got away with, basically going bust and then buying all the assets and launching another company. It's sort of a bit smelly.
Don't like that.
Out of the 20 million, the CEO blew 5 on champagne hookers and Christ knows what else, right?
I know their burn through rate was originally.
So what did he waste the money on?
Yeah, but the thing is, right, when it was to be investigated and all the rest of it, and was going to get all very, very legal and everything, they literally turned around and said, "Oh, if it was 10 million, we'd probably bother." So now you know, you can blow up to 5 million scot free.
You've paid for that, Kent. How does that make you feel? I'd be bloody furious.
No, I mean, what I paid for was an actual product. It was all the people who did all the crowdfunding that got shafted.
Yeah, all the investment people.
Yeah. Yeah, so the rumour is that guy obviously isn't around anymore, and this is a new setup. But
yeah, if I only bought something from a company with scruples, I would be almost productless. So
yeah, true enough. Yeah.
Well, we had a few dealings with them because we were a Rolly agent for a while, and they were okay, but there was always something I wasn't quite happy about the hype behind it, really more than anything else.
Yeah, and then but that hype continued. I mean, when they released the Lumi.
Yeah,
and
we didn't. We wouldn't take that. We'd stop by then.
Yeah, it was just one of those things where now what you've done is you've made technically the same as a Q Nexus. Yes, it's polyphonic aftertouch of a sorts, and you put LEDs under the keys. Good on you. Yeah. And that was about it. But it was nothing like the Rise and the Block were. And those they just sort of like abandoned at that point because I imagine they'd blown so much money, they couldn't really continue that production line, so they had to come up with something a little cheaper to mess with.
Well, the Lumi keys isn't too bad actually. I've used it as a controller other than just with their training software, and you can do the wiggle on it like a CS80. So it's not going to be the full 5D MPE experience, but it's decent. And you can snap them together, make a big keyboard and stuff.
Yeah. But the Block made a better idea than that. Really, it was a better machine for it. But obviously they knocked that one on the head. So.
We did sell a few Blocks actually.
I bought Blocks when they first appeared, and I was in the States. And, like, that's unusual.
They're marginally easier to play than the Rise. And the Rise is enormously easier to play than the bloody Grand.
Yeah.
All right.
Because the Grand, you have to get it precisely on the key. Otherwise, it's out.
Well, the Grand had those knife edge things on the keys, right?
Yeah, and you had to land on them. Otherwise it was slightly out of tune. At least
I think it was the Rise that we put into stock, and we sold a couple, but I was glad to be rid of it, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad to see that there's a Rise too. I mean, but like I said before, because I'd invested so much time into trying to master the bloody thing.
Yeah.
And I have up to a point sort of like reverse engineered. I've looked at what I would need to repair one if it went tits up on me. It's not going to be easy. So I'm glad there's going to be another one out there, to be honest.
Will your new Rise be able to work with an iPad? Because I remember the original Rise, you could work with an iPad, but it wasn't easy, if I remember rightly.
No, it's a piece of piss. You put the software on, you just Bluetoothed it, and it just connected, and off you went.
Right.
Yeah, it was all right.
Yeah. I mean, that was another reason for me going for the instrument, because a lot of the time, if I go and do I've gone and done gigs where I've just gone with an instrument and an iPad.
Yeah.
It's been brilliant.
Yeah. So,
well, listen, folks, I'm going to jump out at this point because I'm going to
I will too.
Bed. So,
All right,
Say hello
Grace.
to Jane.
Grace, nice to see you, Grace.
Brooksy.
Keith,
Good to see you
Cheers,
all.
Andy.
Ben,
See
good
you.
to see you.
Take
it
care,
easy,
now.
guys.
Mrs.
See you later.
Wiggly, Mr. Wiggly, and Ian,
Yeah.
and all the chatties. Tra.
All right,
bye,
look
See you
after
chatties.
yourself,
soon.
buddy. Take care.
Bye.
See you
Take
later.
care, folks.
Ta-ra.
Bye.
Bye.
No, I spoke to
Good enough.
Andrew yesterday, and he was sort of like really sort of like down on this, trying to get this track together. Like I say, I don't know. You get moments, you get times like, don't you? When it doesn't matter what you write, it sounds awful. Best thing to do is just save it, walk away, and come back to it later, and just try something else.
Well, the spirit of the show, the Hardware Jam show, is it's anything goes. So you can make an incredibly nice thing. You can make a piece of garbage. Doesn't matter. People have a good time. So
yeah,
It's so lovely and supportive, isn't it? So, just not getting blocked.
yeah.
I need to submit something, but I'm always quite busy at weekends, so it's always like done over the weekend.
Yeah, we've got too many synth shows. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
So what's involved in getting involved in them then? What would you do to get involved in these sort of hardware jam type things?
Well, they've got a Facebook page.
yeah, Inky told me about the Facebook page, and I just went on there and
They just stick a challenge on every weekend, and then you put your jam on your YouTube channel, send them the link, and they'll put it in there. Do a stream through on a Monday night, and everybody watches all the streams and have a little chat in the chat about it, and then they vote during the week on the Facebook group.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
Competitive or anything? It's just they do a vote, don't they? And that's it, really.
Did they get many sort of like hardware jam film scores?
You should put that down.
Or something like that, you know.
They
It's
did one-
5 minute
Wasn't
tops,
that one of
generally,
those,
isn't it?
like play along to a movie, didn't they, Andy? They did a sci-fi soundtrack and sort of.
Oh, yeah,
yeah, we did the Hitchhiker's Guide one.
Yeah,
and some of those sounded very soundtracky.
There was a Republic one as well, wasn't there? There was that. What was it?
There was a Polish space one, wasn't there?
Yeah, and the Ikari XB1
Yeah, that's it.
had some sci-fi scores and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I can't get away from it, so I've given up trying to move on. So, you know, everything I do sounds like like a Vangelis or a Hans Zimmer film score. I can't get away from it. So
Just stick
rules
them
are
up on your
basically you have to
channel.
either use a sound
It's
pack
right behind
provided-
you. Maybe you need to move hands out of the studio.
do you know what? I thought about that and replace him with someone else, but it'd have to be like a cut out of Elvis Costello or something like that. I wouldn't mind doing some of this stuff.
About
So,
rap?
do you know what I mean? But no, I mean, I was. This is going to sound pretentious, but I was kind of doing Vangelis-y type, Hans Zimmer-y type score stuff before it was a thing anyway. Do you know what I mean? Well, definitely before Hans was doing it. I was doing pretty much the same kind of thing, but on a very small scale and with shit equipment. And but because that's just the stuff I write.
Well, my impression of hardware jams is stylistically there are no criteria at all. The challenge will work for any style. It's like you can only use 4 notes, or you base it on the sample pack which is on it, or think about the color orange and do a jam. You know,
Yeah.
Make something in the style of a film soundtrack. It's never like that. So, and if you look at the people who have a go, they're coming at it from all sorts of different musical directions. So there's nothing to say that you couldn't do all the challenges in your anthem style or whatever, you know, and whatever you like. In that sense. And I mean, they're not really. It's a bit anarchic.
Yeah, there's no rigid structure to it other than some rules they give you at the jam time.
Yeah,
that's it.
And that you jam it. You can't just sort of arrange it or then record it. You do need to just jam it out, you know. And you can tell, but you need to jam it. And you put yourself jamming it, really.
Alternately, just do whatever track you want, and then find someone who's got a copy of Synesthesia, and get them to do a video for it, and just put it up on your YouTube channel.
Hmm.
But it's a lovely little vibe to hardware jams. They're really nice people and super supportive and it's just nice, friendly.
Yeah, I think a lot of it's coming from the fact that, you know, buying all this gear, playing, you know, learning all this gear and all the rest of it. Go, well, do something with it for Christ's sake.
Exactly,
You know,
I think that's the point. It's like, none of that stuff. The standards are fine, but it's not important. It's just having a go. It's the cliche of taking part that counts. You know, it's all that. And I think some of their motivation is like this thing of like you buy gear, but then you don't get around to doing anything with it because you buy more. And actually, just do something. Anything, doesn't matter what. It's using the gear, and it will lead you to a better place creatively. And you know, the reason I've been trying to get Andy to do jams with me is just to stop him from sitting in his creative rut and help him make music. And it's great for me because you know I'm using lots of people in the process. But you know, in a way, I'm motivated to help Andy really, and it's nice that we're doing stuff because we used to make music together 20 years ago, and it's a nice trip to go back down memory lane. So that's why I want to do hardware jams, is because me and Andy are having a laugh doing it, and it's quite fun, and it's a good little vibe. I think people come at it for their own reasons, but there's an undercurrent of just not allowing yourself to wallow in, oh god, I can't be bothered, you know, all that kind of thing. So, it's helpful for Andy for sure. I'm sure but it shouldn't be dependent on me.
Well, I can always pop up and help him out if you're not around, Grace.
Yeah, since on speedphone, yeah.
But the great thing about the show is I'm pulling stuff off the shelf I haven't used for years. But now I'm used to use.
That's what you do, Andy, because you're always like, well, I'm going to use this and this and this. And each time you do one, you just seem to have a slightly different configuration of gear. The idea of just limiting yourself to a few bits of equipment is really, really powerful for other reasons, but the same sort of sensibility.
And I feel less guilty about having all the damn gear.
Andy doesn't have a lot of gear, does he? So it's a bit limited.
It's a bit sparse, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm a poser.
Oh man.
We all would if we could, Andy.
Well, it took me 20 years and lots of used purchases to get there. Otherwise, there's no way I could have a fraction of what I have. So, I ain't made of money.
Yeah, funny enough, when I was up, put some stuff up in the attic yesterday afternoon, and I spied my Transcendent 2000 over in the corner. I go, ooh, I should get that out and get it fixed and get it back down here. It was a lovely little thing because it was.
Was that always a kit, or you could buy it pre-assembled?
You could buy it pre-assembled, but this one was actually a kit. It was 168 quid, and I'd spent nearly 2 years saving up to buy it. And finally got it. Hey! And then
Didn't Bernard Sumner make his own? Didn't he put it together?
Yes, that's right. Yeah, I heard about that. But so it's a lovely little bit of kit actually because it's so. What's the word? It's very unpretentious. It just makes the little bleeps and bloops and stuff like that, and so you don't demand anything else from it. It's just very sort of like quaint. Yeah.
But isn't that like the Moog, you know, the Moog, the Model D? It's not a complex synth. It does what it does.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's very, very straightforward machine. But it has big balls attached to it. It's a huge, huge sound engine that those simple controls are placed upon. It makes it unique for that. The classic Moog bass. It's like. But I seem to have a little bit of everything in here now. I mean, the sledge is. I mean, it's like having a little sort of like black plastic PPG. It's a lovely little thing. Actually.
So light.
And it stands out amongst all the other stuff that's not really going in that direction. So it's but I think I've found the grand piano I want now. Finally.
What are you going for now?
Fine. What is it?
It's the Ivory 2. It's the Bussendorf 225. It's lovely, lovely. But I'm still getting this. I thought it was cured, but I'm still getting this detuning for no apparent reason. So.
Hey Ken, did you ever try the Piano Tech or the couple of those other ones that are out there? The V Piano.
I didn't like the sound of the V Piano.
Yeah.
Yeah, because what it was is I had a picture in my head of what I wanted this piano to sound like and where, and I've gone through loads and loads. And it's funny, like for instance, like the Yamaha C7, you can listen to a Yamaha C7 on keyscapes, and then listen to a Yamaha C7 in Ivory, and they sound completely different. Even though they're supposed to be samples of exactly the same piano. But it's, it's the environment, the mics used and all the rest of it, I suppose, I don't know. Or what it is that the guys that are engineering the sound think it should sound like.
I remember Rich was talking about the V Piano years ago on Sonic Talk, and he said it had a lot of the nice features on it, like you hear the mechanics of it as well as the piano itself. They modeled some of those sounds too. So.
Yeah. Yeah, but I've done that with this, so you get all the thump from the pedals and stuff like that, and the actual. I mean, on the GUI, if you open the lid on it, you get to hear more string striking and stuff like that. So although it's direct injection sort of within the computer, it has the essences of being a physical piano in the real world, which is quite interesting actually. Especially when you're playing it, you really feel like you're actually playing a nice big piano. So,
do you have a pedal board, a MIDI pedal board as well, or
no?
No. That's one thing that we don't often hear talked about in synth shows. Actually, using pedals.
Yeah.
With them.
Yeah, I mean, I have the usual. The usual sets of pedals, as far as expression and continuous controller and switch controllers like for sustain and soft pedal and stuff like that. But I have that for all of my main playing keyboards. So there's about 10 pedals on the floor in the electronic sea, and. They'll either be expression for volume or expression for, actually mostly for volume, to be honest, which is really handy. So you're playing something, and then you can bring in another keyboard without taking both hands off the keyboard. Yeah, because you can't reach over to the mixer like this. Because I like to be able. What it is about me is I think this is why these hardware jams appeal to me. I'm incredibly lazy. The whole concept of like recording loads of tracks and doing lots of, I just want to sit down and just play. But I want the whole big experience. So I'm always looking for controllers and things that I can have nearby, so I can just sit on my arse and just play.
Now, there's still significant setup time, but yeah, once you play, you're playing, and that's it. So.
Yeah, exactly. So
it's amazing on hardware jams. You would nail it.
Yeah.
It'd be amazing to see that, and I think we would all be honoured to have you join us in a way.
No, I'd love to.
I think that'd be incredible.
Yeah, because it's one of those things where, although the 80s MIDI'd, it never occurred to me to actually run a cable from it. If I'm going to play the 80, I go over to the 80.
Well, yeah, that's what
yeah.
Amazing thing.
Yeah, even though the facility is there that I could play it from here, but when it comes to those sort of instruments, you've got to be in front of it. Got to be part of it.
That's the reality.
Yeah, I mean that's about the only time you can get me out of the chair is actually to go over to actually go over to the 80. I'll actually walk over there. So, but ideally I'll have everything. I really want the wall rack closer, so I don't have to reach over too much, so that they're all there as well.
Well, there you go. That's the thing. Another thing about hardware jam is you start to reconsider quite how you're going to access your gear and what you're going to do with it. And you go, if I put that instead, if I put that, I can do this, that, and the other instead. I mean, because of other things that go on in my flat, I quite often have to take my stuff apart and then rebuild it. And Saturdays in recent months have been my band practicing on a Saturday afternoon, and then Andy coming over in the evening with his modular, and it's completely different what I do. And so I have to rip all my stuff apart to do the band practice, and then rebuild it before Andy gets there, like 2 hours back. It's great because I just put it back together differently each time, and it's never quite the same price. So as a result, it's even more spontaneous because like, I haven't plugged that in today, so no, we're not going to do that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, sometimes I can get lucky where a bit of gear comes in. I've got it fixed and ready to go. I go, do you know what? I'd like to sit down and play this one, and so I'll bring it up, put it up on a stand there, and just so I can have it there. Then I face this way, and then I've got 3 that way. So I'd like to get that emulator 1 back in here, actually.
Hi, Inky. We're trying to talk Kent into doing a hardware jam.
Yeah, not much talking into, actually. I think I'd like to do it anyway now. So it sounds like a lot of fun. And you know, it's like, because I can walk in here sometimes, and if I haven't got a reason to do it, sometimes I just go, I'll come in tomorrow.
That's exactly the point. That's the whole point of it.
Yeah. Whereas if you go, right, we're going to do this for next week and come up and actually do, and then actually enjoy actually doing stuff in here, it'd be nice.
It's inconsequential, but it also is very good for you. One of those things.
Yeah, it should be good fun, actually. So, but like I say, I'm a lot happier now. I've actually got the grand piano sound that I've always wanted. Don't know why it's taking this long to get it. Probably because there's always something else. There's and I must get one of these, and I need to do that, and I want one of them, and you have these fads. Like I had this fad for vintage drum machines. So I've got the SR95 and I've got the TR77. So I've got all the old 70s, crappy drum sounds, and then I get them, and the first thing I do is a stone phaser and a string synth, and I'm bloody playing Equinox.
That's what Vince Clarke used to say with all the stuff he had. He loved the bloop bleep silly drum machines.
Yeah, I love them. Very gated.
Yeah.
What was that one?
How are you getting on with the Modwave kit?
Do you know what? Every time I sit down in front of that bloody thing, I like it even more. I keep finding stuff on it and go, "Oh, that's not. Oh, I like that." Because once I get out the box and it was sort of like this tiny little plasticky keyboard, and I'm going, all right, we'll see what it does. And it was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Love it. Fantastic sound. Really, really nice machine. Can't navigate it very well still. Some of the interfaces like, but then because I can only do things in 5-minute chunks anyway, so go on to something else. But I love the vibe that I get from it. It's really nice, and it seems to complement the Oasis quite well. Hence, it's mounted over there right next to her. So normally the machines that seem to work quite well with each other stick close, which is why for the first few, the first year, the gear kept swapping places all the time, and it was like, no, that's over there now. It used to be over here. Mm-hmm. But I think I got to set up roughly the way I want to now. So I just need more flat surfaces because I've still got a lot of controllers I need to get out. So I can swap tracks on the in Cubase so I can go between instruments on there. Without having to move too far away from here. All that sort of thing. It's mad.
What all you MIDI interfaces are you guys using at the minute? Obviously, Keith has an MT8 I can see, but I'm on the market for a new one myself. I'm looking at the iConnectivity Mio XL. Looks fairly flexible.
Right. I'm, oh, God, no, I'm trying to remember now. So I've got the Scarlett, which distributes quite a lot of MIDI as well as the audio around the place. The Scarlett 1820. But I tell you what, I got there's so many little boxes behind things tucked away with like 20 cables plugged into them, and I can't even remember. What was it? So what have I plugged in now? What's that for? I should put little labels on saying what the bloody things are doing. I end up having to pull stuff and see what stops working. It's ridiculous. Really, you should keep tabs on things.
Yeah. Now, for me, most of the stuff is on USB. I've got another eMagic. I've got the MT4 with a couple of things connected in, just like my piano controller over here. I've also got a PreSonus Quantum 2626 that's got MIDI in out, but the MIDI in out on that is the only thing that works with my Maris Enzo pedal to do MIDI in out, because I basically made a lead going from like twin MIDI to TRS jack. It's really convoluted wiring. I need to find the wiring diagram because people want to know how the hell I did it. But yeah, so it kind of like tricks it into being a MIDI in out. So that that takes up both MIDI in and out on my main interface. So.
Yeah, because a lot of my boards have the WIDI. About 12 of them have WIDI. But some of them also have USB plugged in as well at the same time, but for different tasks. But I want to keep some MIDI messages separate from other things, even though it's going to the same board. So I can have different sources to do different things depending on what it is I'm doing at the time. But what that did lead to is having, wiring trunks about this bloody big. It's ridiculous around here. So I think I could just sell all the cables and retire. So many cables, so many. I'm really surprised that I've got it to be as quiet as it is. Well, no, not really, because I mean that's down to what the quality of equipment today. As compared when if you had two synthesizers in 1979 and you connected them to your hi-fi amp, they made enough noise to wake the dead without even playing anything through them. So, turn it a bit more. So.
Probably why they put filters on them in the first place.
Yeah, just wind that noise down. So, yeah, we're quite noisy little buggers.
It is odd that there are interfaces around, but they do tend to be quite expensive if you want to go more than 8 channels.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it seems bizarre that it's very easy to assemble 10 or more synths, just the smaller ones, and yet there hasn't been a corresponding growth in the number of flexible MIDI interfaces. Routable, controllable.
Yeah.
And I know some people like Jim are happy with USB. But for people who don't necessarily want to be, but for people who don't necessarily want to have to fire their computer up to play their instruments, it would be so much more convenient to have, a 16 or 32-way MIDI patch bay that could be configured without a computer.
Yeah.
There's 2 ways around that, though, I'd found, which was, have a computer that fires up really, really bloody quickly is one thing. But I always have and probably always will, I use the computer as another instrument rather than a control center.
Yeah.
So it's sound sources and stuff like that. So I have when I have the tracks in Cubase, it's not really to record anything as such. It's to be able to quickly select different sounds and different synths in different locations from one location. So it's more like it's a sound source and controller, if you like.
Routing to that, isn't it?
Mm. But I mean, you could use any door or anything like that to do it. But you know, because I've been with Cubase since I was, you know, I could ride a dog's back. I was so small. It was about, what was it, 90, since 92, something like that. I've been using Cubase when it wasn't even called Cubase back then, I don't think. And so I'm used to it.
Was it Pro 24? Was that what it was called then?
Something like that, wasn't it? Yeah.
We had
it was.
you had it on the Atari, and we had an
That's right.
Yeah. An S250 of Pro 24.
Yeah. And I had it on the on my little Atari 512, and I think we ended up. I got the crack version.
Notator, wasn't it?
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I got the crack version of it, even though I had the bought version, because the crack version meant that you didn't have to use the dongle, which is what always made it crash in the first place, into the printer port. And had a MIDI merger, so I could have two Korg M1s plugged into it at the same time.
Philip Rees, is it?
Yeah. So I could play two M1s at the same time, which is quite bizarre when you think you're playing it into a DAW that you could have recorded the M1 and then recorded the M1 again, but it was all about doing it straight out off the bat, you know, and not recording it and playing it live. So, because I'm a lunatic like that.
You're made for hardware jams.
Yeah, I must admit, every time I've tried to record something, I've managed to cock it up in some way. So I was I think I was talking to. I don't remember who. I think it was. I was talking to Hans one night, and he's heard some of my stuff, and he goes, "How many reverbs are you using at the same time?" 12. 12? What, different reverbs? Yeah. What? Yeah, they've all got their own character. Some reverbs work better on some keyboards than others. You know? I even used to try and tune reverbs into the equipment. So if I'm playing an 80, you use a quad reverb. Right, quad reverb and 80. Mwah. They work. Regardless of the fact that, you know, Vangelis was using the 480 XL or the, I think he used the 244 for a little while.
Hands or the one?
No, the real hands. No, the real one. The real one.
The real hands, because we didn't know that.
Yeah, we're having one of our little Facebook messages. Yeah. And he's got 12 reverbs. You're fucking mad, you were. I like reverb. So.
Yeah, when you get to that level, though, you need a Grace to wire everything up for you.
Yeah, but the thing is, I try to do it so it doesn't wash too much as well. But that's sometimes when you use different reverbs, you can fill spaces, as it were, by using a different type of reverb that doesn't encroach on anything else that's happening at the same time on another machine that's using a reverb.
It all depends on what your rationale for each of those reverbs is. It's that simple.
Yeah, I like my stuff to have a lot of space, you know.
If you're trying to create a sonic space that all your instruments are in, then use one reverb. If you're trying to make parts of the sound by adding reverb onto the patch as part of that sound, and that sound needs to sound like that, and like level a short thing, you know, then it becomes built into that one thing, and you don't put anything else through it, do you? You know, I always tell people who struggle with that stuff, like, well, why are you using that reverb? Step back and go, what am I trying to do with that particular reverb? If it's trying to do the same thing as what we're doing with these other two, then get rid of two of them and just use one, you know, and it'll work better. You know, demerge.
Yeah, I generally have a shorter one and a longer one. Yeah. And then, and then
you have to justify to yourself why you're using that effect, and particularly with reverbs, because they can be a bit distracting. You know, when you're looking at phases or echoes or whatever, there are other reasons, but they're often sort of time-based reasons or modulation-based reasons, but with reverb, you kind of do both at once. So I always think this is more with reverb, to be honest.
I was going to say, did you ask him how many reverbs he used on Blade Runner 2049?
Oh, look at that sunshine.
Yeah, I know.
That was one IA. Is that your hood, Andy?
Oh,
you're
muted.
Take a drink.
Sorry, it's windy here. I had to mute the wind. This is my girlfriend's place. I crash here once in a while. And basically, when you see the hardware jams on the wooden table, that's at her place.
Is that where they keep the rest of your things?
I just had to get out and get some air.
Yeah, it needed another house.
Yeah, it's a secondary storage facility, it's called.
Can you believe these townhouses? They cost like $2 million now.
Jeez, really?
Yeah.
Mind you, they're gorgeous.
That's just.
I mean, it's Silicon Valley, right? It's Mountain View, so it's
Yeah.
now considered prime real estate, even though it's just crap, kind of, but expensive crap.
You know, London areas of London are the same. It's like you know, I was in Islington earlier, and you just look at these houses and like, you know, they're nothing that special, and they're like, you know, they'll be like 2-3 million.
Yeah,
it's just crazy.
Yeah, was that see that thing I had on telly? It was a few weeks ago now, and they were doing up this £40 million flat in town.
Jesus.
And the bloke's blowing, you know, he's getting this Italian marble in and everything to do the floors and everything. I was like, Jesus Christ almighty. I mean, it looked fantastic, but Christ, you know, 40
but
million
that would have
just
been
to
a
start with.
leasehold flat as well.
That was probably owned by a Russian oligarch, you know.
Well, it used to be.
Yeah, but yeah. It's a great way of laundering money.
I wonder what they're going to do with all these assets that they've seized from all these oligarchs.
I'll find some way of squandering it on something damn stupid. And then putting your tax up next year.
But, I mean, will they be held as government assets? Will they be sold off? I don't know. I haven't actually heard an explanation.
They'll end up giving it all back. They're all Tory donors, so they're all Tory donors, Sasquatch. So
yeah.
Well, I suppose it beats the Chinese government, eh?
Well, it's the same in
Funding
every
certain
country.
MPs.
Every country, every government, you know, getting away from it.
But you know, it's not just happening in the UK. You know, these super yachts are being seized all around the world. Assets are being seized in the States, all over Europe. You just think, well, okay, so what's going to happen?
Well, yeah. I mean, Wagyu's made a point there. Use them to rebuild Ukrainian cities. You know, make reparations for for the war.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't start nothing, won't be nothing.
Inky's saying move to Cornwall, but there's no internet.
Sometimes that's a very effective idea. No internet.
Haven't got cars yet.
Lots of radon gas, but
I remember the Monty Python sketch cycling through North Cornwall. That's a good one.
Oh man.
I suppose the ownership thing, though. I mean, even oligarchs, a lot of mega investors must be trying to states. Some of these, anyway. So where is this money real? Is it fabricated paper money? Is it investment funds that don't really own it but do own it? And it's murky, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
And is this stuff just dissolving somewhere in the back rooms or somewhere in the city? I don't know how it all works, but some of it is pretty virtualized, isn't it, shall we say?
Yeah, I would have thought so, yeah. Yeah.
And what's the real value of the yacht, even if a billionaire's paid a gazillion quid for it?
Yeah.
Like that joke, where's the capital of the UK? Cayman Islands.
Hey, boom. Oh yes. I think that's where my poll tax is going to end up. I think.
In the Cayman Islands.
Yeah, that's probably where it's going to end up.
Yeah.
So.
Along with all the 34 billion of COVID contract money.
Yeah, as I say, it keeps going up in price. You know, every year it's another 100 odd quid or whatever, but it's still turning off the street lights at midnight. you go out the front at midnight here, I can barely see the car.
But look, you know, one of the problems with local authorities is look at how much their senior staff are earning. I mean, there's one borough in London where I think the chief exec earns just under 700,000 a year, and you think, hang on, we pay the prime minister 170,000, which I personally think is too low. Anyway, I actually think politicians are
but that's
underpaid.
the wage. That's the wage he's paid officially.
Yeah.
On this side of the table, under the table, Jesus, nah.
There's all the expenses and such like. But how can a chief exec of a council earn that sort of money, and yet we object when MPs get 86 grand a year?
No, you're absolutely right, Sasquatch. They shouldn't be earning that sort of money. It's ludicrous, to be a public servant.
Yeah, they're meant to be civil servants at the end of the day.
Yeah, and yet the people of those constituencies continue to vote them in.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's their own stupid fault, isn't it? Really?
Well, as they say, we get the governance that we vote for.
Well, yeah, this is it. Well, like I say, you vote if you haven't got a gun.
And that's another... No, I won't go down that route.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the situation in America with over this Roe v. Wade leaked opinion from the Supreme Court is...
which is classic.
I don't know how the hell that's going to work out.
Abortions, even though they would ban it, they would still get it because they have the money to do it.
Yeah.
So it's all a joke.
But I understand that conflict between the constitutional rights of the individual states versus the federal rights that are imposed by government. And it's something that the United States is going to have to sort out at some stage.
Well, it just goes to show we never truly have a separation of church and state.
No.
It's very sad.
It's weird.
Well, I suppose it's handy you got Canada just over the border.
Oh, God. Yes, Justin Trudeau. Yes.
Yeah.
I think the least said about him, the better, actually. But again, they voted for him. What the hell do I know?
Oh, it's still in tune. I tell you what, it was doing a fantastic thing yesterday. As I'm cycling through the voices on the Hydrosynth, 3 voices were out of tune. That's not bad going for a digital synth, is it?
It's mystifying, isn't it?
Finally resolved that problem. What was the problem all along?
Nice.
No, it's still doing it. Every now and again, it just leaps out of tune.
Have you been in touch with them?
Yeah.
And are they going to look into it, or?
Yes, we await with bated breath. They think it might be the wheel controller down on the main board,
right?
Which is not good because there is only the one board. That's it. That is the entire synth.
Everything is on one PCB.
Yep.
They didn't break out the mod wheels.
No, everything goes to this one board.
Okay.
It's about the size of a birthday card.
Okay.
That's a nice one. What's that one?
That's the organate.
You've not had the same problem on your 49?
No, it's just a deluxe doing it.
Interesting.
Now, whether it's a deluxe thing or whether it's just a failed component.
Dodgy pitch wheel. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the most likely. Oh, hello, Bubba.
As requested, sausage rolls and chocolate.
Sausage rolls and Kit Kat.
Hey, Fiona.
They say hi.
Hello. Hi, Fiona.
Hello. Oh, now you come up, Charlie.
Yeah, sausage rolls.
Yeah, sausage rolls.
Mention the word sausage.
Oh, they're tinky, aren't they? Look at the little sausage rolls, Charlie. Oh. You going to do your tap dance?
Sausage rolls come with dogs.
He's going to herald your sausage rolls. That's the one that sheds a lot, right?
So there's 4 dogs around me now, all staring at me going, oh, you got sausage rolls.
Steve Elbow's raised a good point. If it's the wheel controller, then why only 3 voices affected?
This was something else that I was able to clear up, where it just had a brain fart, and because like sometimes you do get on these digital keyboards that they just, And I turned it off, turned it on, and it was all sorted out. It hasn't done it again since. But the constant pinch drop is definitely related to the pitch wheel, because if you flick the pitch wheel, it all goes back into tune again.
I mean,
But it just
I had
drops whenever it feels like it.
Yeah, I had that fault
Yeah.
on my Nectar Impact thing, and it drove me mad. I'd be playing away, and then all of a sudden be like, "Whoa, why is it just gone out?" It's just like.
But playing the way I do, where I'll have like several machines all coming off the one board. Oh man, because it doesn't go out of pitch nicely. It goes out of pitch like between cents. It's like
yeah.
You know,
You just found the new microtonal feature.
yeah, and it's like it's not good. So what's the synth?
Oh, it's the Argon 8.
Oh, you're doing the Argon 8 now.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, cool.
Before I was using, the Native Instruments Ashlight.
Okay.
It's quite good. Quite like that.
Yeah.
But yeah. This is just Argon 8 through Specular Tempest.
Yeah, that Argon 8 is quite a piece of kit.
Yeah. It's funny because, like, obviously there was always the toss-up between this and the Hydrosynth at the time. And I just always, I don't know why, can't put my finger on it, always preferred the sound of the Argon 8. And I don't know what it is.
I recommend
about
both.
it.
Yeah, I must admit, because I think it was Robbie said to me, he goes, "Oh, you should get an Argon 8." So I just went, "Oh, okay," and bought one. So I had no idea what was coming. And I was a really, really raised eyebrow when I took it out of the box and went, "Oh, it's metal."
Yeah, it's
I was
really
expecting
nicely
plastic.
built.
I wasn't expecting, you know,
Yeah.
good, strong metal.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, it's a heavy beast. I mean, I've got the
Yeah.
MX now, and that's like even more solid.
Yeah, I was
Just-
well
yeah.
impressed with it.
Yeah. Built
Are the knobs
and-
are the knobs quite loose in your Argon 8s? Like there's very little resistance.
I've never
found
really
when I
sort of
tried one.
noticed.
No, it seemed okay. Sort of like, you know,
Yeah.
average,
But-
shall we say.
I mean, I know on the cheaper modal stuff, there've been like loads of complaints about them, but no, I'd say
Well,
yeah.
like the
average.
craft.
But I've, I've
Yeah.
not had anything go wrong. So
Okay.
but the software implementation for the Argon 8 is just brilliant with the plugin.
Yeah, it's a shame
Yeah.
Paula isn't involved with Modal anymore.
Right.
So, but I had teamed up with Paula for a while. We were starting an R&D company, and we were going to make some interesting bits and pieces, but it all fell by the wayside in the end.
Yeah.
Mum put the mockers on that mostly, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
For all the obvious reasons, and then COVID hit. And it's like, we're going to sort of like we're looking to make a digital version of the ARP 2500. Except you're going to use matrix instead of sliders. It was just LEDs showing the path from one module to the next.
All right.
Yeah, it was another 4 months designing that's gone in the bin. I do a lot of designing and then it comes to nothing. It's like...
You should just open source them then.
Yeah. No,
let someone else get involved.
Oh, there was lots of paperwork signed to start with. Don't think I can release anything.
Oh, all the NDAs.
You wouldn't believe, mate.
So the matrix was like the Centrix with the LEDs.
Yeah. So the LEDs would show the path, and you just used like a selector knob to select which output or what input you were going to be using your particular path for. So here he is. Greetings.
Hello. Who
That was a hell of a long shit.
Bayek.
You're sweating like a pig. Oi.
I've seen women give birth to bigger babies.
It's like your arm, it was.
Oh, no, so I've been watching Gentleman Jack, so...
Oh, okay.
Took it all Yorkshire, like. I do like that.
Tesco's finest.
You might want to
Just had a mouthful of nuts.
Oh, dear. Well,
And a belly full of wine.
Well, that sounds like fun.
That's it.
Hmm.
Well, you know, got a working week coming up, so might as well see the weekend off in style. Cheers, everyone. Look at the size of that.
Ting.
Cheers.
Not that I'm an alcoholic.
I'll hold up my guitar mug.
Yeah, but you've got gin in there. Come on, we all know.
Afraid not. Coffee.
Yeah, I was surprised a couple of people when I said I'm teetotal. I haven't had alcohol since I was
Yeah. How do you explain that crazy shit?
20. Yeah, I can do this without alcohol. Can you imagine it?
Jeez.
Yeah, I
That's
woke up in a dog.
why, I get
I
it.
was 20 years old. I woke up in a dog's bed, covered in sick. This dog wouldn't come near me. I mean,
Not even to eat the sick.
I got to stop doing this.
Oh dear.
And I
I
did.
know the covered in
Teasing me,
sick
look.
bit from today, but
It was a throwback rather than a throw up. Oh, hello. I've got a little spaniel here. Hello.
Spaniel?
My little water spaniel. Right, Nels. Yes, I have a sausage roll. What of it? You can wag your tail all you want.
I've just been feeding my cat
The other cat.
Dreamies, but they're catnip flavour. Jesus.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
They claw your leg off to get
It's
them.
like it's like basically hash brownies, isn't it, for them?
Yeah.
The little ones outside here, it's like, come on, Dad, got some more, Dad, got some more, come on, got
Great,
some more
great,
gear.
great. Yeah.
But they really love a dried valerian root. They go crazy for that.
Yeah. There's a shop in Norwich, and it used to be the BBC's like retail outlet because there's
Oh,
big
okay.
BBC, yeah, and it's since now changed to something else. But anyway, it sells basically it's geek heaven, so it sells all your sci-fi stuff and your models and your replicas and your outfits and posters and books and anything. You can just go in there and be a total geek. My wife comes out with a catnip soaked, I guess, or impregnated, whatever. Tribble, Star Trek Tribble. So it's got this little fairy Tribble, and it's got catnip. Yeah, and they love it, absolutely love it. So even the cats get to be geeks.
Excellent.
Have I missed much?
Oh, loads. Loads, mate.
How's Glasgow?
yeah.
Glasgow is still light outside.
Really?
Just
Really?
about. It's
Yeah.
just about, yeah.
Wow.
So far up north.
Yeah.
Isn't
You
it?
must be nearer the sun.
I remember I stayed in Gothenburg.
Warmer though. It's strange that, isn't it?
Yeah. I stayed in Gothenburg for a few
Where Batman
days.
lives.
And it was, I can't remember what time of
Go on
year
then.
it was, but it was when basically it stayed daylight, proper daylight,
yeah.
until about 10:30, 11, and then very quickly went very dark.
Yeah, it can transition quite quickly.
Yeah, and then sort of a few hours later it's morning.
Once in Tromsø, which is up inside the Arctic Circle in northern Norway, and we did it on the first day of all night sunshine, and so the sun it kind of skimmed the horizon.
It really plays with your head.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say, Cass. It messes with your body clock and it messes with your head. I mean, we had a few drinks, fair dues, but going home at 4 a.m, raging drunk, and
it's daylight,
and you've been working and then drinking hard for like 18 hours or whatever.
Yeah, but look what it done to Al Pacino.
Then you can't go to sleep because it's broad daylight. And, it messes you up. It was interesting. But,
Oh, here you go.
That was the day. That was a great day actually. That was Nelson Mandela used to have a charity called it's still called 46664, which was his cell number, his prisoner number, and I think it's an AIDS charity basically. And there was this fundraising festival thing, and we'd done our thing, and I was working on the Robert Plant crew, and later on there was this backstage bar, Marquee. And I looked over at the bar and there's Robert Plant having a drink with Peter Gabriel and Brian May. Bloody hell.
Three rock stars walking to a pub.
At the bar, you know? What?
Wow, can you imagine that?
I
May
can
Gabriel
retire
and
now.
Clyde.
Oh no, I can't. Yeah. That was that day. Yeah, quite impressive that day. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, it was one of those.
Wow.
Days. But yeah, we stayed. The festival site was across the fjord from the main town. The Norwegian army were doing all the shuttling across the fjord in boats, amphibious boats, and so we got a shuttle boat back at 4 a.m, not knowing what time it was. We just thought it was a little bit light. It was quite late, like midnight or something. Didn't like telling me it was 4 a.m. And like, oh, right. Getting up in 2 hours then to get an aeroplane. Yeah. Yeah.
When you worked with Robert Plant, was Chris Blackwell on that? The drummer?
No. It was, when I did it was Clive Beamer who was from Portishead.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you little cow.
Sorry.
This is the one thing I don't like about the mob
He's not long on it, this one. Years ago, there, right?
Oh dear. Oh dear. Can you imagine having to call an ambulance from a YouTube call?
Yes, he's doing the dying fly now. No, the dog started to eat him.
What you did miss. And so I want to know if they like second duty for hardware jams as well.
Say it again, sorry.
Kent's decided he's going to do a hardware jam.
Yeah.
Right.
Hardware jams. But I want to know if they like second duty for hardware jams. That would be interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of,
You should do the same.
Yeah, gauntlet going down here, I think.
See all that shit behind you?
Yeah.
Use it.
Dust traps.
Dust traps, yeah. Actually, I played this, the sledge, earlier, and it was like my hand slipped off it from all the dust on it. It was like...
I did have a little dusting session earlier on today with my paintbrush going through.
God.
Yeah, doing stuff. But no, I've got...
You playing piano?
I've got to get the Series 3 that's in the garage. I've got to get that back out again because I need to fit some chips to it. But it's such a pain in the arse, especially now as I don't have a huge amount of space. Because I dismantled it to take it all the way to Bradford and then brought it back again, all flight case. And I thought, I can't be bothered to get it out just yet. So I've left it in its flight case. And since then, other things have kind of moved into the garage space where I was working on it. And now if I open it up, my wife will kill me. But I need to do it. And I think the only thing that will motivate me is if somebody agrees to buy it. But as yet, there's no one going. But I mean, I could do a jam with that. I could just press a button and the whole thing just does it for you. I've got some Pet Shop Boys stuff on there. I just go.
I've got stuff set up in here that is off a button.
Yeah.
I've got like nice big cord. There you go.
That's
Very
nice.
nice. There you go. But yeah, I'd like to actually get. Thing is, I'd like to get that Series 2 up and running because it's now voiceless at the moment. It's being vocally castrated.
You've been made an offer.
No.
No, you've been made an offer.
No, the Series 2 is kind of like unofficially it's mine. But it's kind of like every time I get it to a point where it's functioning, somebody else somewhere in the world calls us up and says, "I need some of these," and the only place we've got them is that machine. Because a very famous musician, who I'm not allowed to reveal, wants is being built. what we're calling a Series 1X, which never actually existed, but it's basically a Series 1 Fairlight with the MIDI functionality which came with the 2X. So it's got like Series 1 voice cards, Series 1 computer chips, processors, but it's got the MIDI functionality, so we're calling it, in inverted commas, the 1X. And he wanted Series 1 voice cards, which is this thing that's happened ever since Jean-Michel Jarre, in some interview somewhere back in the midst of time, was explaining about his Fairlight, which is a Series 1 which was upgraded to Series 2 functionality, but he kept the Series 1 voice cards because they had a certain quality, which I think is exactly how he said it. And
other than he didn't have the extra $100,000 that he needed for the Series 2
trust
cards.
me, he could have afforded it. Apparently, it's what he wanted, and so then anyone who has a thing about Jean-Michel Jarre and Fairlights will say, "Oh, but I want the Jean-Michel Jarre spec." And Series 1 voice cards are as rare as rocking horse poop.
Yeah, but can you jam with them? Though? That's the thing.
Can you jam with them? Yeah, well, yes, of course. They just sound a little
worse.
rougher. Yeah, actually, no, they have a quality. It's not necessarily worse.
Vintage.
Yeah, but it's like
more analogy.
The
analog Fairlight sound.
The chips are failing.
All the filters on the Fairlight are analog filters.
Ooh.
So,
but they were digitally controlled analog filters.
They were indeed.
Wow.
But analog filters nonetheless, and so I don't care whether it's Series 1 voice cards or Series 2 voice cards, as long as I've got some fucking voice cards.
So could you do a cool little jam with a Fairlight and the DX7?
I'd love to.
Go on then.
Yeah, but can you? You've seen a Fairlight. It's not something you can just like, oh, there you go, turn it on. It's a proper installation.
Yeah,
and it's not coming up here.
Sage. You've got to do your rights to bring it back to life.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Kneel to the Aussie gods.
Check the house power supply beforehand.
Check the power supply. I'll just I'll whack out CMIV or something instead. Which in the mix, who'd tell? Nobody would tell.
Well, so just turn the monitor on and just film the green screen.
Well, yeah, I could just call up an instance of that Quasar Beach, couldn't I?
Yeah.
But remember, Inky's in the chat listening to all this, so.
It's still hardware. Just software controlled.
Exactly.
Well, the thing is, if you can use an MPC, then you can use a Fairlight.
Lovely piano.
You need it for backing tracks, but part of the goal is to play some stuff on camera or whatever, so you're actually playing.
Oh, you want actually? Oh,
there's a live component to it. At least most of the ones I've seen. But
again, I go back to this interview that I was editing today, and my interviewee was asked by a professional, one of the most successful female composers that Britain has produced in the last 30 odd years, and was asked by her why he wasn't playing the things the same ways the last time they ran through it, and he just says, "Well, I'm a programmer. I'm not a keyboard player," and that was it. She kind of accepted that, and that's. I guess I said, yeah, I feel that.
So that was JJ though.
I couldn't possibly say.
Talking of female performers, did we secure what's her name? Elise?
Not yet.
Oh.
But she is supposed to be popping down to Synthesized in Cambridge, which you should all do if you can. June, I want to say 25th, 26th.
Is that the event that we were talking about earlier on?
Yes.
Yeah, in Cambridge at the Centre for Computing History.
Yes.
Because she lives not far away, so hopefully she's going to come down, and then I will
Corner her.
I will force her to be on the show because her studio is incredible.
That vertical monitor idea.
Vertical curved monitoring, yeah. Oh.
Fucking genius.
Yeah, very, very good.
Ooh, tell me more. Monitoring audio or visual?
No, monitors, computer monitors, sorry. So she's got curved screen monitors, but she's placed them vertically.
Right, yeah.
In a row.
Above, in a row.
And it really works.
Yeah.
So it's like Tonto and monitors.
Yeah.
So,
Makes it
yeah, kind of, yeah.
Yeah. It really, really works well.
Yeah.
Because I saw that and went, oh, God, I wish I'd done that. How much are curved monitors?
Sorry?
There's some strange sonic reflections going on in there.
Yeah, possibly. Possibly. No, she's very, very clever. She's an architect as well, isn't she?
Baba.
Like a proper, construction architect. She built.
Quite. Good. Well,
pretty sure.
Don't.
But yes, no, I will pin her down in the most respectful way, of course, and try and get her on.
Are you going to shoot some video for us down there then, Rob?
I'll try, but the problem is every time I go there, I'm exhibiting, and I just don't get the time to do anything. So I have to rely on people like my friend Charlotte from Norwich, who comes down. She generally brings like an 808, as one does, just comes in with an 808 underarm. And she brings a couple of other things, but then she just leaves them there and goes off wandering, filming stuff. So then I have to say, "Give me that stuff," so I can post it on my site.
Are you taking a Fairlight down as well then, or?
Possibly. Right. I'll possibly be taking this one because then that will give me that. Actually, I was going to say I'll take it down, and then during the because it's a 2-day event. At some point, I can replace all the VCA chips, so it can be a working exhibit. And look what I'm doing! I'm repairing a Fairlight, and so I can do that ad hoc. It is that kind of event. It's very casual, and people just sort of turn up and talk, and you get all sorts of. You get like last time I was there, which was the last time it was physically held. I remember this guy on the Fairlight. There's a Fairlight Facebook group, and he said, I might be in the country. I might pop down because I'm only in London, so I'll catch the train up. And I don't know who you are, but yeah, by all means, come and say hi. And he walks in on the first day. Just really, looks absolutely. He had that kind of sculpted sweater and this kind. It just looked immaculate. He's just really nice guy. And he comes in and says, and I won't do the accent, but he was Australian, and he says, "Hello, Rob. I'm Paul from the Facebook group." And I go, "Oh, hi. Didn't know you from Adam, but nice to meet you and that." And he says, "Oh, look at this. I haven't seen one of these in however many years it was, 30 odd years." I said, "Oh, when did you used to own one?" He said, "I was the product manager. I was, basically I was the Series 3 product manager for Fairlight." I'm like, whoa. So that was it. That was me out for a few hours because I'm just sat there talking to him. And getting all of his, just doing the mind meld and soaking up everything that he could tell me. And he's now a very good friend, so it's... but it's one of those things that, people just turn up and some people know what this stuff is and they just want to play it. Some people have no idea and you show them how to use it. There was one year I was there with a Fairlight and Barney came down from Liverpool and he had the PWL PPG Wave with the wave term and the big processor keyboard, which he'd not long bought from Pete Waterman, and it had all the Dead or Alive sounds on it and other bits and bobs. It was just proper drool fest. But there's a guy there that normally comes along with a huge ton of modular stuff, right mix of all sorts of things, but he's not going to be there this year, so I think they're looking for some decent kind of modular representation. Paul Selsby comes down from Selsby Synthesizers. He's an absolutely brilliant guy. He designs and builds his own kind of custom synths to sell. He's very good. The owner of the museum, Jason, has got a bit of a collection himself, and he lays it all out in one of the big halls, and so you can just wander around and tinker with a D50 or a Prophecy or a Juno or whatever and mess around with that. And so yeah, it's just a really kind of casual 2-day gathering. Unfortunately Pete Catley can't make it. He normally brings along a plethora of brilliant drum machines, things like the Mini Pops and the Lindrum and the original, the LM1. DMX he had there last time. So all we got was people trying to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then what happens is sometimes you get some people will start messing around like that. They'll be doing it, and then somebody else is a bit. It's a bit like Fame, you know, when they walked into a music store, and somebody would pick up a guitar, and go, boom, and then Bruno would get on this CS60 and go, and they'd just do this song. It kind of happens sometimes there as well, that people sort of start playing along. And it's quite cool. So very, very relaxed. And if you like old computers, it's full of them, being that it is what
Love
it is.
that sound.
That cost a fortune, that little bastard.
Is that the Cyclone?
Or Mini Pops?
Yeah, no, it's not. It's the SR95, which is called Mini Pops, but it's Unibox badged. And I put a MIDI kits, those that fit everything.
Canton.
No. It's a little board. You can fit it in just about every drum machine on the planet. Oh Christ, what are they called? I can't remember the name of them for the life of me. So, you buy this thing. It will go in an SR95. It will go into a TR77. It will go into a TR808. It will go into a Roland this, a Korg that, a Yamaha the other, whatever it is. You just run the wires differently. I can't remember what they're called. Unipulse.
Flipping synth tech.
Jeez,
how are we supposed to know?
Unipulse. It's called Unipulse. They're not very expensive, and it fits any drum machine and converts it to MIDI sync. Or you can play the individual instruments from a MIDI keyboard or something like that if you want to make up your own rhythms.
Somebody had a Lindrum for sale just the other day, and it wasn't very expensive, but it wasn't unreasonably expensive.
Go on.
I'm trying to find it now. Let me just try, because it was in immaculate condition. He said it's just, I think he said it's a bit scratchy on one of the outputs. I'm thinking, that's.
Was it a 2 or a 1?
Well, it's the second one.
The second one.
Yeah. The Lindrum.
So just the small brick.
Yeah, not the big
thing. As opposed to the massive brick
with the tabletop. No.
Yeah.
No, because I got told off for calling it LM1 and LM2 because it's not an LM2, isn't it? It's Lindrum.
It's an LM2.
No, it's not. Apparently,
it is. Right. It's the second one, too.
It's the second one, but it was.
Yeah, so it's an LM2.
Don't start.
Yeah, fuck.
It'll get me into trouble.
No bollocks to it. I don't give a shit.
Where were
I call them LM2s. The people who own them call them LM2s.
As long as they pay you at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly. In LM2 money.
Robbie, what are the dates of the Cambridge event?
I'm just going to find them. Let's have a look here. Centre for Computing History. Oh, I get music while I'm doing this. Look at that.
Yeah.
Nice.
Even if you don't go for this show, go there because it's a brilliant. If you love old computers or old gaming consoles or anything to do with computer technology.
Oh my God. Uni there, but and she loves old gaming stuff.
Oh, it's just amazing. The Jason, he's built this collection up, and he needed to kind of make it earn him a living somehow. So aside from opening the museum, he also supplies television and film with anything old retro. So what was that? Netflix. About the video game. No. It was written by Charlie Brooker.
Oh yeah.
I can't remember what the bloody hell it was called. But they supplied all the stuff from that, and also in the IT crowd, in the office, all that stuff behind Moss, all came from this place.
All right.
And because they then exhibit it, as well. But Oh, I can't bloody find it. Where
God,
is
you
it?
said that, and immediately I'm thinking, dear sir, fire,
Fire.
fire, fire.
No, too formal.
This is to inform you
Was it
of a fire.
Black
too
Black
formal.
Mirror,
Yeah, it was part of the Black Mirror series, but
Bandersnatch.
Bandersnatch, that's it.
Bandersnatch. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they had the all the Spectrum stuff that they got going, and they'd even got all the mock-ups they made of the actual game, because they did actually somebody did actually program this stuff on a Spectrum, so they had all that on display. That was very cool. No, I'm just trying to find this LM, but I can't.
Good old Spectrum.
Oh, horrible things.
Couldn't afford a BBC. I had to love the Spectrum.
Loved it.
It was the joystick port I didn't.
Commodore 64 all the way.
Oh,
BBC Micro, Apple IIe,
Vic 20. You wouldn't go
Commodore
back.
PET before then.
Yeah, my friend had a VIC 20. We sort of messed around with that, and then, but the
Jet Set
Atari,
Willy.
yeah. Manic Miner, Jet Set Willy.
That's
My
about
dad
the
used to
20
love
with
Mr.
William
Wimpy.
Shatner ads.
I remember one of my mates got a Dragon 32.
Oh,
I mean, it was like he was the new owner of IBM. So like,
We
my
had-
God.
We had a kid at school that came in one day. He says, "Oh, I've got a Dragon 32. I've got a Dragon 32." And we were like, "Yeah, but you know,
No one
Spectrums
likes anything for it. Yeah.
yeah, Spectrum and Commodore's where
Yeah,
it was
we've
all
all
at."
got
And then about
Spectrums.
6 months later, apparently they had a common fault with the power supply, and it would overheat, and basically this hole would open up in the top of the computer where the plastic melted into
Yeah.
it. But funnily enough, the guy that is organising Synthesized at the museum is a huge Dragon 32 fan, and
Covered in melted plastic.
yeah, coming in meltdown. But no, he's got tons of the buggers, and he organises Dragon 32 meets. There's still people that do that.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I mean, it was quite a capable 6502 based
Yeah.
computer.
Oh, he's quite chuffed that it used a very similar processor to the Fairlight. But so here we go. Let me just bring this up here. Where are we?
Right, I'm going to go, guys. Call it a night.
I'm gonna split two
Oh,
guys.
bud,
Cheers, Jim.
But yeah,
take
Yeah,
care.
Jim, look.
See you,
Look after
Ben.
yourselves.
good to see you.
Nice
All
seeing
right,
you.
guys.
Have a good
Take it
time.
easy.
Yeah.
All right.
No, mate.
See
You
ya.
too.
Bye.
Cheers. Cheers, Ben. Oh.
Where are we? There we go. So I can do.
Ooh.
Don't know if it does this.
Welcome to PSN.
Yeah. No, that's the wrong. I've shared the wrong thing. Hang on. That's the Facebook page. What I want to share is the
Right.
actual web page.
Well, could have been worse. Could have been the Pornhub page that you keep permanently open.
No, that's on a different browser on a different tab.
Ah,
I've learned my lesson.
Play it safe. I see. Yeah.
Yeah, on a different computer.
He keeps on an iPad off screen, so
Damn, you've seen it. What's going on here? Why is that? Or is it just my? There we go. So yeah, these are some of the things that. So yeah, that's Barney's PPG. That's the guy with all the modular stuff. He brings a ton of stuff along with his Jupiter
Christ
6.
almighty. There's dedication.
There's a rack mount Series 3 that I brought in. Jupiter 6. There's a CX5M that they have going there. There's my Series 2 running on one of their monitors. There's a keyboard, Fairlight. That guy there in the bow tie is the late John Malloy of Mainframe fame, who were kind of early pioneers, sort of British music. Oh, look, there's a video of some fat bloke in a t-shirt. And Clarissa Vincent comes along. Yeah, she does a whole performance. And there's
Far too many of these late people.
Yes,
for my liking.
Well, John came along, and we knew he was ill, but he was absolutely desperate to come along because Colin Holgate, who was one of the co-inventors of the Greengate sampler, which was like the Britain's answer to the Fairlight or to Akai.
Yeah.
He'd flown in from the US and brought with him a DS4 and gave it to the museum. He said, "I found this in my loft. Here you go." So they've got an operator. And so John comes down and he just did this interview. You have to watch it. It's really good. Mainframe, they didn't do a huge amount of stuff, releases, but what they did was very, very good. And John was sort of half of that band. And then we found out I think it was about 6 months later, he sadly succumbed to the cancer that was ravaging him. So, but absolute, just what an honour to meet him. But yeah, as you can see, that's just a list of some of the stuff that they had last year, along with the Fairlights and the PPGs and everything. So yeah, it's a really good event, and it supports the museum, and a whole bunch of geeks get to hang out. So you can get a weekend pass for $13.50, or you can, if you just want to do a day, you can do a one-day thing, or bring the family for the weekend for under £40. But that's the 2019 page. So the 2022 dates.
Yeah.
Because that's what we were doing. 25th and 26th of June. At the Centre for Computing History.
I would have come if I could, but I can't.
Oh, no.
There's certainly a festival going on that weekend.
There's a museum, synth museum, opening up in town called Osho.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure where in London it is yet. But a lot of the exhibits I've had to restore for them, get it up there.
Well, they could do that in your place, couldn't they? You could have the show.
Yeah, you could
Shake Ken.
Just come here.
Yeah.
Spongfest.
Spongfest.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. And I just wear a vest saying, sorry, you misunderstood.
Very good.
Boom, boom.
I
It's
see
just a
what
shame
you
all
did
this
there.
stuff is down south.
Yeah.
Well, it's not, is it? Come on, we came all the way up to Bradford for you.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, we have
And there is Synthfest, but I mean,
And Synthfest in Sheffield. Yeah, I mean, come on.
I would like to go down to Cambridge, but
Yes.
it would just be too expensive.
It's not too far from the train station.
Yeah, it's.
I can pick you up from there.
There are trains that go from Liverpool to Norwich, aren't there?
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't smoke on a train. I can't smoke on a train station.
Set fire to the
I
seat
would
and nobody
be
will
killing
notice.
people.
Just do what Kent's done and vape.
Nicotine patch.
I never thought I'd do that, didn't I?
There you go. You
There's
see. There's the incentive.
You're not allowed to vape anywhere either. It's classed as smoking.
Oh dear.
Oh, good grief.
Anyway,
Hey, Jim, how are you?
Good. How you doing, Greg?
Jim's replaced.
Feeling better? Looking good? Nice, healthy. Good.
What was it?
Guys,
Where's
missed
your cat, Dave? Where's your cat?
I just fed her, so she'll be over here loving me very soon. Yeah, she's finishing her meal. I went to the store. Yeah. I get nervous when I'm out of cat food. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
I got 4 cats.
Oh yeah.
I know which one would start chewing on me first, too. It's not Cleo.
That bad, huh?
Oh, yeah, she bites me. Like, if it's around 6 in the morning, she starts nibbling, biting me to wake me up.
It's all affectionate.
Is it, though?
Yeah. Trust me, if they really wanted to bite you, they would bite you.
That's true enough.
If I really
I love that with my boy cat. If you want to, sometimes he doesn't want to be played with. He's trying to tickle his tummy, and he just grabs your hand.
Oh yeah.
And there's just the slightest hint of claw, just enough to say, "I could kill you, but I'm choosing not to." And then he does this, and he just nibbles the fingers.
Yeah.
But it's all completely no punctures.
It's funny. One of my first dogs. We used to get in these epic hour-long battles on the floor, and then I got in trouble because he got too aggressive. But we had a blast. We would just get on the floor and just wrestle. It would sound pretty intense. It would get intense.
Yeah.
Well, it was a great way to finish the day, but then it was like, the dog's going to get violent.
So we've got Manny in the chat. He was there when I left, and he's still here now. Has he endeavoured to come on and show us the VP1?
Oh, look at that! Every time I see it.
Hello, sweetie.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, Grace, meet Gracie.
Hi,
This is Gracie. Gracie.
Oh, beautiful.
And her fur The fur is coming out.
Yeah, yeah. What you're holding in your hand, my entire front room floor is made
Here
from.
comes summer, eh?
Yeah.
It's an inch of carpet.
Yeah.
Well,
I'll make it for you.
It's
near
insulation.
enough.
It's insulation.
Yeah, stuff your pillows with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, let it get in the corners and the crevices of the house. Oh, it's a new one.
That's another one.
Here we go.
That's great.
Dogs and ambient music. I love
That's all right. It's nice.
Oh, it's nice.
Sounds very nice, Cat.
I think it's. I'm not quite sure. I think I might be accidentally playing some classical piece actually, without really noticing it. I think.
It's not really hardware jams. But
So it'll be out of copyright anyway. I wouldn't worry.
yeah. Oh, here she is. Everybody hold their cats, dogs.
Yeah.
Let's have a.
I would, but I haven't got any to hand.
Feline equivalent of a candle.
Come on, Bella. Come here. Come and say hello. Because
It's
we're having a bit of a pet
It's gonna be a
fest.
nice moment.
Box.
There's Noah.
Box, come here.
Nosy, look, look, say hi. Because you bastard, I was asleep.
There we go.
Go on, Rob, where's your pussy?
Hang on, Jackie.
It's a bit like the oral exam thing. You just no.
She was. Sorry, one of them was.
But I think she's going to get back to that triangle thing.
My littlest one.
Okay. You alright?
No, she's not.
You alright, there, bro? He was out in the garden all day today.
Baking.
On his back, yeah, frying himself, panting like an idiot. Weren't you? Eh?
Unfortunately,
Yes,
my two cats and another cat who lives nearby discovered a bird's nest with little babies in.
Oh.
And they kept bringing them to us. Intact and still
Millie.
alive. We kept rescuing the birds and trying to
Millie.
put them back where we think they came from, because you could hear the parents. But I'm not entirely sure if many, if any, survived.
I get a lick.
It's nature. It can be
Oh, it
cruel
is,
sometimes.
Get a little
It's
lick.
just horrible to see little baby birds.
Yeah, I know.
Nah, it's not fun.
I don't mind. I absolutely don't mind when they catch rats, because that's good. That keeps that population down. But little birdies, not so much.
Yeah.
But I've already got a family of foxes under the workshop.
Have you really?
Oh yeah. Thing
Have
is, Siri knows they're there, and she keeps pulling the house bricks out, just sticking her head in there. You leave them alone, because they used to live in the field, but of course they're building
Yeah.
those 171 places out there.
And we wonder why we have urban foxes,
destroyed their
yeah.
house.
Yeah.
Destroyed their homes.
Did you if you do you follow Ricky Gervais on any forms of social media, because he's got a family of foxes that during the day come out and play in his back garden.
Yeah.
It's just lovely. It's like a mother and 5 cubs or something. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah. I think we're friends on Facebook. I think. It might just be on a page thing.
See, there's somebody I wouldn't mind getting on the show with his history in Shona dancing. All those years ago, I think I've got some of their records.
Yeah. Wait.
Oh,
You
God,
done?
yeah, he was a sort of new romantic style, wasn't he?
Yeah, sort of like the duo, weren't they? Shona dancing.
That's the third. Is that a third different one? That looks like. Or is that the second one we saw?
This is the fourth one.
Oh, jeez, I can't even keep up.
Well, there's 2 whites, a red, and a grey.
Okay.
Red.
Well, yeah, the reddy brown one that came up earlier.
Oh, I didn't say. I must have missed that one.
Oh,
They all lined
Effie. Sorry.
Are they all in the line to get over?
They're all waiting for.
They can be, yeah.
Do you have a wheeled sled?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes, we do. Yes, we
You
do.
take you take them out onto fields to run them.
Well, we go to forest.
Right.
That's cool.
So we
Charlie.
go. I mean, I don't know if Kent knows Swinley Forest, going round by near Bracknell. So we got a training permit for there, and then we go racing around the country, or around the UK as such. But they're all getting a bit old now, so
I know the feeling.
May not be a lot more. I'm not getting any more.
Just a nice walk, a little trot.
So, well, it is absolutely now. Yeah, they've.
Well, we actually don't know how old Charlie is, because when Mick had him, he rescued him from a gypsy site.
Oh.
So he didn't know how old he was then, and we don't know how old he is now.
Well, I mean, our oldest one's 12, and she was running. Well, up where we sort of finished the season at the end of March, and she was still in harness working. So they stop when they want to.
Yeah, Charlie does this weird thing. He'll go out into the garden and he'll go up to a fence and stare at it for 20 minutes.
Oh.
Completely, like nobody's home sort of thing. Don't know why he does it. He's always been.
No.
He's very distant. He's a very quiet, sort of reserved dog.
I think they can be, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he'll sing to people when they come in. I mean, he sings to Rob when Rob came around, doesn't he? He does all this business. And then buggers off, he's not interested. So.
Yeah, I mean, there's just all sorts, really. I mean, one of ours just doesn't like strangers. So, it's just the way she is, just the way she always has been. We've never managed to snap her out of it. So, if someone visits the house, she goes in the cage, which she's quite happy to do.
Yeah.
And she woofs a couple of times at them if they walk past, or she hears the voice, and then she settles down. I mean, she doesn't come out the cage because it's not. She'll only come back out and woof at them. So.
Yeah, we're still waiting to hear Charlie woof.
Well, I mean, say woof. I mean, it's a cross between a woof and a bark and a yap, isn't it? So.
Yeah.
I think it's more of a. I don't know. It is more of a husky thing with the way they.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but he hasn't done that.
Yeah.
My retriever used to do that all the time. Golden retriever did that thing.
Yeah. No, the most we get out of him is a little sort of like, and that's it.
A little bit of talking.
All we get out of him.
Yeah,
fair enough. Little bit of chatting with you, and that's it.
Yeah.
Especially in the morning, because every morning they have these little pigs in blankets. It's their treat in the morning. And he does that, that sort of like tap dancing they do with their front paws.
Yeah,
and they do all this business and then spin around in a circle.
Yep.
And then it's all lots of
David. Pay her some attention, David. Come on.
Oh. It's really stressful.
It's such a cute meow.
It's like the last thing I need to. It's like you try to come out of your have a little peace of quiet, and someone's still screaming at me.
The great thing is we used to live in a hospital. Sirens would go by all the time. And a chocolate lab used to howl at them. It was great.
Oh yeah, ours we had 3 of them. They would all croon together. They were all different sizes, and they all had different, some were woo, and then there was and then you could tell all 3 of them. It was great. I don't know why I didn't record it.
Yeah.
I love that.
Oh wow.
But my one husky now, she's quiet. She barely will say a peep. I can't. She won't say nothing. Maybe they'll woo.
Yeah.
Cleo does all the talking for everybody.
Yeah.
She's the talker.
But it literally took Charlie a year to sort of like come out of his shell.
Was he a turtle?
Yeah, he might as well have been. He was that quiet. He didn't know what to do with himself.
The trouble is, where he's come from, he's probably been trained to be quiet one way or another.
Yeah, well, he had the reason Mick rescued him. He was on this gypsy site. He was tied up, and a bloke was hitting him with an iron bar.
Yeah.
And then Mick went over there, laid him out, and took the dog.
Took the dog.
Yeah.
Fair enough, but I'm just saying that the dog was probably trained not a nice way to be
Yeah.
quiet because they don't want
Yeah.
they want the dogs to raise an alarm when there's any of dogs that will raise the alarm for when there's strangers coming onto their camp or whatever.
Yeah.
But they probably don't want anything else out of the dogs. Well,
Yeah.
unless they're using it for breeding machines.
Yeah. Well, Mick said that dog was out there every day, rain,
Yeah.
sleet, snow, didn't matter. It was tied up to this post. That's all he ever seemed to. And you go, right, I've had enough of this.
But you see enough of the animal welfare films, don't you, where the elephants and the bears and things are tied up, and they just got that perpetual motion of because they're tied up so tight to something, they just can't do any other movement than
This is why we think he does this thing where he goes out into the garden sometimes and just stares at the fence. Yeah, completely motionless.
Yeah.
But we've encouraged him. Like I say, it's taken probably about 18 months altogether. And encourage him to come up on the settee, sit with us. Because before, if you went to stroke him, he'd get up and go away. Didn't hate being touched or stroked or scratched behind the ear. None of that. And it's taken all this time. But you can give him a cuddle now and he doesn't bugger off.
David, is your cat a house cat, or do you allow it out?
No, they're all house. It's just too complicated to let them out.
She just told you.
They sneak out for a second. She doesn't. She doesn't come out of the basement. She just lives down here. She's got a little fort in the back of my studio. Used to be a closet. That's where the sheets are. She's got it pretty good. But no, I don't let them out anymore. It's just with the neighbors and everything. You can't,
Yeah.
It's too complicated.
No, because like when we had people moved in next door here, the place had been empty for a long time. And they were out in the garden and Nellie come up onto the fence to say hello. So they said hello to the dog and stroked her head and everything like that. And I've gone, oh no. They'd spoken to Nellie. And lo, within 5 minutes, there was the knock at the door saying, your dog's in our kitchen. Well, she just leaps over the fence and gone in. Couldn't get rid of her.
You wanted to be friends.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what Nellie... Well, you know what Nellie's like.
Yeah.
I mean, when Rob came round, I mean, she wants to be his hat. Doesn't she? She'll climb up you if she can.
I come home with these kind of light abrasions on my chest.
Yeah, she's not a small dog, is she?
Nope.
And she's so excitable. We've tried to calm her down, but it's like, oh, all right, give up.
I mean, it took us something like 25 years for one of the dogs to get over our fence, and that was probably 6'6". We've always had to have, with the Huskies, we've always had to have, at least 6 foot of fence to stop them jumping over. But it took 25 years for one of them one day decide it could get over the fence into the neighbours, which was fine. The neighbour just, like you said, gave the dog, said, your dog, can you come get your dog? So it meant I had to go round and put wiring up. I mean, we were in a small terraced house, but even so, it was just like, okay, go buy rolls of wire and get some metal and wood to make brackets and just put extra up just for this one dog all that time. But I think she's too old and things now to. I'll probably keep it up for another year, and I think she won't be thinking about doing it again. But
but I mean, all right, we've got 4, and 3 of them are relatively young as far as we can tell. But when we had 9, they were quieter and less trouble. So it's not the number; it's just the personality of the dog that you get, isn't it? It's sort of.
Well, it is in a way, but over the years we've had 10 dogs here a couple of times.
Yeah.
And then in the last couple of years, we've literally lost 4 through old age and illness.
Yeah.
But until when we started breeding, we were okay keeping a number of dogs because they were all quiet, and we had some friends moving down the road. They got 2 huskies, and they would howl 3 times a day, which is what they can do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, once when you've left home to go to work, once at lunchtime if you're going, and once just before you come home. But but for years we got the blame for it, but no trouble. And then as we started breeding the working attitude into the dogs we had, then we got the noise, which over the years we've only got one shitty neighbour who's kicked off and given us grief, but touch wood somewhere, it's all gone quiet. And some of it's got to be like the less number of dogs we've got, because we've halved the number. So it must, I'm working on the basis of half the noise, but there we go.
On the question of, having that many dogs, you have to surely have a fair amount to clean up, should we say?
Yep. Yes.
Oh my god. Yes.
It's a reality.
But the thankful thing to us, right, is we've fed a raw diet for a large number of years. So the one thing we get is the infamous white poo.
White poo.
Yeah. And the other thing is that because the dogs digest the food in a very economical way, you don't have to feed them so much for size or weight to maintain their body, their health,
and they're eating what they're designed to eat.
And that's right, and they're making the most of what they eat. And what I go and pick up, even when we had the 8 dogs or whatever, still wouldn't be. Maybe you get 2 or 3 large dogs, and they would, especially if they were on even dried dog food, they'd be picking up more than what we pick up. What we picked up with 8, or even it doesn't matter. It's just they're all generally firm, shall I say? We're not picking up mess or soft or most of the time. But so it's not that bad a thing. But whereas Kent's got a mixed pack, so
because Charlie does that thing. I imagine your ones do it as well. Is the huskies tend to have a crap, take another step, have another crap, take another step, have another crap, and like to sort of like leave a trail.
But they think they're just doing stone circles or something, but in poo, I think. I don't know. But yeah, you're absolutely right.
And they kick motion too. Sometimes they kick behind.
Yeah. We see Noah, on the other hand, does these tiny, tiny little sort of like peanut-sized rock-hard pellets. Honest to God, it's ridiculous. They're tiny, tiny. You could miss them, but they're absolutely rock-hard and really dry. And we encourage him to drink more, and he's like, "No, not into it."
It's about what you could do. I mean, would you feed him?
He's on the nature diet.
Was that like a dried food then, basically?
No, it's a meat with, but it doesn't have pea in it because he's got leishmaniasis, so he can't have any peas. Will kick it off, and he'll start rotting at his extremities. So they're all on it, and they've all been really, really healthy on it, I must admit. It costs a bloody fortune.
Do you feed them bones as well? Or?
No. I think it was Max, because we used to give them bones at one time of day, because it's something you thought, oh yeah, you give dogs a bone, but if you've got a pack of them, you better have one for each.
Yeah.
Oi. And he got a bit of bone stuck in his throat, and I had to literally put my hand down his throat to try and retrieve this bloody thing because it was choking him. So I thought, right, no more bones, no more of that. So they don't miss it anyway. This lot have never had bones.
No, but
except maybe Noah. God knows what he was eating up in the mountains in Spain. So.
Whereas ours eat raw chicken mainly.
Yeah.
With and they get pasta and get pasta meals with additives, shall we say, and
Yeah.
things. They get mince in it and things, but I mean, essentially, most of the time they're fed raw chicken, and it can even be frozen. They'll just go off and
Yeah,
throw
they
shit
gnaw
or
on
whatever.
it. Yeah, they love it. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, we've never had a bone problem
Yeah.
because it's wings, and it's wings and legs basically.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, they're quite capable of crunching them all up, aren't they? So.
Yeah, absolutely. They've all been brought up from a puppy or from things like that. So that's what they're used to. But it will horrify people that just think that they're crunching raw bone, and it should be doing much more damage than it actually doesn't.
You just have to look at wild dogs in Australia or.
Yeah, but this is it. I mean, this lot would be fine with bones. It's. I think it's me that has the problem with it. Because I was shitting myself when Max was laying in the garden on his side choking. So I was just like, I don't want to go through that again. So they don't. But this lot have never had bones, so they don't really miss it.
Well, for a while at the zoo, we were giving raw turkey necks to the bobcats, and one day. It got a chunk wedged behind its back teeth, and it was pawing away at it furiously. And luckily, they're nice enough that I could go up to it, stick my hand in there, and pull it out of its mouth without getting my hand chewed off.
Yeah.
But a more wild animal, that would be very risky.
Yeah. Yeah.
But they get stuck, and it's bad.
Well, they get plenty of stuff to chew on because we give them those antlers that you buy now. Which they absolutely adore. They'll sit there and chew on an antler for hours and hours and hours.
Are they expensive? Because anything I see here that looks raw or natural, you go in the pet store and it is just insanely priced.
Yeah, it's probably better to get it from a wholesaler if you can.
Yeah,
rather than. Yeah, go to not so much a specialist as such, but somebody who can deal with these things in sort of like bulk. It's a better way to buy them because a lot of them are all about fashion, and an extra little few quid on top because it's fashionable.
Agricultural suppliers are quite good for that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's bed. I'll see you all soon.
All right, buddy.
Yeah.
Cheers, Grace.
Take care, Grace.
Yeah, cheers, Grace.
Take care of yourself.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye. Yeah. So, dog play. Oh, I don't know.
I say it's good that David keeps his cats indoors. My best cat ever disappeared one time, and I couldn't find it. Nobody saw it. No records of it anywhere that were obvious. I had to go to the Humane Society, check all of their lost and found animals, like three or four different rooms, nothing. Went through the DOA files, finally found what was likely my cat in the DOA file. Picked up, run over by a car. That was
do you not tag them over there?
It doesn't matter if it's run over by a car. I mean, it may have fallen off, but we generally have call.
Do you chip them?
Yeah, we have all those chipped.
We're talking late 80s.
Yeah, there's chips now. We lost a dog. It was a stray to begin with, but for growing up, we had one that would go out every day, come back like 7-8 hours later. Because it was very rural, so he would go down to the water and hang out with another husky, actually. But long story short, one day he just never came back. To this day, we got no idea what happened.
Yeah, it's like my old Jack Russell, Larry. I mean, God, I could write a book about that dog. He'd go out in the mornings, and there's a couple of houses down the road that he'd go into and stay in there. He'd eat the woman's cat food, have a kip on the settee, then come home. He loved chocolate and vodka.
Don't we all?
And he lived to be 20.
God.
Yeah. Like, we used to let dogs in. I know we had a couple dogs, I think, in the neighborhood we'd let in. They'd come by and visit. come hang out for a little bit. Then you'd send them
Hey
on the
Dave,
way.
how you doing?
Yeah. They'd come to the back. They knew exactly what was going to happen. They're like, yeah, I come in, you'd give me some treats. We hang out a little bit.
Now, Larry used to love going out. He'd be crying to go out, and you let him out, and he'd run out into the backfield and play with all the kids, and go play. Go try and catch me, because he was really good at it. And he used to go up to these big dogs, and he would bite them and get them to chase him. But he could do really tight circles where the big dogs are going big circles, so they could never catch him. He thought that was hilarious, ridiculous. He was a great little dog. He was.
You'd probably get arrested for that these days, Ken.
Yeah. living where we do, I mean, we let all our cats out, and they're all, tagged, chipped, whatever.
Yeah.
And we haven't lost one. When we moved, actually, because we moved we used to live about, 500 yards that way, and we moved to this house. And for the first couple of weeks, Trinity, who was the one of the last couple of cats we had before the ones we got now, she just went back home and she just waited for us to come home. And eventually my next door neighbour saw her and just grabbed her. And once we got her back here, she's like, oh, okay, I get it now, this is where we live. And that was it. She was fine after that. But we don't live, I mean, there's a road outside the front of a house, but it's in the village. And yes, we do get a few dickheads every now and again sort of zooming up there with their exhausts and what have you, but it's generally very safe. There's not like a big history of it. But then we got these two that we've got, and so Milo is, they're just over 2 years old. So Milo is pretty much fully grown. He's a big muscular fucker, and he's a lovely thing. But his sister was the runt of the litter, so she's about half his size, and that's it. She stopped. That's she's like the eternal kitten. And we're very cautious about letting her, because she is so small.
Yeah.
She just wouldn't be seen, even though she's got some white bits on her, and we put collar on. So we only, we always get them in at the end of the day, so sort of like, as it gets a little bit later. But Milo will pull an all-nighter, and he'll come back in the morning saying, I've been out all night, what are you going to do about it? But he was only, I don't know, not even a year old. And he ran into a Land Rover out the front of our house. He ran into it, not the other way round.
Yeah.
And bounced off and brought himself back home, sort of, and just had a few cuts and bruises, nothing massive, all very little stuff. But that kind of just made us think. So we, every time he goes out, he always has a big luminous collar on with a bell, because he's jet black. I mean, he is completely 100% jet black. So you try and give him half a chance. But I had a cat we rescued from. It was my ex-wife's parents. Lived next door to this woman. She was a single mum with a couple of kids, and they had this little kitten. And the kids adored it, and everyone was happy. And then she got a new boyfriend who hated the cat, and would just kick it out and leave it out in the winter, in the snow, little thing. And we just basically said to my ex-mother-in-law, look, if there's any chance that she doesn't want to hang on to this, we will gladly take it and look after it. And it turns out that she just didn't. I think she tried to rehome it locally, and it just kept coming back. So we said, look, we'll have it. So we took her in, a little cat called Susie. And we lived on a housing estate, but it's a big kind of house. These big kind of modern developments where there's little roundabouts all over the place, and there's lots of traffic. And she was with us for about 8 months. And it was one August morning, and I was off work. I can't remember if it was a holiday or something. And I got woken up at about 5:30 by this horn. The road beside us, and I thought, what was that? And went back to sleep. And she didn't come in for her breakfast, and so I went out looking for her, and I found her by the side of the road, exactly where that horn had, because it was right outside my house on the other side of the road. And so she got, so we kind of rescued her from this horrible little life, and then she was all happy and fantastic, and then she decides to go and fucking cross the road at 5:30 in the morning. And Yeah, so that was quite horrible. But that's the only cat I've ever lost to an accident. Every other one has either died of old age, or we've had to tragically, sort of help them on their way because of illness. The last two, one had cancer in her mouth, and the other one had, well, Jesus, what didn't she have? She had cardiomyopathy, an overactive thyroid, and a whole bunch of other stuff. And eventually it just got to the point where she was just laying there sort of looking up at I said, no, I can't do this to you anymore. So,
I remember it was really fascinating to see the transitions. So when we grew up, it was relatively rural, and most of the time the dogs ran free. And then we watched as new people came into the neighborhood. They'd bring their pets, and we had a couple that would just chain them to the back in the backyard. And they would sit there. And we had one of the neighbors like that. The dog would just sit there on the chain all day, just look depressed, couldn't get in the house, and my mom would get so furious about it. She would just go over there. So if she had to, like she was fearless. So we all kind of learned that kind of behavior. That kind of like, don't let that happen. Just get over there. So there was a dog next door, and we finally she went over there and just said, look, if you don't want to take care of it, we'll take it. And we ended up taking it. We didn't let it out run that one. We kept it in the house. It was a shepherd, but she just moved next door. And it was the most bizarre thing because we lived next to them. Obviously, we were never that close, but it was just like, well, if you're not going to take care of it, though, what are you doing? Like,
exactly. Yeah. It was like my wife was saying yesterday. She said apparently the RSPCA, which I think you have an equivalent. Is it the ASPCA over there, isn't it?
SPCA.
Yeah.
ASPCA. Yeah.
They are turning away people bringing in rescued animals, because they are absolutely full to the brim. Because over the last couple of years, people have been getting pets because they're working from home, and now they're going back to the offices, and they can't look after them. And at what point did you think that it's this whole a dog's not just for Christmas sort of thing, isn't it? It's just like you can't just get a pet and because you're going to go back to work fairly soon. So what didn't you do? What didn't you think about? Why are these people just
they didn't.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
didn't. They didn't think about it, and they probably weren't raised in a manner that they kind of understood how the different ways you could have pets. Like I said, the neighbors were definitely from a culture where that was very normal.
Yeah.
You just stick it, and they were coming into an area where we were like, what are you doing?
Yeah. Right?
It was really a culture clash happening. The neighborhood was transitioning, and it was just like, like we don't understand this. Like,
there was a very sad ad many years ago on TV that took advantage of the whole idea of the Christmas pet.
Yeah.
And it showed this dog sitting outside on the chain, a little bit of text, and you hear the people laughing, enjoying themselves, and the poor dog's chained up outside, missing out on all the family fun. It's like, oh, it's a big dog now. It goes outside. It doesn't go in the house anymore, and it's out of all the human contact. It's a very sad ad.
Yeah.
Well, and it gets into the extension of that, Andy, obviously, is that it's a reflection of us, right?
Yeah.
And how we treat our pets is very much starts to reveal a lot about our own character and how we live.
Well, fortunately, most people do treat pets as a family member. It's just the outliers are the problem.
I think it's cultural, personally. And now, when I say culturally, I mean just it's how you're raised with that kind of stuff. I don't know if it's normal or not. I would like to believe it is, but like you said, those humane societies are packed with animals. And they'll just they're practically giving them away.
Yeah.
Our husky, we just walked in. They're like, "You want to take it?" And we're like, "Whoa, wait a minute. We'll be back tomorrow." I mean, they're just trying to get rid of them. They're just desperate to move to the next animal. They got to keep the cages.
Yeah, the no-kill shelters aren't very common either, so they eventually get You have to kill some of them. So.
Oh, I can't even.
Yeah.
So I was like, my grandmother on my mother's side was she loved cats, but she had a very, very, very strange way of displaying that love, because she at one point I think she had 21 cats, and she lived in this house that they'd been in since the 1950s, and they'd built this, I don't know what you call it, a lean-to or whatever, but it was big, and it was big enough to house multiple cats, and they all had their own beds and everything, and it had fresh air, they all got fed, and they all got very well looked after, but only 2 or 3 of them could ever come into the house at any one time. And she would, in her old age, she would have a favourite for a couple of months, and then she'd swap them round, which I always thought was very odd, but at least the cats were getting something. But when my parents divorced, so I wanted a cat because I think I'd kind of grown up with it. So we got a cat. My dad wasn't a big fan. My nonna used to claim that the cat was the cause of all my asthmatic problems and all this kind of stuff, which it wasn't. But when my parents divorced, my dad just abandoned our cat and ended up living with a neighbour, which we then had to go and rescue her from, and they were quite happy to let us have him. But we lived with my grandmother for a year, and during that time one of the cats got pregnant, and I was dead excited because I'd never seen kittens, proper kittens, from day one.
Yeah.
So I was really, really excited. And then as the day got closer and closer and closer, my mum told me that they weren't going to keep the kittens, and I said, "Oh, what, are they going to give them away?" They said, "No, they're just not going to keep the kittens."
Mm.
And I discovered that basically she'd ordered her husband, who was my step-grandfather, to drown them at birth.
Yeah.
And I was incensed, absolutely incensed. And I even, to the point where, I was, 12 at the time, 13, something like that. I created posters and everything, and I was attaching them to the cat's bed saying, "Don't kill my kittens," and I got into so much trouble because I really, really didn't want to do it. And then unfortunately the cat gave birth in the early hours of the morning when I was asleep. And my step-grandfather, subservient as he was, did the business, and he tried to explain it to me, like, that he was doing the right thing. No, at least let the mother have the kittens and then give them away if you don't want them. But no, just and I think that kind of flicked a switch in me. It said, no, if you're going to have a pet, you commit to that pet. That pet is part of your family. It's an extension. It's not something you've given birth to, but you might as well have been. And if it's not that to you, then you shouldn't really have the pet.
Well, I think it's okay at some point if you have to let it go or your life changes and you got to give a good home.
Oh yeah, but you do that out of compassion, don't you? You do that from a good place.
Yeah.
Well, we are a disposable society a little bit, and again, I think some of this it's convenience for us versus.
But if you said to me tomorrow,
to take care, just to let it go like that, it's convenient, isn't it?
But if you said to me tomorrow, Rob, I'm giving you a new job with a massive salary hike, and you've got to move to an apartment block in a large city, and they don't allow pets, I would turn that job down. Because if I let's just wouldn't do it. I would not make that sacrifice. I wouldn't even give them away to someone because they're our family. That's just kind of how it is.
Yeah, no, we had one time that we had to give away, and it was the most horrible thing ever. Even though I knew it was going to this young little girl, and we checked in on it, and it was sleeping with her and everything, but we got a little bit. We had both kids, and we had too much. I started to get to not treat the animals as kindly, and I realized that maybe I needed to let the animal have a better home. But that was the hardest thing, and I never thought I would do that. Never. But I've had a lot of pets, so it's not like it's the norm. But yeah, I do can glean a little bit about people from how how they feel about pets a little bit. It does kind of give you a little bit into their personality, and it's not necessarily judging them by any means, because it could be there could be good reasons for it, but.
Yeah, it was very hard. I had to move and live with my grandmother to take care of her. And I couldn't keep my parrot, my dog, or my cat. And luckily I had good friends all over that I knew I could trust, and I could go visit them.
Yeah.
And I was able to do that. Otherwise, it would have been incredibly painful. Just,
Yeah, but I think my empathy it goes a little bit too far sometimes. I mean, that shed that I put up in the back garden, I was bringing what was it? An Elka 610 in a flight case. Bloody heavy thing. I'm just about going to put this thing down in the corner. And there's a spider on the floor, and he's making his way across the floor. I'm going, come on, faster, out of the way. Come on. This thing's heavy.
So
this
much
thing's
more
heavy.
like that, yeah. I don't know why. I think since I've had kids in the last 20 years, actually longer than that, because obviously I've got my stepson. But I think especially when I had kids of my own, I mean, that changes you as a human anyway. When you have children, you have absolutely no idea how it's going to change you until it changes you. I've often spoken to people that I've told them that child you're expecting, your life will change immensely in every single way. All these things that you took for granted now no longer apply, and you will change as a person. Like, oh no, I'll be fine, and then they change. And since I've had children, things like, I mean, I'm still not a massive fan of spiders. I'm not a massive fan
they terrify
of
the
wasps.
shit out of me.
I'm not a massive fan of wasps or daddy long legs, crane flies, whatever. But I really don't want to be killing anything.
No, I don't want to kill anything, regardless.
I take them all out of the house now.
Somebody drop Ty a link, please.
I
have. Nice. Oh God, here it comes. I take all the insects out of the house, and I piss away a lot of my life walking around with a glass, and I think this is why you get nowhere, David. This is why you get nowhere, because you're going to spend 10, 15 minutes trying to get this daggone spider, right? It's awesome, though. No regrets.
I'm not bothered by spiders at all. I don't particularly like wasps or flies in the house, but I'm quite happy to leave the spiders.
I'm not. Spiders don't worry me too much. It's when they, they see me before I see them, kind of thing. But whoa, kind of thing.
Well, I get worried for the kids a little bit too. Like I don't.
You haven't super glued your bloody hands to your head again.
He looks mad at us.
And with his opening gambit, Ty lay the foundations for the next couple of hours.
Wouldn't it be amazing at that point, and then to just kind of fuck off again? Just come on. Genuinely, this is absolutely true. I actually, I've got a friend who knocked on the door. I knew he was coming round, and he knocked on the door. It's a long-standing friend. We've known one another since I was 16. I opened the door. He made no eye contact with me. I made no eye contact with him. He walked in, walked to the toilet, had a piss, walked out again, got into his car. No words were spoken. No eye contact was made.
That's true friendship there.
Yeah. But then he then fucked off. But then I knew it was happening. He then literally 2 minutes later came back. We pissed ourselves laughing.
Yeah.
It was all good. Anyway, the idea of just coming into here, telling you to fuck off, and then going again.
And then just go.
I thought you were going to say that he came back and had a shit and then fucked off again.
Do you know what? It wouldn't surprise me. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I've looked knackered because I have been on the road for 9.5 hours today.
Oh my word!
Yeah.
You did that thingy, didn't you?
That autism thing. So I drove up to Middlesbrough today.
Blimey.
And drove up to Middlesbrough. Did 6 hours filming with me on the screen. So when that comes out, that really will be a laugh. And then driven back again. And the saddest part about this is all I've been listening to on the drive down, apart from having a couple of phone conversations, is you sad fuckers.
Yeah.
I've just had you on in the car, listening to all kinds of shit, from fucking wallpaper to dog shit. It's been awesome. So ironically, I just thought hilarious. The first thing I do, bearing in mind I've had no fucking sleep and I'm shattered, is to come on and go, "Hey everyone, thought I'd join in for the last, So.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so it's been very entertaining. Obviously I didn't have the visuals because I think that may be either
That's
illegal
probably
or
a good thing.
or whatever. So. But it was lovely to hear all your dulcet tones as I'm driving down the M1.
You lie so politely.
No, I don't, because I'm accepting that I'm talking bullshit, and I'll quite happily tell you that I'm talking bullshit. But no, it's good. But yeah, long day. I'm just.
Yeah, I bet.
I'm tired because I hardly slept the night before.
So were you in makeup and costume?
Not on this occasion.
No.
No makeup. No, this was for. It's a film about. It's a film about autism, and it's done by Chris Packham.
Oh.
And it's I think it's going to be out later in the year. And basically, they're wanting to get creatives to then. It's basically people with autism that have passions or specific things about their condition, and they found a guy who's really into music, really into dance music. I mean, so of course, naturally come to me. Really into dance music, and they wanted someone who could realize his dream and basically incorporate the problems he has on a day-to-day basis with his condition, and relate that into a dance track to then accompany part of the film. So I've still got to do my normal job of writing to picture, but basically it's with a track that he's had a hand in, and I've kind of realised it with him, and then basically done the kind of interview a bit as well, which is so ironic, doing it the same way that kind of Homes Under the Hammers is, all that kind of crap he's done. So kind of one camera routine, doing the same thing multiple ways. And having to ask the same questions again, and so I've basically done a presenter's role, basically. So me as a presenter, more to the point, not being able to tell people to fuck off and swear. There are a few occasions, I have to say, where I kind of had to just kind of stop takes with me going fuck, sorry, fuck, no, fuck. So I was a presenter.
Cool.
Wow.
And the track itself, I have to say, is so it'll be good.
Yeah, bearing in mind you don't like sort of dance
fucking
music.
hate dance fucking music, but that's not the point. Doesn't mean you can't do it, because let's be honest, in terms of genres as they go, is there an easier genre to fucking do? Because there's not. Because
it's a shame. It's a shame Andy isn't on still.
Oh, honestly, I'm not having you on because, of course, I mean, I like this. There's some dance music I like, but as a genre, as a whole, it's not my favorite. But he says diplomatically. But honestly, because you sit down from a musical point of view, you sit there and analysing. It's easy to analyse shit. That's what I do on a day-to-day basis. So, of course, I sat down and started analysing some dance music, the kind of music that he likes and all this kind of thing. Fuck me. Honestly, I could don't, please. It's more difficult
you can make it with your eyes closed and your hands behind your back.
It's more difficult for me to put fucking sugar on my Weetabix in the morning than it is to write a fucking dance track. What,
Yeah, but
it is everything by numbers. It's.
But you do have a skill set which is somewhat above most of us.
Yeah, but no, it's not above other people. It's just it's all I've ever done. I always say this. It's all I've ever done. I'm shit at everything else. Honestly, give me a pair of what are they called? The things you cut hedges with. Shears. Give me a pair of shears. I wouldn't have a clue what the fuck to do, though. I'd probably chop my knob off. I would not know what to do.
On the grass with them sticking out your chest.
Honestly, I'm crap at everything else. All I can do is do what I do, and that's fine. But it's just, I mean, I've always said this about, you know, kind of dance music. I think the difficult part about it is that the guy himself is a lovely guy, really fantastic guy. He's really passionate about the genre, but really passionate about music, really passionate about all this. And it's really difficult not to just sit there and go, mate, honestly, it's a piece of piss. You could, and he's I'm not going to say the artist because it's not fair on them or on him, but he loves this music. He loves the artist, and he genuinely sees them as kind of god figures. And I kind of want to turn around and go, fuck me, they're not god figures. It's just.
But is it something to do with the repetitious nature of the music
that he loves,
that twigs with him?
Completely. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. It's all about routine and.
It's a drug almost.
Yeah. It's the fact that it's just relentless. I mean, the funniest thing about it was, you know, kind of, so when we were kind of getting to know one another, he'd sent me this list of these tracks, which were his favourite tracks, and he was putting into all these subgenres of, I can't remember what they all are now, but all these subgenres of dance music, or these EDM, and they all have all of their own individual, you know, and you listen to going, you just want to turn around and go, they're all the fucking same. It's the same tempo, it's the same sounds, it's the same harmonic structures, it's identical. Tell me why, just because somebody said this is old house, this is new house, this is happy house, this old house. Yeah, exactly. It's unbelievable. But anyway, so, and it was very difficult not to just tell him that it was all shit.
Well, it's democratized music, you know, easy to make.
There's some truth to it. I mean, and you really.
Whoa! There's not some truth to it. There's a huge amount of truth to it.
There's some truth.
No.
Nothing else.
Are you trying to do manual time stretching there? There's some truth. Yeah. It is all the same.
Look on the bright side. He might have been into medieval folk.
Say again?
Okay. What about Aphex Twin? I'm not a dance person. So
no, Aphex Twin, overrated. End of story. Yeah, a few good ideas, but overrated beyond belief. The only dance act the only dance act who I genuinely do rate is Underworld. They're the only dance act.
I agree. I think it's way overrated, and I think it started with it. What is going on with the chat?
Oh, sorry, that's me. Shall I?
Ty's attracted them.
Yeah, but what's the web address?
It's no good without the web address. Come on, what is we need to know this dating site.
Need the www dot something. Come on.
I've had 9.5 hours on the road. I need to be relieved in some way.
We need help. We don't like dance music.
Yeah,
it's funny you should say that because we were talking about that synthesized event in Cambridge, and the last time they had it, this kid turns up, and Jason, who runs the place, pulls me over and says, "Oh, you got to look at what this kid does." He was quite autistic, you know. I don't know what the scale is, but anyway. And his parents brought him to this museum. And he started to respond to bits of technology. You know, he really kind of and then Jason introduced him to an Akai S1000. And with very, very little instruction, all of a sudden, this kid is chopping beats and sampling stuff and making drum and bass, which was his favourite. And apparently he was very non-communicative.
Mm-hmm.
And after doing all this, he started to talk more. First to Jason, who was his kind of mentor, and then more to his parents, and that was it. So Jason said, "Here you go, you have that," and he gave him the S1000,
amazing,
with an Atari ST, and that's nice. And then he showed me this thing. He said, "Come and have a look at this," and he's just mashing it up with this S1000 and an Atari ST, and it might not have been, you know, the best thing in the world, but by God, he was loving it. Absolutely loving it. He was just.
Good.
No, sorry, go for it, Jim.
Jim's replacement.
Sorry. I'm tired. Don't have a go at me. Stop it.
I don't.
Sorry, carry on.
I mean, I think we know when you get into songwriting composition to some degree, the rhythm, melody, there's, if you start to put a lot of rhythm and all that crap on there, you're kind of putting yourself in a box. And I think.
Do you know what I think? Joking aside, you know that I'm going to come here and be extreme. It's like any kind of musical genre. It's no different from any other kind of musical genre. If I'm honest, there's good stuff and there's shit stuff. And I think the problem is that I think the bar is so low when it comes to dance music that if you go and listen to something, I've unfortunately had to every now and again listen to what's it called when Radio 1 do those 2-hour mix whatever it is, and it's basically like 2 hours of dance tracks just mixed into dance tracks, and you have 2 hours of this continuous stuff. It's just that the bar is so low that a lot of shit just comes through with people raving about how amazing it is. And it would be no different from someone with a guitar just sitting there and strumming the same 3 chords for 2 hours from a technical point of view. But the reality is there's really good stuff out there. It's just for general consumption, there's just a pile of crap out there. And what's made it? I mean, we joke about the MIDI packs, but it's the MIDI packs, it's the Apple loops. It's all of the shit that makes the one genre that you can do this. Literally, it's just a piece of piss. Is dance music, because it lends itself to MIDI packs. It lends itself to loops. Yeah. That's it. So it means you need no talent to knock up a good, a half decent dance track.
Well, when you start picking up the tempo like that, you're kind of, again, I think you're putting yourself in a box a little bit. I mean, it's moving so quick. There's no place to breathe. There's no place for the melody unless you played it like.
Not, do you know? But it's not even about melody. It's not even about that. It's the predictability of it. It's the fact that we know when the drop's going to happen. We know when the breakdown's going to be. We know what sound they're going to use for the backward cymbal. We know where we know it's so predictable. You can sit there and just count through it, and then you get the odd track again that breaks that mold. And fucking hallelujah, it's done something. But that's not what people want. When people go clubbing, when people want this dance music, they want the predictability. They want to know.
So they don't look like a dick on the dance floor.
Exactly. But all of that, they're all the things that make me just sit there and go, this is shit.
And it's kind of goes against everything. Initially, the raves were, right, techno. When it came, you're like, wow, this is really interesting. Right?
It's like everything.
And then after about a year or two of it, you went, okay, well, fuck, this is all the same shit over and over.
You've hit the nail on
the
head.
Over. It's like, I'm done with it.
It's one of those things where genres move on, things change. And I think the problem I have is that, dance music as a genre has moved on so little in the last few years. It's moved on so, it's just, it's scary. And some of the stuff he was playing to me, I'm listening to you thinking, fuck, is this like 15 years old, 20 years old? It's like, oh, no, this was released a couple of months ago. And you're like, what the fuck? It's just, yeah.
So have you listened to any of the Eurovision entries then?
No, you see, this is where I had a conversation with a friend on the way down, and I completely shocked her because we were talking about what's happening next Saturday, and she turned around, oh, it's fucking Eurovision next Saturday. And I went, yeah, can't wait. I love Eurovision only because it is so awful. It is so bad that it is just addictive. I love Eurovision. There's not been a single. I know there was once when I worked on a cruise ship.
Schadenfreude, basically.
Say again.
It's Schadenfreude.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. It's. I just absolutely. It's so awful. I love it. I will be addicted to watching it next weekend. I love the idea of, and yes, can I point out that, joking aside, I normally do buy the double CD of the Eurovision Song Contest entries, and I got them all. So
there is usually not all songs, but there is a good degree of good songwriting on display.
I completely agree, and honestly, it's got better It has got better. I would probably say of the 22 that normally get through to the final or whatever it is, you can normally sit there and go, there's a good 6 tracks in there that are really very, very good. And so
I mean, even the Italian one that won last year.
Yeah,
I thought it was a really good song.
It's a good song. You can't, But don't get me wrong. I mean, I don't watch it for those. I do watch it for the shit. Let's be honest.
We watch it for the cheese.
I do watch it for that.
And we watch the point scoring because we know who's going to vote for who.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have an American spin-off of that now. It's pretty terrible.
We have Australia in ours, don't we?
Hang on a minute. But if this is the American version, this means now it's going to be the way that the Americans work. It's going to be the world song competition with everyone entering from America.
Yeah.
So only Americans can enter, but it's the world song competition, surely.
We'll make the most money.
Exactly.
Most lights, gala.
Yeah. And guess what? America are going to win.
It'd be Colorado, 12 points.
Gosh, I was
exactly. Yeah.
Utah, 2 points.
12, yeah.
Fucking California. Yeah.
What's the two countries
San
that
Francisco always do that, fuckers.
What's the two countries that always give each other 12 points every year?
Just more than 2.
Oh, I was
is
going
there?
to say there's more than. Oh my god!
So basically, all the
Serbia and Croatia.
Yeah,
most of the
one in
Baltic states will
particular.
vote for Russia and vice versa. Although that'd be interesting. And Russia this year?
No, they're not.
No. Russia aren't. Can I just point out? I thought this was absolutely hilarious. That obviously, when all the shit kicked off, that one of the headlines was within the first 3 or 4 days, and it was like big news is. And basically, Russia will now not be allowed in the Eurovision Song Contest. Yeah. I could just see Putin sitting there going, "Oh my God, we've made such an error! We're out of Eurovision! Quick, withdraw the troops!"
Yeah, I bet Ukraine wins.
Yeah.
That's been all over Twitter today.
Although the UK entry has now officially been earmarked as Bookie's second favourite to win.
Oh yeah, we've
second
heard
or
this
third.
before.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's coming last then.
Can I point out? Genuinely, I haven't even heard. I've been so up my own arse with work that I haven't heard it. But is it up to our normal standards?
Probably.
I.e., shite.
Bad.
Yeah. No. Well, it's But it's I love it. It's good entertainment.
I wonder if we get any death metal again.
I'm sure. I mean, somewhere.
Yeah, well, Baggy says Lordy wasn't that long ago.
It wasn't. No, I like it. I mean, when Lordy won, I mean that was a bit OTT, but it was fun and interesting. And last year, the Italians, it was very kind of glam rock, whatever you want to call it, or not. No, it wasn't really glam rock, was it?
Maybe ABBA will enter again.
Oh God, yeah. I'm so excited. I'm going to see ABBA Voyage soon. I'm really excited. I wouldn't normally have done that, but big live band and everything. Little Boots is part of the live band. She's very good. But yeah, looking forward to that.
That'd be fun.
Doing a Sunday matinee because we're old people. No,
oh my God. Got loads of gigs coming up actually over the summer, has to be said. Got Tears for Fears and David Gray. Going to see Simple Minds.
Nice.
Aha.
I wouldn't mind seeing Aha.
Any bands that aren't from the 80s?
No, none whatsoever.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Oh, Divine Comedy. Divine Comedy are doing.
Yes.
Oh,
no,
now they're
that'd be
doing.
a good gig.
But no. Have you seen what? I don't know whether. So they're doing 5 nights at the. I think it's Queen Elizabeth Hall or the Bar. I think it's Queen Elizabeth Hall. They're basically doing all of their albums in totality.
Wow.
Their entire back catalogue, and they're doing 2 albums each night over 5 nights.
Wow.
So booked into London from the Monday to the Saturday.
Nice.
I think it is Monday to Friday, every night in London. Hopefully I'm not going to have any work that week.
That's a hell of a thing for a band to do.
Yeah, completely. Of course,
It's a lot of songs to realise.
Yeah, but
a lot of rigs as well.
Love Divine Comedy, huge Divine Comedy. So for me, that is literally a wet dream. So, so that's going to be good. So yeah, so lots of.
I've got tickets to see Billy No Mates, who I think is absolutely brilliant, and Wet Leg.
Yeah, fuck off.
Wet Leg.
I'm sorry. I think I'm with Ty on that. I watched that one of the videos that you suggested for Wet Leg, and I'm sorry, I just don't get it. Just doesn't work for me.
It's fun. It's irreverent.
There's no place for fun in music. I keep telling you this. There is no place for fun in music.
No, I do like them.
Shout out to Frank Zappa.
Honestly, if it makes you smile, it's not allowed.
I did want to go see Tears for Fears, but for some reason I couldn't get to the ones that nearest me.
I was going to say they're not doing many places
No.
near to you. To be fair,
No.
I think I'm going to see them at Warwick Castle. I think.
Well, I saw them a few years ago. They actually played on my birthday at Newmarket Racecourse.
I've told you
really
this. I've told you this story. I have told you about.
Probably.
So I went to see them twice in
Yes.
a matter of a couple of weeks.
Yes.
But the first time they were absolutely shockingly bad, and then went to see them a couple of weeks later, and they were absolutely awesome. So it's.
Must have had words in the changing room.
I don't know where. Well, I don't know it was me and my head was in the wrong place the first time, but I don't think it was. I think it was they were just not.
Yeah,
it
sometimes you just
wasn't
get a night
gelling.
that doesn't work. Yeah.
It just wasn't gelling that night. It was like not good, and yet
I'm
the next
kind
time.
of disappointed I didn't get tickets to see Newman at Wembley, because everything I've seen and read about that, because it was like yesterday or the day before, said it was really epic. Because it was like the first time he'd been back to Wembley for 40 years or something. But I remember seeing the set lists from what was going on in America. I thought, it's just the same what I saw last time. And I've seen him so many times now. I'm not one of these obsessive. If he's doing a new album, I'll go and see a tour with a new album. But not when it's just like, isn't it?
Still finishes with cars?
Not all the time.
No.
No, he does. To his credit, he does mix it up a bit, and he will change the set list as and when. But he's got such an extensive catalogue to pick from. But yeah, I mean, cars and ME and films and Our Friends Electric, of course. That sometimes finishes the show. Or sometimes he'll start with it.
I'm not a great fan of big stadium concerts. I went to so many back in the 80s and 90s, and I'm not sure my hearing could take it now, but I actually prefer smaller, more intimate settings than the big stadium or race.
I mean, I have to say, stadium stuff, generally speaking, you're kind of going with the assumption that the sound's going to be shit.
And it generally is.
I mean, I'm going to see Coldplay at O2. Yeah, don't judge me. I love Coldplay. Fuck you. And
I love the money they gave me.
God, you're so defensive.
Well, no, it's only the fact that Coldplay really are one of those bands that it's just like, what? I will not hurt.
Yeah, but people used to say that about Dire Straits. I mean, so what? Some people like them, some people don't. Who cares?
Well, watching Coldplay live,
they're very successful.
The musicianship is very good.
Can I just say, Coldplay live? If you've never seen, I mean, I've seen a lot of live stuff, and I can honestly say the two bands that have completely blown me away live are Coldplay and Muse. Both live have been have been absolutely incredible. But Coldplay as a live band, absolutely phenomenal. I mean, just from an entertainment point of view, just absolutely brilliant. And so, got tickets to go and see. But there again, I think that's so too. And I just know that the sound is going to be, it's going to be a bit pants. That's why
Radiohead live ones, they're insanely good.
Yeah. I mean, there's, it's a shame sometimes when you just watch amazing bands. It just is shit acoustics. One of the best sounds I ever went to were when Kraftwerk did their last tour in the UK, and I had them booked for Symphony Hall, and I went there with Nick Batt. So Nick always keeps reliving the band that when they did the story when they did Man Machine, they had, because I don't know whether you know, but Kraftwerk have got their own special PA system.
that basically goes where they go. They don't use the in-house PA. It's their own specific, and it's not a normal speaker rig. It's some fancy bollocks that I did read about it once and got lost in the tech, but it's some completely, but my God, it goes unbelievably loud and unbelievably low. And Nick was saying he'll never forget his chest basically felt like it was basically about to concave, and with the kick drum on Man Machine, because it was just so low, zero distortion, no distortion, ridiculous levels, amazing, which was at Symphony Hall, which is a great venue anyway. But after I got tickets for that, they announced as kind of a warm-up as the tour, they did one show at Oxford New Theatre. Now, I don't know if anyone knows Oxford New Theatre. It's not a big venue. I'm going to say it's a very compact venue.
Intimate, yes.
Intimate. And they used exactly the same PA as they were using for festivals. And
Not
for
at the same volume levels.
At the same, and I swear to God, I went to both gigs at the same volume levels in a venue which is like a quarter of the size. And because I'd learnt about it early, I literally got circle, middle two seats in the circle at New Theatre. So I was right at exactly the right level for the PA, this special PA. Oh my God. The only way I can describe it was, sound-wise, it was like sitting in front of 100 grand hi-fi, and I was just sat in the perfect seat in the front of 100 grand hi-fi that was playing at the most ridiculous levels, worrying about whether my bones would actually stay together. It was fucking amazing.
Do you take any ear defenders? Or
I always take them with me. Yeah, I got some flares. I don't know if you've ever seen them. They're kind of they're fantastic. I would recommend them to anyone.
They're just attenuators, aren't
they? They are. They're not. They don't block it. They basically, you get the full frequency range. They're not just like things that block your ears up. So you still get the full frequency range, but they're basically everything is a lot less volume. I always take them with me. Sometimes I use them. Sometimes, kind of not. But I mean, I haven't been to a club. I refused to go to clubs from when I was about 18 because the easy way to fuck up your ears. Yeah, it's just an easy way to fuck up your ears. So I did it, and when I got to about 18, just went, not going to do that again. So
I went to a wedding, and the PA was putting out 134 decibels.
Oh, see, that's just.
I actually went up to the guy and said, "You're going to turn this down, or I'm going to take it off you."
Oh, you're so what cheerful for the kind of bloke you are. I bet you made their wedding. Yeah.
No, it was painful.
Was it painful?
It actually hurt.
I get that. Yeah, so. I get that. I get that. I mean, I've heard you're a big guy, so therefore I'd listen to you.
Yeah, he responded.
Yeah.
Still haven't got the website though.
Yeah, they've got this Tinder spammer.
Yeah.
Not quite. So what's the
No,
advertising?
I don't like stadium gigs because of people like Sass.
What, being too tall so you can't see them?
Yep.
Yeah. Can I point out?
There is that, yeah.
I left, it was my birthday a few years ago, and I went to see Goldfrapp, big Goldfrapp fan, as we all know, and I went to see them at probably one of the worst venues, which is Oxford O2 Academy. Fucking hate that place. And stood there trying to get a good spot for sound. We all go close to where the mixing desk is, and this big fucking fucker literally come and stood right in front of me, and wherever I kind of moved, he was just kind of shifting. And in the end, about 3 or 4 numbers in, I just went, "Do you know what? Shall we go?" And I left because this, it's just you get one tall fucker who just.
Just set fire to his t-shirt.
We can't help it. But think of us when we have to get onto planes.
Nah.
We suffer.
Nah.
No, I went to see.
That's called
Depeche,
Muppets.
I went to see Depeche Mode on I think it was the Sounds of the Universe tour at the O2, and I did exactly what you said, Ty. I went and stood right next to the front of the house desk because I thought, we're going to get some good sound here. At least in the O2, that's probably the best place you're going to get some sound.
Yep.
And then some lanky streak of piss in a leather jacket with a massive pint of beer that was obviously his 5th or 6th that night stands right fucking slap bang in front of me. and is showering us all with his, his beery effluence, and couldn't see a fucking thing. I was really pissed off. So the next time I saw them at the O2, I was like up in the seat, and I was just sat there. I'm quite happy to sit at a gig now. I don't need to stand because my back kills me.
I'm with you all the way. I get seats.
But this is why I always, if I go to like the local one here is the University of East Anglia, the LCR. It's got a big square kind of like dance floor, which is the main area, and then there's like 3 or 4 steps up to the raised kind of ground level. And I always stand by the sound desk on the top of these stairs, and then I can see over all the fuckers' heads, and I get a decent sound, especially when Schultz is doing the sound like at Darkness, because then he said, "Come in," and we stand there watching the band from there. So, and then we got told, actually we went to see the Darkness a couple of years ago, and Schultz says, "Oh, come on, in you come," and he gets us into the bit, and then of course we're stood in front of the people that are leaning at the back, and they're asking us to stand down. Well, I'm only 5'6" in my bloody stocking feet, but I was like, "No, fuck you, I'm a VIP." He got me backstage. He got me green room, did Schultz, and for the Darkness. I'm sat there next to Rufus Taylor, who's a drumming legend. Love him, especially his dad as well. But sat in the green room having lunch with the Darkness, which was rather nice. Have you met Andy at all? Andy Shillito? No. He's Dave's friend. It was Dave that kind of got me in there, because Dave picked up on somewhere that I was going to see the Darkness. Oh, here's Schultz's number. Give him a call. He'll get you in.
Unless he
Triple A pass.
No, I don't think it's the only place I've been with. No, we went with Dave to see Underworld.
I was in the green room with P-Funk once. That was quite a scene.
Nice.
With who?
I'd love to go and see Underworld.
P-Funk, Parliament Funkadelic.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Underworld. I have to say, Underworld live are whether you're into dance music or not, they are just.
It's a bit more than dance music, isn't it? Their
It
stuff
is completely. Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
it's
There's a cerebral level there.
Completely. But yeah, Dave and I went to. I think Ali Pali. I think we went to see them.
Dave showed me when I was. Do you remember when his studio was in the garage at his old place?
Well, mm-hmm.
I went there once, and he said, "Have a look at this." And he pulls up this Underworld project, and it's basically one of their tracks that they use out live, and it's just like all of these tracks, and they're all just kind of looped across this whole thing, and pretty much all Rick is doing
is muting and soloing.
Yeah, his instrument is the mixer, and it's bloody genius.
Yep.
Yeah, very clever.
Well, I'm not going to stay long because I am flagging. I am
I think I
slightly
need to go
tired.
as well.
There was a lot of cruise control going on the motorway. I can assure you of that.
Have you got ACC? The adaptive stuff.
Yeah, I think it's called PDC in the port.
Yeah.
It's a clever fucker, but
it's fucking mind blow. Scared the shit out of my missus.
Yeah. Yeah, it knows.
Look at my feet.
Yeah,
I'm not doing anything.
It knows what you're doing. Yeah, it's having the nerve to use it for the first time.
Yeah, that was scary.
Yeah, but
I'm told, I haven't tried it yet, but I'm told that if it doesn't sense any input at all on either the pedals or the steering wheel, that it will ping an alarm, and if that doesn't get your attention, it will vibrate the brakes, and if that doesn't get your attention, it will then put the hazards on, slow the car down, and pull you into the side of the road.
God. I don't know about the last bit. Like the first two bits, I watched. No, I'm not saying it's not true. I'm saying that I don't know about the last bit. I can definitely confirm that.
I need to find a long straight piece of unpopulated road to just go. Here we go.
Good luck.
Save
with that
me.
one. Yeah.
That runs adjacent to a canal.
Yeah.
Do you know what it should do? It should do the first thing. It should do the alarm. Second thing, it should do the brakes. The third thing it should do is turn around and send a little message in the passenger, turning around and going, "Sort him out, love."
Wake him up.
Yeah, wake him up.
Or give him.
Well, the steering wheel suddenly comes down and whacks you in the nuts, wakes you up.
Dear. But it was. Anyway, so I am knackered and I've got to be up early because, hey, guess what I've got to do tomorrow?
No,
I've got
surely not.
I've got to do more work.
work.
No.
Amazingly, it's true. Yeah, it's just another one of those. So, so that's why I can do this now, because there's no way I was going to come back and then go straight down to the studio. Although I know I should, but I'm not going to.
No, you can't do that.
I am going to bed. This is going to be my night off. What's the time? It's gone midnight, and I'm considering it at 12:30. This is my night off.
Yeah.
So
it's now officially Monday.
Yeah, exactly.
Get down to the studio. Yeah.
Fuck you. I'm going to go, and it's been lovely spending half an hour in your... Actually, I've spent hours in your company, but it's actually nice to actually be part of it.
Yeah.
And although, actually, the problem is, and I've when I'm not part of it, or when I'm not listening properly, or, knowing I can leap on, fucking hell, the amount of times I wanted to turn around and go, no!
Yeah.
We heard you.
I would just
you shouting.
We felt it. We
and
felt
the last couple of nights, because I brought up on you lot on Thursday with you talking about fucking pianos and what piano to get and all this shit, and I'm sitting there going, no,
Yeah.
no,
Do you know what?
talk to me.
I
And
knew.
who was it? Somebody, was it you, Sass? Did you turn around? I think it was you
I
on
did,
Thursday.
yeah.
Said something like, "Why don't you just talk?
Why don't you
why
speak
don't
to
just
Ty?"
ask Ty?"
Yeah.
And but I caught this on catch up after I'd last spoke to Kent, and I was sitting there going, "Listen to him! Listen to him!"
this guy knows.
So yeah, it's.
So do you use Ivory, Ty?
I feel bad now because Kent's just going to spend a fortune on it, but I'm sitting there going, "Yeah, Ivory's okay. It's fine."
Well, the other one I was looking at was more expensive. So
Yeah, no, I get that. It's just, yeah. I mean, fucking hell. That's all. I'm a pianist. I've got them all, fucking
You're
fuckers. I'm not going to argue with that either. I mean, let's be brutal about this. Yeah.
I must admit. But when Sass said talk to Ty, I'll go, yeah, I'll phone up Ty and go, Ty, give us your licenses.
Yeah. But no, it's all.
Bloody iLock was offline last night.
Was it?
Maintenance. Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah. It's offline. Well, it's due for maintenance. The cloud is due for maintenance. I think it's next week as well. But they said they probably won't interrupt the actual usage of it. Yeah. Okay.
Sounds like a.
I've still got my little USB dongle and it's sat there quite happily.
Yeah.
There we are. data
Mine
again.
sits there. Look, in my keyboard.
Yeah, I still have.
And I remember asking about it because I couldn't. I think it was UVI wanted to send me some stuff, and I said I don't have an iLock, and so I asked people, and everyone was saying, "No, don't get iLock. iLock shit, blah blah blah." And I thought, well, I need to get one, so I bought one, and it's never
Can I
been a
just
problem.
point out, I'm
ever.
exactly with you. I've never had a single issue.
No,
with
I've never had any
ever.
real issues with it.
Ever.
And I still use it. I mean, I can use cloud, and I do subscribe to the zero downtime.
Okay.
But I don't use the cloud, but it is available. But I still use the actual hardware iLock simply because I went through all that sweaty afternoon of copying everything from the old one onto the new one, which I'd been putting off for about 2 fucking years. That thing had been sitting on the side. Going, oh, I must Yeah, but what if it goes wrong?
No.
I tell you what, the only problem I ever had with iLock, and it was my own fault, was I accidentally wrote a license to the hard drive.
You know, you can just then take it off the hard drive.
No,
into the
and
cloud.
then I didn't realise that until after I'd formatted the hard drive.
Okay, well that's a twatty thing to do. Yeah.
So that's one grand piano I'll never use again.
Yeah.
I think it's one of the East-West ones, so it doesn't really matter.
Oh well, you can worry about that.
Certainly in the last few years, most developers take up the iLock thing where you can install it on 3
Both.
different.
Yeah. So you should have had more licenses.
The stick. Yeah.
Even if
The
you left one
UVI,
license,
all
you
UVI
should
stuff is you can install one instance
Just
on
don't
the stick,
format
one
the
on
hard
the
drive.
yeah.
Yeah, and then you kiss it
But
goodbye.
yeah, I have to say I did spend a lot of this journey really just screaming at you. Especially the worst thing is, it's like when one of them's going, "Oh, that synth. What was the name of that synth?" Where and you're sitting there, and I'm there going, "It's the sound. It's." I almost phoned you. I'm stopping, pulling over on the hard shoulder. It's the. It's like I'll never forget when Boo was being born. I was having a conversation with the midwife when Anna was in literally mid-labour. She was basically there on the oxygen doing all the puffing and panting, and she was really into tennis at the time. And I was talking with the midwife,
and we were just having general conversation while Anna was just getting on, having a baby, like next to us. And I'm sitting there talking. We started talking about tennis for some reason, and I don't know a lot about tennis. And it turns out the midwife didn't really know a lot about tennis. Anna knows fucking everything about tennis. We're having a conversation going, oh yeah, we went to the Albator to see, oh, what's the name of that guy? He's the, the Iranian guy who, oh, what's his name? She's going, oh, I know the one. And Anna's there with this oxygen go, so turning around and having contractions. Literally having contractions and trying to get enough breath so she could pull it away and turn around and scream his name at us. Because we were there for like 5 minutes going, oh, I know the one. He's got the beard. And I got until she turns around and says, it's fucking whatever the name is of this guy. It's fucking this. That was what it was like with me driving down and watching you and catch up when I can't interact with me turning around and wanting to scream at you what the name of whatever it was you were trying to fish the name out of nowhere was. But anyway, so the moral of the story is I should either just fuck off and never, ever darken these, kind of doors again, or I should make sure that I can...
You can just see it in the local paper, can't you? So, shouty angry man hits tree. A man who was listening to a podcast driving home really fucking lost his shit and crashed his car into a tree.
His final words with the paramedic, it was a fucking Jupiter 6!
Yeah. Jupiter 6, what are you, fucking idiots?
Yeah. Actually, I love the fact that, because I haven't been on, and I know you've had the entire conversation about it, but OBX8...
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's all I need to say about that. So
yeah, keenly priced, my friend.
It is keenly priced. I'm a happy bunny. So, even though I've got an OB8 sat down there that is unused, but it's
not an X?
No, I've only got the 8.
Ooh.
Give me the 8, you can have the new one.
It is an immaculate 8. When I say immaculate, literally like the day it came from the factory, 8.
Yeah, but it's not an X.
But it's not an X, it's an 8.
But it's not an X, that's the thing. Whoa.
Yeah, I know.
Or, when people say, go, oh, I've got an OB8. Oh, the hunt for resonance, yeah.
Yeah. But then I may have other things that maybe do resonance.
You might have one or two knocking about.
One or two things. But no, this new one looks amazing. It looks... does look fairly incredible. So yeah. Anyway, that's my opinion on that. Great. I'm glad that was worth staying up for, wasn't it?
So what is the best grand piano plugin?
What is the best grand piano plugin? Do you know what? I tell you the one that gets the most use, and it actually, the VSL ones are really nice. I have to say.
Yeah, see, what did I say?
They are really nice. But I tell you, if you want to get a good piano that isn't expensive and does not cost the world and is just, I use it on loads of stuff, it's the Garriton.
I was going to get the Garriton.
That Yamaha, it's a C7, it's another C7. Yeah. And it's really nice, though. In terms of playability, this is the problem. We've had this conversation so many times before. You can have huge libraries, but there's something about the way the velocity switching is done. And it's like, for example, if you look at like I mean, I love Spitfire, you know this, but if you look at their Hans Zimmer piano, it's absolutely huge, but it just doesn't play nicely.
No, it doesn't.
It just doesn't play nicely. And whereas something like the Garriton, it's just beautiful to play on. It's beautiful when you're having the whole conversations about physical modelling pianos.
Yeah.
And I was screaming because kind of Robbie was there going. You were saying about what you've been played and all this kind of thing, and I was going, you know what? Everything that Robbie said was right, but go and play a V piano. And V piano, that's all that is. V piano's modelling, but the V piano is gorgeous to play on. But again, it's that thing of, you're right about the fact it's got a kind of slightly artificial edge to it. But what you get that you don't get on any of the big multi-sample libraries is it's when you play quietly, when you play really, really slow. The easiest way of describing it is when you're playing samples, there's an urge to fill in the space. because the way that everything decays, it doesn't decay in the totally natural way, because
Yeah.
it hasn't got, it's not only the resonance, but it's the harmonic sheen from the overtones. And you don't get that with samples, because when you play that sample, when you play that note with that note, all you're essentially getting is that sample with that sample. You're not getting the extra things that you would get in a real instrument, the extra overtones. And they can do that with you know, kind of with the modeling, and that's what you get. So when you play a V piano, you can play it like a real piano, because you have no urge to move on. You can sit there and absorb the harmonics as you would in a real piano.
Well,
And you don't get that with samples.
On the ivory though, they've got that shimmer, haven't they, now? Which kind of emulates it. Although I must admit, I've wound that shimmer right up, and it could do with a little more. I need an overdrive button on it. Did you notice that?
I don't know. I don't know in any way if I'm voicing my opinions there, but if I just go,
yeah,
and that's fine. There's nothing. Look, you could have bought a lot worse than ivory, but I'm going to say no more than, I've got all my pianos. But if you look on the latest system, ivory hasn't been loaded on. But
Okay.
But yeah, look, I mean, you know, there's it's, you know, it's horses for courses, and they're all different. And quite right, what you said the other night is you can never have enough pianos. And what I don't think people do appreciate, and I'm not just on about you lot, I mean generally, is the fact that you know, kind of, you think that a piano is a piano is a piano is you get grand piano, you have grand piano, you have upright piano, you have you know, literally.
And don't forget the toy piano.
Yeah, well. No, let's forget the toy piano.
Yeah, I've got that library anyway.
Yeah, yeah. But it's the fact that every single piano, there's so many variants on the weights, mics and weights, and all this kind of thing. That you know, you can never have enough pianos, because you could play the same thing. And the reason I have so many is that you'll sit there and you'll play something, and you can play it on 7, 8, 9, 10 different libraries in 7, 8, 9, 10 different ways, and it will sound 7, 8, 9, 10 completely different. You know, so it's But
normally I do this thing where I have the top two E's and the top two, the bottom two E's, and I listen for a certain sound that I love.
Can I just point out there, honestly, Ken, I love you dearly. You're a very close friend. But when you were doing that and you were getting people to play I'm sitting there going, no, fucking hell, what can you tell from that? Because what you're getting is that one velocity, or maybe the two velocities. But that isn't the point. The point is that when Robbie played you that bottom E, that he played it at that velocity, and you turned around quite rightly and said, oh yeah, I like that sound. But that library, if he'd played that slightly different velocity, you would have got a completely different sample, and it's how that note plays. So this is when you hear someone, when you were saying that, playing individual notes, that's completely worthless, because what you have to do is either sit down and play it yourself, or listen to someone playing a piece based on that.
As I said, he should have phoned you.
Because what you heard there was Robbie, or whoever, I can't remember, who else was playing it as well. I think, was it Jim was playing some stuff, or I don't know. But by playing individual notes like that, it means that you're gonna. It's like, I tell you what, it's like. It's almost like getting a snapshot of a part of somebody and making a judgment about them based on that.
Okay.
It's like taking a photo and just getting that bit of my forehead there and going, oh yeah, I like that forehead. That's a nice forehead. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You've got to either have it played properly, or at very least, sit there and get a good selection of notes played at lots of different velocities to get an idea. Because you're quite right, as you said, the notes that Robbie were playing, you're sitting there going, oh yeah, that sounds nice. But you weren't to know if the F above the E sounded nice, or whether the velocity switching on it was going to be appropriate for what you wanted to do with it. So, but
okay.
But as it turned out, I have to be, joking aside, you could have done a lot worse than Ivory 2. So they will be very useful.
Yeah,
and you're
I
right.
must admit, I was going to get the Garatone, but it turned out that Ivory was cheaper. and I thought I'll get the ivory.
The Garaton's a bit of a one-trick pony in terms, from C7. It's not the most versatile.
But what happened
but there's
was
something incredibly playable about it. That's
But I
all.
bought it.
Yeah.
So by now, filled out all the bullshit and everything like that, and then check out. And then as I click check out, and the page updates, and it goes, oh, and now we add the tax.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And I went,
yeah,
oh
we've
fuck
all-
me, it is
yeah,
more
yeah.
expensive than Guaranteed.
Yeah, yeah.
Fuck.
Yeah. But if you do like the Ivy, the Fazioli one, the Italian Grand, which is that's a really nice one as well. Of all
Grand
the
Italian.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Oh, we've opened the Italian fucking worms. Go on. Go on, tell us how great Italians are. Go on. Why not?
Don't need to tell you. Yeah, apparently, I shit you not, my son's friends at school are absolutely convinced I'm a mafia boss.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know why.
Is it because you drop him off at school in a fucking pinstripe suit and a trilby hat?
It's funny you should mention the pinstripes because we were out shopping yesterday. I needed to get him a shirt for his prom and also for my sister's wedding next month. And I picked up the shirt with pinstripes on, and I said, "How about this one?" He says, "Oh yeah, way to enforce that stereotype, Dad."
You turn and went, "How about this?"
I'm like thinking, hang on. I've actually owned quite a few pinstripe shirts and a few pinstripe suits. Oh,
I tell you what, my granddad, when you talk about Italians, my granddad would go, because their tanks have got more reverse gears than any other tank in the world.
Why has the Italian Navy got glass bottom boats?
Oh,
to make
remember
sure
this
they
one.
don't hit the old Italian Navy.
Hey!
What's the difference between a piece of toast and an Italian mail? You can make soldiers out of a piece of toast.
Oh.
And my dad would tell these jokes in his restaurant.
I went to, I think Kent knows this, I went out in the Italian for 14 years. And I have to say, so I spent a lot of time in Italy, and it's a beautiful place. And I love the Italians. I think it's a wonderful place, and I think they're really. Do you know what? I am generalising there. Northern Italians, Southern Italians, slightly less so.
Northern.
There you go. Northern Italians, I have a lot of time for. But I can say one sentence in Italian. It's quite funny. Once I was doing some tour with, I can't remember, was it a choir or something? I can't remember. And we were driving to. There was a big coach thing going to Italy, and we just got into the Italian. It was early in the morning, and we'd gone through Switzerland. We just got into Italy, and we stopped at these services, and I told nobody about whether I could speak Italian or not. And so I just walked up and went, "Buongiorno, un bicchiere di tele pesche, per favore." And of course, everyone's like, "What the? You never told it?" That's it. That's my one sentence.
Yeah.
Which basically means, "Good morning. Can I have a cup of peach tea, please?" That's it. I don't know any other. 14 years. 14 fucking years I lived with her. And
As
that's
a kid,
the only
I
sentence I
used to
can
get peach and fish mixed up because pesce is
Yeah.
fish and pesca is beach.
Yeah.
And I always used to mispronounce it and get it wrong. But yeah.
Wow. Anyway, look.
On that note.
Yeah, can I fucking go to bed?
Yeah, I suppose so.
Then.
Oh, okay.
Why haven't you got a Pro Synth Network shirt on? Jesus.
Why haven't I?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I haven't.
See, I made the fucking effort.
Yeah, I didn't.
Yeah. Okay.
Although I must admit, I was walking around the city yesterday with my Pro Synth Network hoodie on, which I didn't have on.
Can I point
bizarrely,
out?
when
Can
I
I
got
point-
recognised?
I was about to turn around and go, "You say I heard that thing about you being recognised." As you're walking around with with someone going, "You're not that guy from Pro Synth Network." Yeah.
I didn't have it on.
It's,
I didn't
it's
have
funny
it
you should say that.
Yeah.
Didn't have it on.
Oh man.
Yeah. Anyway, look, thanks everybody and everyone that's not on but was on for making my evening very entertaining and keeping me awake at the wheel as I'm screaming and shouting at you. So, yeah, I hope to see you all. Do you know what? I genuinely have a feeling that probably this week I'll probably be like last week. I probably would be too.
Yeah, you'll be out of it.
drowning in work too. But I'll show my face if I can.
You still got to come down and look at the new workshop.
Oh, I've still got to fucking do 1,000,001 things. I think how many synths I've got to bring down to you.
Let me know when he does.
Think how many. You know.
Yeah.
So
a few.
Yeah, exactly. So it's way past. I think we're probably into the 15 kind of mark now, but I've got to bring down to.
Yeah, but I think by the time you get down, there'll actually be room for them.
Good. That'll be good.
Yeah. So we're getting there.
Yeah.
We should have the new kitchen done by then and all.
Excellent.
Yes. So there's actually no keyboards in the kitchen now.
Wow.
That's the first time
God,
in.
that is a first.
Oh, that's the first time in 15 years. There's been no keyboards in there.
That's great. Okay. Well, look. I mean, yes.
Can't get in the fucking front door though. But
Oh, of course. Well, that's.
So you have more in the
there's
bathroom
nothing
now
new.
or something?
yeah,
new
yeah.
there.
There's still loads in the bog, downstairs bog. It's absolutely packed. A lot of Behringer in there as well, funny enough.
Oh, fucking, there's no better place for it than in the shit.
Well.
Oh dear.
Anyway.
And 3 OBs.
Oh, okay.
There's an X, an A. No, there's an X, 2 A's, and an 8. So it's 4 OBs in there.
Wow.
God.
Nothing's going to give Behringer a complex more than having 4 OBs sitting there going.
Yeah,
Are
Behringer going to bother releasing their OB now?
Probably.
They
They will.
Do you think they still will?
Yeah, different
They
market.
will.
Different market.
Oh, just
completely.
true enough. Yeah.
I mean, I'm
true
not
enough.
being funny. You can't sit there and say, "Oh, well, they're bringing out now a £5,000 version" when they're going to fucking sell it for 700 quid. So, you know,
As much as that.
it'll be fine. Do you know, it'll sound.
Yeah, it'll
fine.
sound all right. Yeah, that'll
Yeah,
sound like
sound great.
an OB8 probably.
Yeah.
It's the easiest one to do, isn't it?
But the
Anyway,
first-
look,
yeah.
I am
Oh,
going.
fuck off.
You fuck off. Don't tell me to fuck off. God, this so sounds like conversations that me and Philippa have. No, you're a cunt. You fuck off. Fuck off.
Yeah.
So So no, you, everyone else, lovely talking. Robbie, fuck off. And
Two of them.
By the way, did you, Robbie? Did you like my Facebook comments?
Yes, thank you. Yes.
What's its star?
Oh, yeah. Robbie put a lovely post. Basically, obviously, someone had sent me really complimentary about his work. He
doesn't happen often.
Yeah, and he'd put a lovely comment, basically saying it's really nice. You know, there's nothing better to when someone else sees, you know, your worth and pays you a compliment and what a lovely feeling it is and blah, blah, blah. And everyone was being all kind of, well, you deserve it. How wonderful you are. Robbie, you're great. So I just turned around and went, well, I like to see, to keep balance in the world and keep everything nicely. So basically, I'm just going to tell you, I think you're shit.
And
yin
balance was
and yang.
restored.
Yeah.
And balance was restored. Exactly.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Anyway.
Well sorted.
Well, have a good week, Ty.
Thank you very much, and you. I hope you all have a great one. And if I pop in on Thursday, obviously I'd love to have my 5 minutes. Otherwise, if I don't, I will see you all and on, as long as I don't die of a stressful heart attack in the meantime.
Do you still need your midday coffee break alarm?
Oh, if I can take them, I will.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I'll do them, and if you don't answer, then I'll know.
No, he's either can't do it or he is dead.
Yeah,
Right.
He's either there or he isn't. Yeah.
Exactly. Anyway, lovely seeing you.
See
you all
See
soon.
you later.
Be
Take care,
good.
sweetie.
See you guys.
Bye, yourself, darling.
Bye.
Bye.
Well,
I'm gonna
I
be
think
heading
I'm
off.
going to go as well.
Yep.
Lots
Yeah.
of people in the chat are heading off, so
Yeah,
I'll
I think
call it a night.
it's now officially Monday. It's enough, isn't it?
Yeah.
Exactly.
So, because normally the Wiggly show goes on for what, 2 hours,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and we're on 5.5. So
I think we've done our bit.
We've fulfilled the contract.
Absolutely. Well, I'll wish everyone a good week, and I will
Likewise.
catch you all
Indeed, sir.
probably on Thursday.
Okie dokie.
Take care.
See you guys.
Everybody
Bye,
take care.
everyone.
Good
See
night,
you
everyone
later.
in chat.
Bye.
Bye.